Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and I forgot to turn on my lights. Hold on one second. Every time I start streams, I have like a sequence of things I need to set up. I always forget one. It is inevitable. Hello, let me try that again. Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome to another stream where we are gonna be continuing this familiar site. Handyman with a Unicycle game that I am working on that is coming along quite well, although there's still a lot of broken things to clean up, and as we progress towards starting to make our first real level, but we're not there just yet as much as I would like to be. We've got things to clean up with our player. Now that we have, as of, well, a couple streams ago, we completely remade the player, and it's a lot better now, but making the new player functional with old stuff that was working perfectly fine with the old player that is broken now, we need to hook up a lot of those things and make them all functional and whatnot. Last stream we're doing that and made some good progress with that. We have a lot of things that are technically working, but graphically are having issues. Big thing number one that hoping to do early in the stream, I don't know if it's gonna be the thing I start with, but we'll figure that out in a couple moments, is that this thing here, when we beat levels, it's supposed to do this like ending screen thing, and the camera goes all wonky. There's some wonky stuff happening off screen with the player and the camera even attempts to work correctly. So this is an example of a thing that we need to fix, is the camera, even in this, like, behaving any kind of better. It technically is functional. That was going from end of level back into the hub world, and technically it happened, but it doesn't look so good. These things over here are in the hub world, how we select different levels. Technically this is the level we're happen to be on right now, but I go into this. I need to take a better, this is like a temp placeholder thing, but it's meant to be a screenshot of a hypothetical level. I need to get a better just placeholder at some point. It's just dark. It's like, oh, is there a level in there somewhere? I don't know, you tell me. Anyways, but this thing though, also the camera is not as it should be, and the player that's currently off screen is not as it should be. And tiny, like, not super important thing, but things going to be fixed. I don't know why when I do this, the text, like, it was straight and then it turned sideways, like, just small things like that. When I cancel out of that, the player's supposed to, like, back up from it so it's not inside it. Just a lot of little things like that that are mostly camera related, and I know why. So a lot of the stuff is broken based on how it was sort of handled before, but gotta actually fix it. And then things with the player, where those were two instances where I want to take control away from the player and kind of, in a mini cutscene kind of way, force the player to move to a certain position, you know, for a camera angle of, like, whatever I want. Like with this case, looking at the level entrance kind of thing, and down there with the level and spring thing. So that is stuff that used to be functional on the old player, isn't functional at all right now. Cannons are something we were working on sort of at the end of the last time we were working on that. Wait. No, what? Excuse me? This is supposed to be functional. What? That's in all my time in Unity, this specific error is something I've never seen. So that's cool. That's neato. If I go to it from this thing is supposed to, there we go. The camera is broken in this. I don't want the camera to look like that, and there's some more, like, small things to clean up with the player with all that, but yeah. Is this like, what are you? Hold on. I feel like I updated Unity a little bit recently. Did they, like, change? Just, it might be an error that I've seen before, but just not worded like this with CCD. I don't know what the continuous collision detection, maybe? Connect bodies that are not supported. Why? Alright, sure, cool. Is, what, that's when I go to set the player's rigid body to kinematic? Oh, I have an idea of maybe what that means. Not that it's like a huge thing, but hold on, that's not what I'm trying to find. Over here. Player over this way, off in the void. Is this just some new thing I'm unfamiliar with where... No, what? Players, collision detection is set to continuous, so that's usually better for fast-moving rigid bodies. Is it actually a thing in modern Unity that, like, you can't do that on a thing you're gonna set to kinematic. Like, discrete is like the default, and frankly might be working good enough for my thing. I'm just curious to mess around with it. This is a new thing that I'm unfamiliar with, and it's completely derailing the stream to start. Like, okay, technically that fixed what was happening there, but that might cause other just weird physics problems. I don't want my player going through the floor at high speeds. While I'm messing around with this, I'm curious of the other options of continuous dynamic. Is that like something that's gonna be fine with it? Doesn't like it. So, like, I see a way around this, the middle ground of sorts, of if I just have this at continuous or whatever, and then whenever I want to set it to kinematic, I also change the collision. Can you change the collision detection mid-game and have it, like, be fine? Maybe. Let's find out. New things. Let me just... This is not at all what I was expecting to start today with, but, you know, if it's new, then let's mess around with things. Learning new Unity things can be cool. So I just want to test here. If I were to do this if I did it through code, but like as a test thing, if I change this to discrete, like during running the thing, and then interact with this, and then ignore the camera being wonky, and then land, and then going around, set it back to continuous. That's the thing I can technically do. I've never in a million years set collision detection, like set this specific drop down through code before, but we can. I mean, it sucks that kind of means this is not that much that does it, but there's most cases where I want to go RB equals true, I would then need to follow that up with a second line that's like RB dot collision detection mode equals mode dot discrete, I guess. I guess I would probably have to set it beforehand. Seems like that makes sense. And then I would look for down here where I undo it, and then after it, set it back to continuous. I mean, that's like whether that's super necessary for my game is you want the player to have good normal working physics and not having issues, especially there can be some cases in my game or plan anywhere where the player can end up moving quite fast, and you know, see if that's it could potentially cause issues of, you know, fast moving thing going through. Why is when did I move? Oh no, that's me. Right. Sorry, no. I was like, why does that spit me out over here? I'm so used to it spitting me out right here, and that's because I moved it last stream. Never moved it back. Meant to. Not that it matters. This is like a test level. And then over here, this is there's like 2 bits of. Actually, this is a thing that I'm hoping to clean up soon. I should put this here on this side, and this being continuous. And then same thing down here. This is some repeated code that's disabling the player and then doing stuff and then re-enabling them. Currently, it's this level end spring and the cannon themselves that are doing this. When it shouldn't be this way to this degree. Oh wait, hold on. This was meant to be. This is when I changed it to discrete and then turn it true and then continuous and then false, if that's the way that I want that. How that should behave is having some kind of game object, or having some public or even static functions on the player itself that does all that. That the level end thing is like, hey, freeze the player, and the player's like, good job, or like, cool, good, I'll do that, and then does all the work, and then the level end spring doesn't have to care about what the specifics that is of disabling the player, right? So it's stuff like that I want to be cleaning up. I said, earlier that I want to be doing a lot of cleaning up of code today, and I've been doing that over the last little bit. And that's a big part of that, is making more black box functions on the player and camera to do general things that are done a lot, and having the external scripts like the cannons and the level end spring be like, hey player, do this, and the player's like, gotcha, and then does the stuff. Or even, hey camera, look at that thing over there. I don't care how you do it, just look at that thing. And the camera's like, cool, I hear ya, I'm gonna look at that thing until you tell me not to. We'll just make the code a lot cleaner, less messy, less repetition, and easier in the future to interface with such things. Now, I don't need to automate absolutely everything, but there's definitely some cases of some common stuff that I'm going to want to automate. Now, where some of that might get tricky is that different things that do things like, oh, freeze the player or, you know, override the camera might need to do so in slightly different ways that might be hard to write a common function around, but I guess we'll kind of see how that goes as we get into the specifics of things. But I at least have some general ideas of things that need to be more abstracted, things that are currently abstracted but not abstracted good enough. Setting linear velocity of a kinematic body is not supported. That's also a thing that I've never had to care about. What are you? Setting linear velocity of a... Oh! Ha! Oh, wait. So actually, I understand. Like, yeah, wait. So at some things somewhere, 11 times, this rigid body was set to being kinematic, and yet the ground code would be like, I want to run anyway, and try to give the player velocity when so I get well, obviously that's not supposed to happen. Also, the cannon breaks. Wow. When I use the end level spring, the cannon is that's supposed to launch me back into a level, just doesn't want to interact. That's interesting. It's not good, obviously, but it's interesting. So now I've also there's a separate, like, small, more of editor issue. I don't know why, but I noticed that when I go into play mode, the lighting looks different than outside of playing mode, and I don't think it used to do that. I think that changed in an update. I want to say there's a chance. Actually, let me just do a quick test here. If I do a little bit something like this, no, okay, actually, this proves my theory. I thought it was the case that my game does something that's like not super common. And actually, where's the floor? Okay. Oh well, actually, no, this does match. Wait. Why? Turn post-processing? Oh, there we go. Is that going to make the scene camera do that? Oh, what? Wait, no, you didn't. You lit up a little bit, but these lights look so harsh, and I don't actually know why that is. Oh, wait. Actually, that's too bright. Oh, is that because... Hold on. You're just point lights, right? I was gonna say, before I cut off my own sentence, is that there's some lights on the... because outside of play mode, there's no cameras in this scene. I thought maybe that was affecting stuff, because I spawned a camera at runtime because I spawned the player at runtime, and the player and the camera are a package deal. And I spawned the player at runtime for reasons that I've rambled about a lot of times that isn't normally necessarily what you want to do, but for my specific game and the specific stuff of certain things I do in my game, it is more beneficial for me to spawn the player at runtime. Anyway, this weird lighting. Oh no, okay, I'm remembering. I think I'm remembering what it is now. It's a player thing, right? Yeah. So I don't know why this is the case, and even hold on. Get rid of this weird other camera that I spawned. Get rid of that. Go back and play mode. So we're on this, and then now the camera this looks more normal, but this doesn't match this, and that's because for some reason there's a weird thing that I swear didn't happen before. That I have this transition curtain thing that has a camera on it, that has a light on it, and it's this light that's messing with stuff, right? Yeah. Sorry, not that light. Wrong light. That's not the... Where are you? Wait. No, yeah, these directional lights. Yeah. It's those guys? Yeah. So I don't know why this is the case, when I swear it didn't used to be, but you can have certain objects be rendered by You can have certain objects be rendered by certain cameras, and that's the whole thing. I have these lights are only rendered by... Oh. These lights are only rendered by this camera. Oh, these objects don't count because they come from Blender stuff, when they really shouldn't. Actually, before I go any further, let me just fix that while I'm just looking for, like, a lot of little things to clean up and a lot of bigger things to clean up. So I just go into here and into... This is... Oh, yeah, that'd be Blender. Hold on, Blender's opening over here. Wow, look at the funky curtains that, definitely need more cleaning up, but they're, you know, good enough for now as a sort of conceptual thing. Look at all that claw physics. You don't need to be there, and you don't need to be there. Yeah, okay, just, yeah, let that do that stuff. I hope that's not going to break something that I don't expect with the transition curtains. Hopefully that's fine. Anyways, that wasn't the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is that over here, these lights, actually, let me go outside the prefab. Come back here, you. Not there. My point was, these lights are being rendered by this camera, but the scene view is, like, rendering everything, which I swear it didn't used to do that. This camera isn't marked as, like, main cameras or whatever. I thought that in the past that, like, the scene camera kind of just went off the settings of the camera labeled main camera, but maybe it doesn't now for some reason? I don't know. You know what, to test this, actually, I have a theory. I have another theory. Hold on. Is it possible in my player testing scene over here? I don't think I've usually noticed the lighting being different. Let me just go at some random shadow and then this looks the same. Is this a symptom of the player and all this light stuff is here at runtime, so it's not being... No, it is. I just never noticed. Really? Oh wow, it totally is. Huh. Yeah, I don't see a difference there, but then here I see an obvious difference. Huh, wow, I don't know how that's so obvious that this looks closer to this color, and then I go over here and it's obviously not. It's gonna look like how it was. That's from, like, me trying to have some lights being rendered by some camera, but the scene view is rendering all of that. I mean, that doesn't affect the game, it's just more of an annoying editor thing, and it'll make it more annoying too when I'm trying to do artsy stuff in a real level, and I gotta, like, account for that. Although when I'm in play mode, not like testing, then the player won't be there, so this won't be the case. But still, it's a weird thing that I swear didn't used to happen, but I could be wrong. I don't know if there's an easy thing I can do about that. I mean, you have culling mask set on the light, and then you have this camera set to only get stuff from that, and then the other camera, the main camera, does not. Why is it this render nothing? Like, yeah, that's not gonna not do stuff, which, like, I get, but oh well. In terms of things I want to fix, that's gonna require more, like, Googling and finding out of stuff that I don't wish to do right now. I have things that are more higher priority to fix, so we're gonna be doing that. Okay, so back into over here. Long tangent number one, on to the next. Okay, so what is the first thing I want to actually do? So conceptually, I want to work towards, even like this is gonna be a big thing. Having the player, when you touch this, overriding the player properly and overriding the camera properly are two things that are gonna be complicated. That I might look at, like, individually. Get the camera working first so we can even see the player, and then do that. As a separate thing, I don't immediately know why. No errors that happen. Gotta be something with my... Oh, I have an idea of what it is, actually. Oh, I have an idea. Yeah. Of why I can't interact with this. I think I disable interact input when I touch the level end thing. I probably don't turn it back on. Actually, I was gonna say, we'll worry about that later, but because I think I just maybe thought of why it's not working. If I can knock that out right now, that would be good. And that would be a problem I just introduced recently, I think in between the last stream and now. Did I? The last stream where I was working on this, no, I did have it partially working. I have a, where are you? I don't have you, okay. I have an input manager that does, I'll just do this, blah, there it is. Whatever, okay. I have an input manager that handles all of the input stuff in my game now, both keyboard and controller. Oh, I'm gonna be using this. Let me grab it. Okay. So, and a part of some helper function stuff I have with this, I have this chunk of stuff here that enables or disables certain kinds of input. So, specifically, interacting needs to disable just movement. It's player movement and camera movement, but I bundled that together. I need to separate them. Specifically, when you interact with stuff, just disable movement and that's it. When you, like, take damage or the level end thing and all that, then we hijack with, like, movement and interact controls. Interact gets to be its own thing because the interacting is disabled other stuff. And then there's this enable, disable, all that currently isn't used, but I could imagine using it when we transition to, like, a full-on cutscene. Perhaps. Well, either level end might use some of this. Well, we'll see. What do I have in other controls? Oh, that's the drone camera thing, right? Hold on, let me just remind myself of what's actually in other. Is it just... No, other is just pausing Yeah, it's not under menu, even though it sounds like a menu thing. Menu is like, now that we're paused, here's, you know, up, down, left, right, interacting with stuff, which I actually have at all times. Like, it would be proper to, like, if we're not in a menu, this being turned off, and when we enter a menu, turn this thing on, this chunk of controls, and then probably even turn off the other ones. That doesn't break my game currently to not have it that way, but it'd be cleaner. Anyways, because I might do that, this stuff would be disabled ideally when you're just normally playing the game, so that's why pause isn't in there. Anyways, that's, yeah, stuff to be cleaned up at some point. I also have debug as a my auto win, auto fail for now, and then I put in some be able to hard set the frame rate to different things to make things frame rate independent, and did some stuff with that with my camera. And yeah, anyways. Oh, wow, whoops, I never started my background music. Whoops, I usually do that. How long? 23 minutes of just silence and me. I mean, I have very quiet background music normally, just so it's not overpowering my talking, but oh well. That was the second thing I was regretting. I started the stream being like, oh, I forgot this thing, and forgot that too. You know, oh well. Anyway, so let's start actually doing things, right? So, in Input Manager, I have, as I said, I believe when you end levels, it does disable player input. No, but it would, actually, I'm gonna make a wild guess right now, and then you can confirm it. When I hit the end level trigger, I bet that I do disable player input, and then when we end out of the level end trigger, I bet I just do enable move input. That's my guess. Yeah, they actually, it was just a level end spring that was doing that, not normal cannons. Okay, so spring stages, enable move input. Oh, that's that, right? Where's the part that disables it, though? I just want to see the other half. Where are you? I'm looking for you. Where do wait, I definitely, surely well, okay, player all input, or was it player input? That's what player input. Where's the disable half? And the player doesn't move while they're, oh, actually I don't think I do. You know what? Maybe I didn't, because this is true. That's possible. Hey, everything got is hello. Hi, it's almost like I was watching your stream earlier and knew that you were streaming. Hello, and Jorgen67, hi, and Blair _ Sunflower, hello, hi, welcome. Let me type a bit of code before I forget, and then I will introduce what we are doing here. It has been 25 minutes, and we haven't actually done anything, because I've just been giving introductory rambles about things and stuff. This is, hi, hello. So, I'm Cyberchroma, I'm making a video game. Look at this smiling fellow here. That is currently a bit broken at the moment, kind of, sort of. We are working towards building our first real level. Unfortunately, we still got a bit of steps to go before we get there. Yeah, so this is my game, The Handyman with the Unicycle. You got a unicycle, and you fix circus rides. Except, take that and make it as extreme as you can. We're gonna be doing loop-de-loops and being upside down in a second. I have a whole other... This test level just has, like, individual game mechanics put in a line. I have another, like, test scene that's like a skate park of ramps and stuff. I'll show that off in a second. So pretend these are I see messages. I will catch up in a second. Let me just finish my sentences. Pretend these are circus rides, and voila, you can fix them. Eventually, these will be like Ferris wheels and stuff. And essentially, it's like having this open world of like, something's breaking over there, go over there and fix it. Oh no, something's breaking over there, go and fix that. But on the way, going back and forth and all around, repairing or dealing with obstacles and hazards and all that kind of stuff. You can fall off the stage and respawn. Look at that fancy transition. The giant text in the top left, ignore it a little bit. In a real level, there won't be it won't be that much text. But yeah, I'll explain that in a second. And then we got some hazards and stuff over here. A lot of this, actually, currently these things are functional, but there's some things that aren't so functional because we recently rebuilt the entire player from the ground up, and everything was super broken. Now that we're kind of getting out the other side of that, we kind of have new player and old game mechanics that we got to stitch back together to get to being functional, because currently a lot of stuff isn't. And also there's this is the thing when you feel like, oh, I can still move around in this. That's not supposed to happen. There's an example of a thing that's broken. All right. Anyways, that's that. And then let me quickly show off the cooler, much cooler scene of over here. Bam, thing and stuff. And let me grab controller for this. Oh, hold on. Let me catch up on messages. There guys, hello, and thank you so much for the raid. I very much greatly appreciate. And yeah, I see that. Hello, world. Interactive rambles for almost 30 minutes sounds about right. Yep, that is the standard about here. Then my opportunity to ask, how did you start learning to code? Ooh, interesting. So I'll explain as I just randomly run around here. You can see cool physics and camera shenanigans. Actually, no, we're gonna go full screen for this. So I have been programming for, how many years now? I started that sentence like I had the number memorized. At least 8 or something. I remember 8 being on my resume, but it's been a few years since then. Somewhere like that. Since this, towards the end of grade 9, and I graduated a couple years ago. Anyways, so I started learning programming with Python. I have not used Python in a really long time. Only have exclusively used it for like school projects and whatnot, but I started learning programming with Python. And then shortly after, I started getting into game dev stuff with Unity, and this is the Unity game engine. It is a tool that people use to make games. Unity, like, used to be the most popular game engine. Unity, the company, is kind of in a lot of hot water right now, and they recently got a new CEO, and a lot of not terrific stuff happening at Unity at the moment. But there's the hope that they will dig their way out. Anyway, then yeah, so I've been making lots of Unity stuff since. I have 1,000,001 unfinished projects, unfortunately, but that is the way of the programmer. I have, like, some small things that I've made, and a lot of, like, school projects where I've made little games. Fun fact, this game right here started as a school project, where, actually, okay, so in my last year of university, we had a class that was like, hey, it's like your first time ever using Unity. Let's, teach you how to make games and stuff. And meanwhile, I'd been using Unity for like almost a decade. So easiest class of my life. It was great. In that class, no, that wasn't the class we made. That was actually my early streaming days. I actually had some streams working on some of the games I made for that. There was like a tag game. There's just generically called Ultra Tag that we made with that. Something I want to work more on at some point as like a guinea pig for figuring out like complicated multiplayer networking stuff. But then in like a class I had next semester that was kind of like a part 2 of like, now make more Unity stuff. Also a quite easy class. We had this game where it was basically a project to like, pick a job, like an occupation, out of a list of a bunch of like random jobs and make a game out of that. And I ended up picking Carney, so we were gonna be making a game about a Carney, and somehow one thing led to another, and a guy repairing circus rides, but also on a unicycle to have interesting movement and whatnot. I have a lot of plans for what I want out of this game. What you're seeing here is barely scratching the surface. Also, anything you see right now that looks very janky and broken, that's because everything is still in progress. Even this model here eventually will be a real boy, an actual human-looking person, with like, you know, not looking like this. But we'll get there eventually. If you see, in like that corner of the screen, I have my logo that's an animated me that is a Blender person I made once upon a time. So like, and hopefully we'll be able to make actual people and whatnot. I haven't used Blender, the 3D modeling program that I use, in a long time, so as that happens, I get very rusty with making 3D art. I am definitely more of a coder than an artiste, but I try. Being solo game developer, man, you try to like learn every skill under the sun relating to game dev stuff. You see, I have a piano over there. I'm learning how to play the piano and hope to one day potentially make some level music and whatnot. But that is very, very far off. But yeah, but mostly I am a coder. And yeah, this is game I am making. I have other things that I have made in not the same class, but around the same time I was making Handyman with Unicycle for the school project. Which, by the way, just to finish that off, I finished that and then now am continuing to work on it as its own thing. And the idea has changed a lot since then. I took a break where I wasn't working on it for a long time and only kind of in the last like couple months getting back into it. And even like when I was getting back into it, it was like occasionally I was messing around with it. Now I'm like fully wanting to see this turn into an actual thing. We're planning like a 3-level demo that over in this scene over here, this is the complicated framework of what will eventually be the first level. It's like there's lots of, ignore what these lines mean, just appreciate the complexity. No, this is like hard to explain, but it's gonna be a submarine, and the short version is all of these where like the lines meet is like a point of interest in my level, and but all these lines is like an obstacle or hazard between 2 points of interest for my specific game and how I want it to be. This so far been it kind of worked for yeah, planning the type of levels I want out of my particular game with my particular game mechanics and all that kind of stuff. I cut myself off to say something else. What was it? Oh, other game that I had made is, my favorite things I've made. No, we had to like, for a school project, also doing Unity stuff, take some poorly made game and then like remake it, but better. So we found this, like random, barely functional educational game where it's like dinosaurs on a skateboard and going down a track, and you have to teach division, you answer the division problems to like go through the race or whatever. So I took that, remade it in Unity. That game was like 2D. I made mine 3D-ish. So got to make in Blender like a T-Rex on a skateboard, and when you fail a problem, he like face plants, and it's great. Mwah, best thing I've ever made. But anyway, yeah, so that's that. I answered your question and more. So what we're doing today, currently, to recap what I just said we remade the player completely from the ground up a little bit ago, so there's a lot of things that are broken, and thus we are trying to fix. So that is currently what we're doing. So apologies if this particular stream, in terms of what I'm doing, might not be the most amazing, interesting coding extravaganza that you have ever seen, but it is unfortunately very necessary. Oh, also, for people who are new here, I don't just work on this. I kind of 50-50 making games and playing games. I've also had many streams just, yeah, playing through a bunch of random games. More just like, want to see what being a nerd looks like over here. I have a list of every Steam game I own, plus a few miscellaneous things, and have a list of games I've completed. Most of these I've basically never touched, so I'm trying to like shrink that list, beaten, haven't completed, like haven't 100%ed it or whatever, and then a separate thing of no achievements, and some technically duplicates. And over the last like many months, we've been working through getting these numbers higher. So recently we've been working through all of the Doom games one by one. Currently, I expect one more stream of Final Doom, and they'll be on Doom 64, and soon enough, we'll eventually be on Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Other games coming up are Heavy Rain, Sonic Mania, potentially. Perhaps trying to, like, do VR stuff in stream form, and I have to do some experimenting beforehand and seeing if that's going to cause, like, what technical issues I'm going to have with attempting to do that, but we'll see. Little Nightmares is a game that should also only take one more stream, where there's a complicated achievement to like beat the game deathless and speedrun it. So is that tomorrow? No, tomorrow's gonna be Final Doom. Day after that, more Handman with Unicycle. Day after that, gonna be finishing that off. Other games we've beaten recently have been, well, actually this is alphabetized, so I can't even stuff in this. Detroit Become Human, Alice Madness Returns, other things in here. What have we done recently? There, in here somewhere. Mirror's Edge, Catalyst, Lost in Random, most of the Doom games, and more. So, anyways, yeah, I do a variety of things, and yeah. Also, very recently, I made down there a Rubik's Cube in Unity that is functional. If you type stuff in chat, if you type exclamation mark cube commands, then I have a thing that shows what all the buttons are, but you can type Rubik's Cube commands and it will turn this cube, and it's cool. Oh, I never updated that I added a scramble command. I'll do that at some point. Not right now, but eventually. So yeah, that also exists. We were working on that over the course of many streams, and while I still want more like things to add with it and polishing it up and it looking a little bit better, like I have a Rubik's Cube here, and like, you know, adding it actually a little bit of like circularness that it's not perfect, like flat face. I want to do more polished like that eventually, but for now it's kind of at a point where I'm happy with it that I want to work on that less and devote more time to this. I am very much looking forward to this being an actual, like, functional, playable thing, even just one proper test level. You see, I have, like, this area that combines, like, just a bunch of miscellaneous game mechanics. Oh, also there's tight ropes that you can bounce on. That's also a thing that's very incredibly broken right now. It was a thing that was very functional with the old player. It does not work right now, but we'll get there eventually. That's a bit lower priority. There's much higher priority things that we need to get working first, such as the camera going all funky there. So, yeah. Anyway, anywho, yeah, so there's all that rambling out of the way, the recap of what it is I do. Let's get back to work, shall we? So, oh no, right before I started out rambling, I said I was having an issue with something, and then was like, oh, I have an idea on how to fix it. Let me do it now before I forget. And now I must question what that was. Oh, it was this thing here. I typed the thing and then still have to test it. Okay, so as of a couple moments ago, if I go over here and I press my auto win button, this will also look better eventually, but this is like our end of level thingy thing. Ignore that the camera freaks out here. Ignore that the camera and everything freaks out here, where this launches it back to our hub world. Over here, eventually, this will be our like giant airship hub world of how you go between the levels, which again, it'd be cooler to show off when it's functional. I look forward to, like, one thing for me to be able to conceptually be like, oh, this is gonna be a thing that will exist, or this was a thing that used to be functional and now is broken. It'll be cooler when I could just show off the thing in its polished glory, and yeah, but we're getting there. We're working on it. Anyways, bug that was just broken a couple moments ago is that after taking that end level spring and launching back here, when I went to interact with this cannon, it would not work. And now it does. Good. Camera's still funky and not how I want it for this, but it is not broken as it was a couple months ago. So I'm gonna say that's fixed. Also, for no reason other than just for fun, I have like a random counter of the day that'll be like how many times I died, or like very weird specific things, like in Final Doom, how many of this, like one particular type of enemy that I don't like that we've seen in that particular stream, and just stuff like that. No reason other than just for the funsies. Although some streams it's actually been useful to have like achievements left kind of a thing. Anywho, yes, okay, back to stuff and things. So we did that. While I'm here, I want to check the cannon code does a similar thing where it disables input and then you launch and then it re-enables input. It doesn't actually. I lie. It should. Double checking I'm not missing anything. Yes, it should, and thus it's going to do. So I just need to copy this code from here to here should be good. And then it's when we get in a cannon, disable player input, and then when we get fired out of the cannon, down like here, re-enable player input. That not something I'm gonna be able to easily test, but I guess I can as well. Does it break things? So there's a giant cannon that launches us from the hub world into the level. Oh, no, I didn't mean to die. No. 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 The giant cannon that launches us from the hub world into the level that does special stuff, and then there's like an in-level sort of cannon thing right here. Just that. Make sure I can still move after I get out of it. Yep. And then I should still be able to repair the rides that are over here. Yes. Okay, cool. I very much suspected that would work, but just I had to confirm. Okay, so I have 1,000,001 things to do. Where do I want to start? I think that, yeah, we're gonna try and start with this. When we interact with our end level thing, the camera goes all funky. The player has some funkiness that you can't even see because the camera ain't right. The player is supposed to auto move to like the center and then face perfectly forward, just because how the camera's eventually going to be. And it used to do that. Now it doesn't, because we rebuilt the player, we rebuilt the camera, and all that kind of stuff. So let us start with camera things. So we bring player camera follow. This is all of the meshy, complicated code that is camera stuff. And then let me also find level end spring is a script I was looking at 2 seconds ago. This one. So these are the two partners in crime that are causing me problems. Code, some of this is code I have not looked at in a long time. This is stuff that we've made very recently. This is stuff that I haven't touched, other than like the tiny little, like how we just put in like this one line here a couple moments ago. This is stuff I haven't touched since like November, maybe. It's been a while. Maybe December? I don't know. Anyway. So, okay. So, what do I need to do here? So first I need to look at, how this is currently trying to handle some code on the old camera, and then be like, no, don't do that, do this instead. So first I gotta find such things. So this, I need to see like the kind of the order that things happen here. So, actually, no, before I even look at here, there's a place that's even earlier I need to look at first. Player interact. This is what kicks off the process. So, why do you have a turn text to, oh, that's right, that's a, why are you there? Separate little thing I'm not gonna worry about now, but a thing I see that should be moved somewhere else, but we're not going to worry about that right this second. If I keep jumping around between a million things, we're never going to get anything done. So I'm looking for where we interact with the end of the level. Oh, wait, is that not here? Wait. I'm sorry, where is that? Wait, I thought it was a, oh no, it's not a player. This player interact thing is like the player goes up to something and presses a button to repair rides or get in cannons, and then special stuff with the level start cannon. Where do I start the process of beating levels? End level trigger, is that this? It is that, found it! Okay, so this does things. On trigger enter, it's just occupy player. It's no longer enabled. Tell the level end manager that we've won the level. Tell the end spring thing to start the spring. So actually, some of the code we might need might be in here. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Okay, cool. I'm gonna put this there, I guess. Okay, so I just want to double check. I split off the responsibilities for what happens when we beat a level into two things. I just want to skim through both to double check that I know what's going on in both things. Because I haven't looked at this code in such a long time, I have to do this. For things we made more recently, I don't need to, like, do this as much, like, what was I thinking when I did this thing a million years ago? What is going on? So this, we make it so that we can't pause while we're in the end level screen. Stop level is, like, disable. I don't think I need to go into that. That's, like, if the rides that are breaking, stop that. Hazards, like, turn them off. It's a bunch of stuff like that, that I don't think affects, it's not specific to the player. Any, like, timers that were going on for, like, stuff around the level, turn off. Okay, then, this is a thing that we're not gonna do right this second, but we're gonna come back to. That the old player stuff had a thing where you could, like, override input, and then override turn, and you set up stuff. And, wait, what? You're vector 3? Oh, yeah, I think I know. That's weird, but okay, anyway, that's the thing to come back to. We had a thing where, like, oh, you know, take control away from the player and move them to the center of that circle, but not just forcefully move them, move it in a way that, like, uses the player code to, like, look like the player is moving a little bit, so it looks polished and not janky. This is, other than these variables still existing, this is not at all functional on the new player, but it will be, I'm hoping so. Player interact, start text, oh, this was like, if we were close enough to a ride that, like, the little fixed text pops up, this is like, turn that off, make sure it turns off. Hey, yeah, did a lot of rambling, too much rambling, not enough coding, so yes, I can drink. And also, the redeem thing is called slurp because there is a Unity function, one I probably use over here, there it is. There's a function called slurp that exists. It's like spherical linear interpolation. Or I think, I don't actually, hold on. I keep like saying a thing that I don't confirm. Let me end this once and for all. How is it meant to be? It is spherical linear interpolation. Why is that? I wasn't sure if it was just spherical interpolation and like the L in spherical was that. No, it's spherical linear interpolation. I get why, but anyways, words, weird, complicated stuff. This has to do with like rotations, and here's a picture that like linearly go along a circle. That's, yeah, sure. Anyway, but then yeah, it sounds like slurp. Technically you pronounce it like S-lurp or something, but yeah. I also got a new water bottle, so that also exists now. A new one, because I got a new one and hated it, and then got a new one. I might be giving my little into roommate. Anyway, so alright, back to code. Well, enough slurping around. Over, where was I just looking 2 seconds ago? This, see, here's a bunch of things here that, like, the thing I said before the raid happened of, why not Slint? I don't name the functions, I just make fun of them. Especially everything to do with quaternions and the rotational stuff that Slurp is a part of. Can go just never again. Well, when we have to deal with the rotational stuff, it's usually when we're going to deal with, like, player and camera and physicsy stuff. When we are done more of that, and then we're just, like, making new hazards and dealing with more logical things, and in theory, it'll be easier, or more in my domain of what I think I'm better at, more logical, just like, get this sequence of events to do what it's gotta do. Physics, hard, but necessary to make a cool game. But right here, that this win text is, there's some repeated code here where it's like, disable the player and move them to a spot. There's lots of duplicated instances of this kind of thing, that this is what I was talking about before, of that I want to write some generic functions on the player to be able to just be like, player.disable movement, your player.move to spot, put in some vector or whatever. That would, you know, like, that'll just simplify a lot and make things, like, from here, I don't gotta go through, like, oh, what are the individual things? Just like, disable movement? Good, cool, got that. But, like, we're getting there. But right now, I want to focus more on the camera side of that first, because we also need, like, some kind of camera move to a spot, like, override and do extra things. And I want to focus on the camera stuff because while the camera is broken, I can't even see the player to be broken, to try to, you know, fix that up. Anyways, so this is all disabling player stuff. Then this is stuff that's partially commented out of, like, the old disabling camera stuff. Oh, right, I forgot this isn't a coroutine. Oh, whoa. Oh, that answers my question, actually, of how a second ago I was like, what? Looks like there's some mission stuff here. That's because it's here, and I forgot about it. Yeah, so this thing here, like, would be nice to be in the player. This is the bit that's, like, from the old player codes, a lot of it's not even accurate at the moment. Move the player towards a particular spot, in this case, like, the center of the thing. The end level thing. And then this is that we, like, whip the camera around, move camera to win angle. Ugh. So this might be something that's harder to repair because the new camera has some fundamental differences to the old camera. So mainly the old camera had this, like, camera pivot thing. You turn that and the camera would orbit around that. I have reasons why the new camera kind of does that behavior, but doesn't have the physical camera pivot object, but it has it more conceptually in code, because doing that solved other problems. Anyways, okay, just to quickly, so, like, this here and this whole function are the bits that I want to mess with right now, but just to double check the rest, there's nothing else that's gonna cause me issues. Activate fail screen, that's fine. Oh, do the open curtains. Why do I? Oh, that's like what? If we just came out of, like, respawning or something? Yeah, that is more of a fail-safe thing. And then the other half of that was start spring. You just do. Right, you just do that because... Oh, right, because then this is the part that launches the player. Right. Oh. So actually... Wait. Technically, this should be, like... earlier in, like, here or something weird like that. There it is. Win or fail. Oh, it is there. Well... Good job past me. It's like, oh, let me put it. It seems like literally early in the stream, it's like, oh, there's a missing thing here. Let me put that in. It's like, bam, they're like, this is part of the problem that they're, like, separated. And, like, yeah, it should be like, this is stuff that should happen in player code that's all in one place. Anyways, we're gonna clean this up right here, right now. Before we do, I want to do the camera stuff first. Enough rambling. Let's actually do stuff now, okay? So how are we gonna do the things that I wish to do? So right now. a lot of the camera code previously was on like a bunch of different objects, like it was camera turn, camera zoom, camera drone fly. Well, actually, some of those are still around, but right now a lot of it is just on this one camera player follow. So, first thing I need to build, sort of rebuild, sort of, is that as long as all this is running, the camera is doing this player camera code that like makes it follow the player along the ground or do the special camera stuff that happens when we're in midair and all that stuff. So I need a way to, a cleaner way to sort of override that and be like, don't do that, do this thing instead. But what I want to do even cleaner than that, if we switch from like one way of how the camera was moving to a different way of like hijack the camera, do something else, I don't want the camera to like snap over from one place to the other. Unless if I did want that to happen, I'd code a special thing for that to happen. But usually I want smooth camera movement. But what I want to try to do is do something similar to what I did when we go between the ground and air camera. I kind of have like a slider of influence. If it's at 0, it's purely doing ground camera stuff. If it's at 1, it's purely doing mid-air camera stuff. And like as it goes from one to the other, the camera smoothly goes from where it would be if it's on the ground to where it would be if it's in midair. So I want a similar thing of like, if we're following the player, you know, some slider at 0. If we're doing something overriding something else, a slider being at 1, and then, you know, going between 0 and 1 to smooth that out. So, that being said, first of all, where's that first slider I just mentioned? It's like, where are you? Why am I not seeing you? You're a public variable. Oh, you're up here. Okay, sure. We're just gonna make another one beside it. That's like, player to override. Like either you're following the player or you're being overridden to do something else. Sure, whatever. It's fine. Okay. Then what? That's like none of this is gonna affect in start, other than not like it'll equal 0. Yes, but. This bit, what is this bit here? This is getting mouse input. That, I mean, I could get this, but then just not use it. What do I need here, actually? I'm doing this in a nice, clean way. Here we calculate stuff if we're on the ground. Here we calculate stuff if we're in midair. I did previously set up this, like, let me go find it real quick. In player states, and like the camera uses some of this. This isn't supposed to be here. There's like, we have a few different states that the player can be in. That I set up a hypothetical cutscene state that we haven't actually done anything with. That I imagine would be used for like, oh hey, we're like in a cutscene of some kind that's like happening mid-level. You know, turn off all the player stuff and let whatever needs to happen, including camera stuff, but then be able to like nicely transition in and out of that. But I imagine that might be split up into two things. There's kind of like, what I'm gonna call like half cutscenes and full cuts. Like a full cutscene is like, hey, you know, nothing's happening with the player. Like it's a cutscene, like what you'd expect out of a cutscene. But then I can imagine some like mid cutscene things of like, oh hey, you kind of still have control of the player, but like move the camera, look at that door over in the distance or something like that. But like we're not taking control away from the player or something. Like hijack the camera to look at something maybe, or like, I don't know, more lower level things like that, where like for like a second kind of take control away a little bit to like show off something or do something like minor and then give control back. And I don't know if that'll need its own state. I think saying that out loud, I think we worry about that when we cross that bridge, when we like actually need it. What I'm deciding right now is like for beating the level, do I like use this cutscene state thing? We enter the cutscene state, then that's a trigger to disable all movement, disable, because I guess like, you know, I can start with this. I'm like, I'm unsure if there's like future hypothetical stuff that'll make it not work. How about I start with this? If it doesn't work, then we deal with that when we, so yeah, so we'll say that when the player's in the end level thing, that's like enough of a cutscene that I'm calling that. I could even rename this to just like disabled or something. Oh, but okay, well, sorry, let me backtrack. There's two kinds of like full cutscenes where everything with the player's off, but then there's like a mini cutscene thing where the player code is on and I'm just like hijack the player input to move to a particular spot, and that might be different enough. Like using the override input and override turn stuff. Although if we, okay, hold on. Shoot. If I want to have a fake player movement thing that could have ground code or air code or even tightrope code, that doesn't easily work in its own state. That would be better to just be running the normal states, but with hijacking input, essentially, or hijacking certain special things about this. So saying that out loud, if I want to set up that kind of thing, then this should not use this kind of a cutscene state. If we want to be overriding it, player input should be using the normal stuff. Okay, sorry. That was important. I don't know. That might have made no sense to anybody but me, but that clarifies how I want to do this by not testing that way. So I need a different, like... Okay, we're gonna have player download that, and then we're gonna have just set up a hypothetical vector 3. If we're hijacking the camera to do different behavior, I think the way I want to hijack it is by wait, no, hold on. Oh, this is complicated. Hold on. I was gonna say that when I hijack the camera, I want to set like position that the camera should be at of vector 3. And then, rather than a quaternion of a rotation, I would more like, here's another vector 3 at like, look at this this area, so then I can move this thing around. Be like, oh, you know, track this thing, and you'll look at that. And I think that would look nicer and look smoother. So, but I'm like, oh, what if I don't always want to do that? Do I want to set up like different ways of how the camera can be overridden? Some ways that just shut off this script and are completely hijacked by other things. Like if we're in a cutscene, I imagine that would just use some kind of like, purely taking stuff from an animator or something. So maybe I have... Well, that still just sounds like 3 camera states of like normal player follow camera things, override the camera in this special way where I pass in 2 vector 3s, and then like a complete shut off of the camera to do something completely different governed by some other script. Do I run an enum for that? If I'm disabling the camera completely, I imagine I would do I want to just turn off the script, or do I want to like just have a boolean that turn off and then some other thing that happens in like an update that runs other code? Don't know. Indecision about what would be the best, because I want to do something that's gonna be clean. That I guess like other code would just okay. So it might be easier to comprehend if I look at how other code would call this code. So over here, this would just be like camera player follow dot instance dot like follow. The function name does not matter here. Like, you know, override camera passing. You know, oh no, you don't. Passing in like, you know, whatever position and then like whatever other like look at thing. Just do that, but then I need to shut it up. But will I need to every frame pass in? If I pass in a vector 3, then every frame, like, updating, here's what you should be looking at. Or do I want to pass in, like, a transform, because then I can have some other game object that I move around and be like, you're looking at this specifically, and then it can be more generic. I'm just deciding if that's what I want to do. Because then I could parent in other stuff. I want to be like, track this particular object, and that'd be cool. A transform would be easier to manage. Does this cause me any issues? No. Hopefully. Okay, so yeah, just override can pass in a position and then a transform, and then what should manage where that thing's moving if it needs to move. I guess that would be something where the object that's the, hey, I'm going to override you with this. Now I'm going to control the thing that's moving around if I need to, because otherwise, yeah. Okay. So public vector 3, override camera position. I could override with a second vector 3. Right, if I want to move the camera, if I want to change where it is. Right, no, that makes total sense. Okay. 2 transforms, which means 2 empty game objects to shuffle around. Okay. just one other thing is like, would I ever have a situation where I override the camera to look at this and now look at, then I would just move that thing over. I don't need to like have a collection of stuff. That's fine. Okay. Override camera position, override camera look at. There's gonna be public things I'm gonna drag and drop. And then like a slider of influence of doing just normal player stuff versus these. Yes. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot to just like decide what I needed to happen. That's okay. Wait, oh. So yeah, okay, well if I take the player now and go yeah, and then I can't just bury this under the camera because then like it's gonna move with the camera in ways I don't want. I make some new game object that's like camera camera, oh actually I'll do this cleaner, overrides. Wait. Wait, override 1 or 2, hold on. No, it's 2. Yeah, it's 2. I was right the first time. Okay. Camera overrides, and then like under here go like, just, I don't need the word camera in front of override position, and override look at. And then, camera taken, yo, and yo. So then hypothetically, and not that I have to, but I'm just gonna like, I don't know, put this, well, yeah, put this like roughly where the camera is. Actually, no. Yeah, put this like roughly where the camera is, just to like, I don't know, as a temporary thing. And then put the look at like, I don't know, here. Not that it matters at all, because, yeah. So, I can now do one better in that realizing that like, the camera will always be looking at those things. It might not, actually. What if I like, I guess have those as an option, but sometimes I'll be like, look at this other thing instead. But then I just like parent those things to that, make that easier. Yeah, so I don't need to pass in anything. Unless I want to pass into transforms, be like, override, hold on, why is this? What I would like to do is like, instance like start override camera. I'm trying to have like the thing that's calling it have the least amount of code to like set up the thing. How do I move player to win angle? What do I have in here currently? I just, yeah, some gobbledygook transform that I set up. So just like I parent the position thing under level end trigger, move it up by 0.5 and be like ta-da. And then oh well, okay, so this is the thing I'll change. Oh wait, gosh, will I? Oh no, I've realized a new problem. Oh no, that wouldn't be that bad as I'm doing. I'm like, oh, you know, just put in these helper functions, it'll be easy. As I'm doing this, I'm realizing new problems that like I'm not foreseeing and how this is tricky. Okay, so I think most of the time, overriding the camera to be like, here's a position, here's a thing to look at, deal with it, would be fine. Like for the Canon, I might override stuff with that, and that should be fine. For this, I specifically want the camera to kind of swivel around in a way it currently does not. If I just set, here's the position I want you to be, here's the rotation, it's just gonna kind of move like through and spin. It's not gonna orbit. So that's a situation where I wanted to find more of a camera pivot and let the camera pivot code do what it does. And then, well, I guess to mimic this, yeah, I actually set up a pivot and I actually set a local position. Dang it. If I want to maintain this behavior as it is, like a position and then rotation. What is this forward rotation? And I set up quaternion of which way to look? Really? I guess I can see why I wouldn't want it to just look at that directly. Ugh. Okay, fine. So what I've said about like so far, I think will work. I think I just need on top of that, like we'll use this sometimes, but actually not right now. Right now, I guess I want to set it up in the same way that this is and have the option to use one or the other. Oh boy. So that might use an enum of like, okay, you want to override the camera? What way do you want to override the camera? By using position and a look at position, or a camera pivot position, a local position, and then a quaternion of what to look at. Or what way to face directly? Okay. Sure. And I can be better with that and have two enums, like one that focuses just on the position stuff and one that focuses just on the rotational stuff. Yeah, okay. So, override camera pivot? Pivot position, and then, pivot local position is gonna work for the naming that I want. And I also just want to do the transform? We'll see. So, okay, like, having it be a transform versus having it be a vector 3 has, like, pros and cons. If you want it to be a vector that, like, changes, or, like, that I hard set and it's not going to change, then, like, vectors work. If I want it to be, like, just pass in numbers, like, I pass in numbers and just leave it at that, or pass in an empty game object that I move that thing. But having to move that thing, as I said, I did say that I want the thing calling it to, where possible, has less lines of code. So just one function, like move it to here with this and this, versus get some transform and move it to here and then parent it to here or whatever, and then set it. If I don't need to do that, that shouldn't, because like in my game, I think for the most part, probably, the level end thing is never going to move. Would it ever? Is that... It's possible. If it was on a moving platform, like, I suppose, but, like, if that's the case, I want it to move with it. So I guess that's a case where I want to maybe just future-proof it and, have it be some position that's, like, relative to level end trigger. In which case, like, if I pass in, like, a transform and offset... Ugh. Okay, maybe I pass in, like, a position, and then, like, relative to this game object I pass in, and then, like, some optional parent thing, and then the camera follow itself would just handle the, use this transform, move it, set it up. Okay, it's complicated, but it might just work. Might just be crazy enough to work. Okay, so for the position stuff there, and... quaternion stuff, camera override pivot, or rotation. Actually, I don't need the word pivot here because of, yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we have, let's just, get it to work with just these on its own, so the specific thing I'm trying to do right now will work, and then I can add in more of the weird edge case scenarios, but just knowing that they will helps. Okay, so, make some kind of player fallout instance dot like start override is what I would like to call it, and then follow it up with some kind of like end override. Wait, that will happen somewhere. So start override, and we're gonna make that a function over here. I guess we're gonna go like public static void override, or start override is what I was calling it. Start override. Okay. Blah. And this will need, wait, you should already be, because I didn't save it. I was gonna say, I didn't do much yet. You should be, wait, no, you should not be airing. What's your deal? I made you static? This should be like the easiest thing ever. What? Did I type something? What did you deal with? Remember that it's ever, can I be active with a, oh, because sorry, without these, yeah, I'm just dumb. It's fine. So, start override with passing in, ideally, in this particular case, I pass in a position. That position down here is, actually, if I might as well, oh, field of view, I didn't think about, we're gonna worry about that in a second. Yeah, set up these three things. Actually, I'm gonna grab all four now. Set up the numbers, that's fine to do here, because it needs, like, here would need to set up like, okay, what do I want it to, where do I want it to go? And this is when camera pivot position, blarg, blarg, blarg. Local position equals blarg. I'm gonna trust that those numbers are gonna still work for this. This rotation is blah, and this is blah. And we'll deal with this in a second. So in theory, as input, you'd pass in this, and this, and this. And we're not worried about that field of view right now, but I guess that's a separate thing I'm going to want to set to stuff. Okay. So go start over time with this. And yeah, for now, we'll just do it just based on the the vectors. Yeah. Worry about, like, parenting it to stuff later, because that will not double, it'll add 2 inputs of, like, this thing parented to this thing parented to this other thing, so they move together. Okay, so start override, it's gonna take in vector 3, override, position, override, local position, and override rotation. I didn't, this is a quaternion, and this thing is a vector 3. Okay, so I just want to then go, actually, to make it easier to look at, we aren't using these right now, we're just using these 3. So, pivot position, blarg dot position equals this, and then, this. Why are you already, what? Wait. Instance dot, yeah, that's fine. Instance dot blarg. We only have one camera, so I can do that to make certain things easier for me. And instance dot override the rotation equals, just get that other input. Good. So just set these things, and then other code. So this is the starting it, and you know what? I will preemptively write a stop override. That's gonna, well, I mean, actually, I guess I was gonna just set these all to like vector 3.0 or something. I guess that's not exactly necessary. Okay, so actually we'll come back to this, and in theory, the stop override wouldn't need anything. When we're gonna have some boolean that's like currently overridden or something, or yeah, let's just try having some. We're gonna make it public now for now, so I can like see it in the editor, but eventually it can probably be private or whatever. Public bool, camera overridden or something equals false, and then we're gonna set it to true, and then when we're stopping it, we'll set it to false. And you need your instance stuff. That's fine. Okay. Okay. So. Now that actually moving the camera, that like still how I want to integrate with this stuff specifically is, well, okay, so this from here to here is, this is where we would want to move the camera if we were completely, totally following the player. And with the way I want to do this, I essentially want to calculate all the player stuff, and then calculate this overriding stuff if need be, and then like go between them. Even when we turn camera over in false, we'd want to be like going back down, hypothetically, based on some speed. So I need to calculate both no matter what. So let's just start with, we have from here down here, but then we won't specifically use it. That's where, even, yeah, so like from here, what's spit out of here is like the hypothetical thing we'd want to use if we were following the player. Yeah, okay. We already kind of did this once with just the fact that we're using the same kind of mentality of if we're on the ground versus if we're in midair, then it does this slider stuff kind of already. Okay, so just down here, I'm just gonna, actually not even technically, no, it can be after that, it's fine, okay. Add a lot of spaces so we can just differentiate these bits. Okay, so just purely writing the ground, what the ground or the overriding thing would look like is just every frame go, it would hypothetically be transform dot position equals, oh wait, sorry, that'd be like, oh, it's gonna be an easy one-line thing. If I was just defining a position and a look at position than like I would wanted to initially, it would be a one-line thing. In this case, though, if I'm dividing it with this, mimicking the camera pivot kind of thing, so it can have the swivel. Okay, so. Okay. Transform dot position equals, it needs to do what? It's not going to be a one-liner thing. It needs to sort of, oh gosh, okay. Well, if I go look at my ground code, I calculate this sort of starting position that is the sort of center thing. This is hypothetically the, this would be the camera pivot position, so it would mimic that. And then that gets used here, ignoring the zoom distance. Oh, wait, would I... Ooh, do I care about zooming in this? Would it zoom in if has this wall in the way? I mean, hypothetically. But zoom in against what? Because it wouldn't, like... It's not facing the player. You know, when you're looking at the player, zoom in based on the player. That's something we'll get back to. Ideally, if we're in, like, a cutscene type thing, we would always, you know, move the camera somewhere we know it's allowed to be. So in theory, that wouldn't be an issue. More if I just accidentally set up the camera wrong in like a cutscene type situation. Okay. Calculate camera rotation to look at player. Sorry, this bit here. Where this, actually, I guess it would be, you know, actually this here. Yeah. Is a formula that's gonna work very nicely for us, hypothetically. So, you know, we transform dot position equals. This camera start position gets replaced by this guy. Yeah, that would be the figurative start position. And then instead of camera direction times actual, like, zoomed camera distance, I think we would just add the local position. Yeah, this is a long name, but it's kind of necessary. Plus, if the position, yeah, it'd be positive. I have the negative in front of what it was before. The other way that's used, but that's not necessary. It's actually just that. It's actually, I was like, oh, this might be different. Oh, wait. Shoot. Wait a minute. Sorry. Wait, this doesn't. Oh, no, wait a minute. Okay, so, like, this works to get it to its end position. That's fine. I just realized that this doesn't... Well, doing it this way does not do, like, the whole rotating bit. That was why I want to grab this information. This will also have the behavior of being like, oh, be here plus this? Okay. If you say so, boss. Moving over there. I want it to orbit. How do I get it to orbit? I guess it would need to... Okay, so, shoot, that gets way more annoying. Well, like, I need to start at this position, and then, I guess do a similar thing like this. Weird. Well, actual camera distance would be, I can calculate that. I guess I actually have to do, like, taking these as, like, starting things, but I think I need to do more calculations for, like, in between stuff. So let me do some hypotheticals there. So if there's some things that I only need to calculate once. I think not every frame, presumably. So the distance between override local position. Okay. Well. Oh, local position diff. I don't know. Distance. That's so long of a name. Override local position distance is gonna be a thing. The vector 3. Vector 3. Actually, do I'm deciding if I want it as the vector 3 or... I guess I could always get the magnitude if I want just the pure distance. Yeah, okay. So this is gonna be... This thing is gonna be this minus this. Wait. that right? So this way, it's the other way around. It's the offset of the two things. No, it's not. Minus, wait, no, sorry, no. Wait a minute, no, this is just, wait. No, that is the local distance. Sorry, what am I thinking? Do I want the global position of where that would be? I want to get there? I mean, that would get just the vector that's just like just its end position, and that's just this plus this. Geez, why is this being hard to comprehend? The best way of doing this to mimic how other previous code works. Get some water while I think for a couple more seconds. Blech. Yeah, apologies. Not like a lot has like happened at the beginning of this. Usually, like we kind of going with making functional stuff faster. Well, I mean, when the player was completely broken, that was also a slog to get through a bit. But I was hoping this would be, you know, like a bug fixing extravaganza of a stream of like fix this thing, fix this thing, this thing. Of course, I started with a very like not even so much fixing a bug, more like requiring me to build an entire new functionality that I knew I would have to make, but just hadn't gotten around to making yet, but will be very beneficial when it's done. And once this is working, we'll be able to apply it, in theory, to a bunch of situations. So there's that, I guess, but yeah, not so much bug fixing. It's just like building new functionality to fix a bug, kind of. Anyways, so we'd need this to move. I guess we need to keep track of like, okay, here's the distance that it needs to move is always going to be the same. And this distance is just going to be this guy dot, wait a minute. I just realized like this local position he's going to, oh wait, I just realized that this is not. Well, I mean, okay, this here is going to be, oh wait, but then I'm moving that position. Why? Maybe. I'm just deciding if it would be better if these are just transforms. I'm almost thinking, would it be better if I put this in a transform but let this local position just as a vector 3 offset thing? Possibly. I guess they would always move together, hypothetically. Yeah, you know what? Okay, the change I'm going to make here is that transform vector 3... for reasons, and just do that, and that makes my job a bit easier. Okay, so then, well, yeah, keep this local position local rather than adding them together. Yeah, okay. So this dot magnitude is going to be the equivalent of the zoom distance on a normal player. So then the thing to calculate that's going to change is this. So this is always the same. This needs to like start where the camera is sort of relative to this, and then it needs to turn. How would it turn in the way that I want it to turn? And that's like regardless of its rotation, really. So it needs to look at where it currently is in the circle and rotate towards where it needs to go. So I need to keep track of some float that if it's 0, it's where it needs to be. If it's some number, then it's away. I can do this the same way how I handle the, how we have a rotational, this horizontal angle that we have because of the camera. Ooh, okay. I can copy some more stuff that's similar to what we've done before. Actually, hold on. Well, I'm just making all these like local variables to track like middle stuff. I'm just kind of making them down here so I can keep track of all in one place and then mix it all up above. Even this, I just made it and didn't use it, so we'll see how much that keeps up. So I want a float that's like override pivot. I don't need the word camera every time because this is all on camera code, but yeah. Override pivot rotation. Is it, wait, am I assuming it's always gonna be flat, a flat horizontal rotation? Do I want to keep track of the vertical ones separately? for now, we'll just worry about this one. Just assume it's horizontal. It's a flat turn towards the thing. Because, yeah, it's gonna be the thing for most situations, probably for now. Anyway, okay. Transfer position. This times this camera direction. So instead of, well, then I just need to look at how I handle calculating this up here, and it's gonna be a very, very similar thing. Is that right? Okay. So I would take the camera direction, start it at, would I assume player being on the ground? I guess if I'm making it flat, I would assume, yeah. Or no. This would start with, so what would the hypothetical camera direction be if like it's in its end position, and then take this angle and then go whoop. Is that what angle axis is gonna do for me? Yes. We're gonna take this. Uh-huh. Okay. Blah. We're gonna, yeah, just do this to start. Okay. So, and also this is not necessary, and this is not necessary. Okay. Show. We're starting with projectile plane on the ground for now. That's fine. Not player dot forward, but the, oh, well, wait, the direction in the ideal world would be, well, this, really, right? Do I need to flatten it? Oh, I guess I'm protecting. Sorry, that's the whole point of what I'm doing here. Yeah. Take that, and then this is the flattening step. Yes. And then turn it based on, instead of that angle, this one. Not rotation, but like angle. I don't know, something like that. Take this. And I guess I'm turning on that axis times over 4. This is quaternion stuff that does things. That's what we want it to do. That should get us, so as long as this starts at being what it needs to be, that'll do what it needs to do. Okay. So then, to start, it's gonna have to be like vector 3 dot angle between, give me the angle between its ideal position, which was, oh, I guess I need to calculate one of these, down here to begin with. Sure. Oh, you don't like that. Alright, because this is gonna be, dear, oh, it's gonna be some new thing that I'm gonna make. So it's like, override camera direction there, and we're gonna just kind of copy same thing over here. Kablam. Oops. Okay. all right. Getting there, kind of. I did not anticipate this being as complicated as it currently is being. But don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay, so this override camera direction starts with being, you can be this. Why do you have smooth ground normal? What? That's the thing what? Oh, because the instance thing, yep. That's fine. Same. Oops. Same here. And then what? Do this again. It's the same thing. Okay. Show. Oh. Do that. Calculate this ideal override camera direction. Turn it. Oh, sorry. Wait. No. Wait. This is what I'm. I guess. No. This would be its ideal thing if we didn't do this, and then. Right camera direction would be. Then like this is gonna equal the angle between this vector 3 and like where the camera currently is. I wouldn't want to use camera.4 because it's gonna be facing the wrong way. It'd be like actually no, where would that? Oh, ooh, no, wait, no, how would I calculate that? Oh, I'd have to look at, oh no, that gets more complicated. Oh, it gets more annoying. No, dang it. Hold on. Shoot, why is this? I thought this would be easy. Hold on, like, this is, just to do something I thought would be like, oh, this is simple, just like replicate it being a, camera orbit thing. Why is this being so weird? Am I just thinking about this wrong? Hold on, let me just take a step back for a second. Is it possible I'm going about this in a way that's like, you know, massively overcomplicating it? If I look back at what the code used to do with the old camera, it didn't have this many lines going on, right? So what gives? What if I did just try to mimic this some more? Surely well, like, okay, so like, well, no, if I just have, wait, oh, if I just had an actual, hold on, wait, I might be able to make this way more, just better. If I just actually had a mimicked camera pivot, then I can use that, lerp the values, and put the camera under it. Okay, wait a minute, I have a way to maybe make this, not as funky as it currently is. So this camera override thing, we're gonna keep these for now, but we're not using them. I'm just gonna duplicate one of them just as another camera object thing. Override, camera pivot, and then put this in here, and then like override, like, I don't know, local position or something. I don't know, pivot local position, something like this. So then I can just have this, we'll put this back to like here or something, and then this can have some random funky offset. So now all I have to do, hypothetically, is just move this transform to where I want it to be, and then have this transform be like the starting thing that it had, and then and then I just turn the camera pivot, and you know you can't see it. This local one, actually, can I like, I don't know, leave it one of these for a second, this thing here. Like, then we have this, but on a thing that's not the camera having to 24/7 do this, because with stuff that's going on, I don't want it to 24/7 be doing this. But I then temporarily be like, camera, copy the position of this, even though you're not childed under it. And then this thing whips around. And then it gets to copy a lot more of the code that's already there. Right? Is that gonna work? Okay, so like looking at how this was previously, up here, where was it's over here. Even then this might not what's that? I go in here and then I okay, so maybe it would be better if I had like start override just like initiates like setting up these transforms existing and that the camera's gonna copy them, and then afterwards down here I have like camera player follow dot update override, and then passes in some positions and stuff. And maybe actually in this case, well, actually no. Basically, no. I think sort of my end goal is more to just take this coroutine and just move it into the player camera follow, and then have this be called by the camera the camera follow all the time. Yeah, that's more what I'm working towards. And I was thinking it wasn't going to be that way, but now I'm thinking that it is more so just going to be that way. Yeah, this is just off the ground and working. This would even take care of the field of view stuff that I was putting off a second ago. Yeah, so you know what? Just okay. I mean, just want to make sure that this. So this starts off with this. I more want to see how is the local position. How is the... Wait, what part is doing this? Hold on. Okay, so this sets up the start stuff. Camera, the camera pivot position thing goes here. Local position thing here. Sure. Camera rotation. Look rotation. Looks in the direction of level end. Looking, because where it should go is like take the level end trigger, go that way, but make it negative. Yeah, so it should look. Sure. I understand that. And then I add 30 degrees for some reason. I'm sure I have a good reason for doing that. Yeah, this is me just rotating it a bit. Yeah, okay. That's just the angle that works, I guess. And then the field of view that it should have. Okay, and then some smoothing that really should not be just a floating variable like this. It should be a variable somewhere. Okay, then this here what I used to do is take the camera and smoothly move it to that pivot position, sure. And take the... Oh, okay, no, part of the problem here is that, like, I partially replaced this code when I was just blindly trying to get, like, errors to not happen with, like, the old camera stuff. I think that this used to move... Yeah, move the camera pivot. So this was moving the grander camera pivot there, and then move local position, moving to what it needed to be. My only question is, what part is turning the camera pivot as opposed to turning the regular camera? Was it just this? Really turn camera away angle. It might have been. Camera forward rotation. What I might be able to do real quick, I think some of my confusion here is coming from, and what I might be able to quickly clarify. So I have this game on GitHub and have been making changes over the last little bit. I think, like, some of I've already modified some of, I don't have an easy way to, like, I just wanted to look at, like, in the last few commits that I've made, how I've changed that particular script. Okay, so maybe I could kind of just, like, go in and just, like, oh, here's a commit with those only a couple things. Find it and change the thing. Which script is it? This is a level manager. Oh, it's level manager doing this, okay. I don't have an easy way to, like, I've very rarely had to, like, search GitHub for a particular script that I've changed. If I look at, oh, yeah, particular thing that would be beneficial right here, right now, that I've never had to really do. If I quickly look at on website of GitHub, quickly go find the script. Script. Isn't there like a history button? Yeah. It's gonna be under level, and no, it's not gonna be under level. Actually, wait. Objectives, and then level manager might be here. There you are. Okay, so this, can I, like, history of this particular thing? Ooh, can I see, like, I just want to see, no, not that. I want to see what it looked like. Can I view code at this point? Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. I just want to see how it used to look with the old camera stuff, and what of this all now just says camera.main.transform.blah. I want to see what of it said. Oh wait, organize rename files. Oh, I did do that. Oh right, oh wait, no. Okay, it did track where it was before somehow, some way. Okay. With camera. There you are. Okay. Okay, camera player follow instance of whatever. This used to be camera follow, which this script was on the camera pivot. Okay, so that's camera pivot does this moving. The camera underneath did this. Camera pivot does the rotation. Okay, that's just what I wanted to confirm. Good. Okay, that clears things up for me. So this very, very, very wrong. Camera pivot. If that comment just had the extra word pivot there, pivot, then that would have been more just clear to me. Okay, so now how do I take this and update it to now how I want things to be? So I want to just have actually go back to what the original plan was, to have two transforms. The pivot and the local pivot thing that's actually fully underneath. Then having this quaternion that is just not even the rotation of the underlying camera. This is just the rotation of the camera pivot itself. I might at some point need two, like, okay, turn the camera pivot, but then also like turn the camera looking at something else. We're not gonna worry about that right now. At this point, we're gonna just focus on the bare minimum we need to do to get this particular situation to work. So we can actually get this done and move on. So then, this will, yeah. So can I still get away with, like, I could potentially have this script every frame call some kind of like update override or something. I would really prefer if it's the camera that handled all of that. So I'm going to see if I can essentially rip this out and shove it down here and have this be a thing that gets called every frame. The fact that it's in an enumerator, well, it's only an enumerator. I essentially use this as like a temporary update thing, because while true, and then it just returns null. So I could convert that. It doesn't need to be in a coroutine. It can be down here and still do the same thing. But the difference is this is the part that's going to be there, and this is equivalently the stuff that's going to be here. Yep. Okay. What's your problem? Oh, now I'm bringing back this bit. Okay. So set the thing based on the local things. Yep. Oh, I might need to... Instead of having instance.override camera rotation, I might actually be able to get away with just like, well, this transform dot rotation equals the thing it needs to be. Now the problem with that is I don't... Well, here sets up what this rotation needs to start as. Does it? Oh, and then just rotates from what it is to what it needs to be. Yeah. But then let's rotate the pivot towards what it needs to be. But in this case, in this case I would not want to do that way. So this rotation needs to start as like a rotation that matches like where the camera currently is. What that would be. Okay, we'll come back to that. But just pretending that it's like fine and dealt with. Actually, okay, what I'm gonna do is like a let me get in there. Okay, what I'm gonna do is a temporary. I am gonna need to set up these. I don't need your your rotation does not matter, I think. Like, hold on. Okay, we'll come back to that. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. So if I want to basically copy this stuff to here, then after this, I'm able to take out all of this, but just to not do that too hastily. Well, I'll just copy and paste this down here, even this smoothing bit for now. Okay, so. I think these will need to each be private variables. Unless I just made this a coroutine. Nah, do it all in update. Yeah, I'd prefer that. Okay. Especially if I continue to like update it, mess with it, or whatever. So instead, yeah, the same thing here. You're just gonna be over there. This is gonna be blah, and then this is gonna be over here. I'll take the word win out of it in a minute. I just want to see this work in any kind of a basic sense. And we're gonna come back to the field of view. Okay. So that deals with. I'm even gonna just comment out from here to here. Okay. So this enumerator was doing this stuff. You already are. Why are you having? Oh no, that's fine. Okay, I don't care about that. Okay, it's fine. Then I'm gonna take this, and this is gonna happen in the update stuff down here. Outside of this, where instead of moving the camera directly, this is going to move this thing's position and this rotation. We don't care about the field of view right now. Don't worry about it. Oh, this is the same thing on the inside. Not that one though. And it just temporarily just go slow. Smoothing equals 2. I don't care. It's fine. Just to have that not error. It's fine. Okay. And then I took those, put those there temporarily. Technically, that's not gonna we'll come back to that in a minute. I can get rid of this because now it's all kind of here. I missed that I need this local rotation visionish. Okay. So this is then gonna move this override hypothetical camera pivot and camera pivot like local child thing and its rotation. And then for now, I'm just gonna hard set the camera to that, but then we will have it to smooth between like player camera mode and this, and when we get there. So now this just needs to equal this dot position. This is important that this says local position and this is global position. And then transform dot rotation is going to just hard equal this guy. Wait, sorry. I copied the wrong thing. This is meant to be this. Still, anyway. Yeah, this dot local, this dot local. Sorry, then this is also meant to be this thing local. And really that thing rotation? Yeah, for this. Yeah, okay. And I don't use this. This is also very much a situation kind of like multiple ways to go about the same problem, and I'm just kind of find what's going to work best for my particular case. And in this case, I'm trying to have the best benefit of like reusing some previous code. So with that, like that, now setting up calling the thing properly. So this coroutine no longer exists. And we can do that. So now I just gotta essentially call start override with this was this thing from before. This is that thing from before. This is the thing from before. Yes. So then I like this is kind of hard codedly doing the same thing, but this then comes from these inputs. So I've sort of rerouted it. And that goes there. Override rotation is don't even need all dat. Actually, that's just, well, no, wait, no, that's just these three going in here. Yeah, like I do the calculations and pass them in and put them straight into these guys. So I don't need this because it's now moved. And we'll come back to the field of view thing. Okay. So now, when the override stuff gets turned on, it puts these in. Do I have this? Where's the? We'll keep this boolean here of like just boolean. The camera is overridden is true, and then or stop override set to false, and then technically these be reset, but it doesn't really reset them too. Let's make them all vector 2.0, but they'll just be next time an override happens, they'll get set to something else. So that's fine, in theory. Okay. Last thing we need to then be able to actually test what we've written so far is that this is the normal player code, and then this is what I want to do for the overriding code when it happens. I'm just gonna start by. I still want all this to run. For now, I'm just gonna be like, it's this bit that I want to mess with, and actually even, all that, sure, whatever. If override camera, where's the boolean? What's the boolean? What do I call it? Camera overridden. Fair enough. Whatever. If the camera's not overridden, do this stuff. else. Wah, wah, wah. Careful. I'm just gonna move this all the way down here. Do that stuff instead, and that's gonna smoothly move around. Okay. Ugh, that was complicated, but like there was so much. I don't know if any of what I communicated made any sense at all, but there was reasons why that was immensely more complicated and had a lot more going on than I initially thought it would. So I don't expect this to completely work. In fact, we don't have the smoothly going thing. What I'm hoping is... Oh, I didn't even set the initial. Oh, this is gonna just... Well, okay, actually, this might just... I touch the thing, and it might actually just snap the camera to some random angle and then whip around. That might be a perfect 180, or it might not be, but it should... Whatever it decides to start at, it'll snap to, and then it should smoothly whip around to the back. Actually, wait. I don't know if I assigned the public variables. Hold on. That'd be, easy way to have it fail. I did not. Okay. Yep. Put these and this. Yeah. Any of this, the rotation. Oh, zeros is fine. Those are Euler angles, so that should be fine. Okay. So now it should be some random angle. I'm gonna actually, it might be a 180, and then it'll like whip around. But then at the end, it should be the angle that I want it to be. Please. Or not. That works too. Well, I think I might know why that is, because didn't I temporarily go disable some of the camera stuff around here at one point? This before this needed to be disabled, now it no longer does. And then like down here well, down there I disabled too. That might also be a different thing that needs to behave differently. Then wherever I reactivate it also is going to be somewhere. This reset. Or not the drone fly thing. Where do I reactivate the camera? Where did that happen? Excuse me? Oh, no, I think level manager disables it, and then I think level end trigger re-enables it after it does the spring business. Okay, yeah, okay. Let's see what it does. Okay, blam, and yeah. Nope, gotta touch the thing. Not quite. It moves somewhere. I'm curious as to why it was there. It moved to the global 0 of the map because the things never moved, I think. Or, yeah, no, that is exactly what happened. So if I moved this... Oh! Ooh. Interesting. That's wanting to move there, which is not correct at all. Both of them? Interesting. They didn't just... I thought like they got set wrong. They might have gotten set to the right things, and then... What? Okay, let's find out what's doing that. Right, well, we got to at least test code after like too long of just thinking. we got to test something, and now we're in more the debugging phase of what's there so far. So why that moved to completely the wrong place? Moving to vector 3.0, which so this isn't getting called like every frame, I don't think. We're gonna do a nice good old putting in breakpoints and having that answer our problems. So the first thing is, did this get set correctly? I'm gonna think that it did, but then it's wanting to smoothly go towards... Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I made these and then didn't set them properly. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Oh, no, okay, I don't have to go into breakpoints for anything. I see why that's not exactly what it should be. Let me go back to up here. Like, calculate this stuff, and then I throw it in. But then... Oh, God, okay. To start, just to test something, if I did this, but like just on these, then I think it will snap to its like end kind of position. If I do that, but setting those to the same thing, like, that's not ideal. And then go, oh, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I think that's the correct position. Want to get the field of view stuff in there? But, like, no, setting this down, the field of view part down to, like, 20 is gonna change the angle. So, what did you do? This negative 30, why do I have that? Oh, it's undoing the other 30. Oh, no, I remember why. Okay, the old camera pivot had, like, an extra, like, 30-degree thing. This was, like, having to undo that. So this doesn't need the 30-degree thing here, I believe. But I need to compensate that with other stuff. Okay, sorry, I remember, yeah, okay. Yep. So this be the, also, wait. Why are you higher than before? Oh, no, wait. Trying to remember why. Okay, so it wasn't just enough with the 30. Why would that make it a lot higher? Set the camera pivot to bois, and then local camera position. I might just have to mess with these numbers again to get this how I want. I was hoping I could just like stick with these same inputs to remember why it's like to get it back to kind of how it was before. So why did I have it just with that? Was the camera pivot? Hold on. Let me put back in this random 30 thing for a second and do some messing around. Okay, yeah, and then wah, because that's the right position, just not the right. Okay, pause this for a second and then go, you know, make this 0. That's this with the this of 20. That's, oh wait, is that also, when the UI is in the right place, it's like, oh, you know, you did this stuff, here's all your stuff, blah, 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 and then the angle is having him off to the side. Oh, no, I was like, oh, isn't he like too far off to the side? That's because he is, because he's supposed to be there. If I hypothetically move the player where it's more supposed to be, it's like, look at him go. And then, you know, in a more polished version of this, you're doing whatever victory animation that could, like, take up the whole circle, right? So, that, and then, there's no correcting the UI here. But one frame of, sort of, and then, well, no, actually, it's not gonna, actually, yeah, no, you're gonna immediately, yeah, no, that's not happening, okay. So, like, that there, that's more correct. The thing I want to remember is, why does that negative 30 affect the position the way that it does? So that's because the camera pivot has a negative 30 for some reason. And then, okay, this blue I had a reason for this. I don't remember what it was, of why I had like a negative 30 and then another like 30 on top of that. That had something to do with getting a better position out of it, or something with the rotation being better. Something like that. So I'm gonna try to see if I can. So this position here, that's not right. It's not behind my head. Yeah. Okay. This 4.5 negative 6.75. I think the thing that's gonna be easiest for me is to take away this negative 30 and now be like, what position here is gonna match? Like, get the blue to there and then put in new numbers. That less guess and check. Less just yeah. Which actually, well, actually, what's the exact, the whole icon is here. What's the actual, like, exactly where this is? It's there. Okay. It doesn't have to be exact, necessarily, but, like, the closer the better. I'm gonna get kind of exact, and then I'm gonna round these numbers. That's probably good enough. Vanberg, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. We are doing camera thing. Okay, so negative 1.5, negative 8. I just need to remember these numbers for a second. Take out this. I explain what I'm doing in a second. I just need to write down numbers that I just looked at. This was, sorry, is that negative 8? It is negative 8, okay. Negative 8, okay. So then that, without the negative 30, should like correct the counter correction. I'm struggling right now. Oh no. I need to convert my intermediate representation of my decompiled code to SSA form. Oh boy, I recognize some of those words. No, intermediate representation, I mean, I recognize those words individually, put together. I'm not completely sure what you're talking about, but like some of my decompiled code to an SSA form, I'm not familiar with that. There's a chance I know what that is, but I don't know the acronym of that. But yeah, in short, what you're saying is you're having to convert a large amount of your code base to meet some standards or whatever. Static single assignment. Oh no. I know what, like, in a Unity context, I know what static variables are, and I don't know if that's at all related, but it could be, for all I know. Yeah, sounds tough. I'm currently in the middle of rewriting a decent chunk of code that I'm currently working on. That, like, I went into it being like, oh, this will be, like, it'll be kind of hard, but it won't be that hard. We'll just do the thing and it'll work. It's been, so far, a lot trickier, way more complicated than I thought it would be. But once it's done, it's gonna, like, benefit a lot of, like, future chunks of code, I think. So it's, like, something we needed to do. I thought I would be able to kind of, like, ease into it, but we kind of went right into the deep end of, like, there's this whole mechanic I need to make. Well, start up with a simple version of it, and then make it more complicated to make it what I actually need to be. But to get it to be functional in the first place, kind of need to do a large chunk of it from the get-go. But, you know, oh well. We're kind of at a point where it's getting close to working. That, yeah, well, not there yet. It's progress. This will be easier to, like, yeah, I want to get so, like, that's kind of our old, like, winning level camera overriding code sort of working on our new camera. It looks so zoomed out because it's also supposed to mess with the field of view, but I left that part out. And you know what? Let's put that in now because then it'll actually, like, look proper as I'm testing other things. So we throw in this field of view, and then I see messages off to the side. I will get to them in but a moment. Just override. The idea of being able to mess with the field of view of the camera for an override thing does sound cool. FOV, is that just to kind of mimic what I type out full field of view? Then okay, I guess I'm typing out full field of view. That is overkill, but whatever. Field of view, and even actually, you know what I'm gonna do is make this like equals 50. That's like the default field of view, so you don't like it can be optional to not mess with it, I guess, or something like that. So then instance dot. Oh, I don't have a. Okay. This stuff here I'm gonna have to like clean up still. Actually, wait, the camera it swiveled around. Why did it do that? Wait a minute, I didn't think it would. We'll come back to that in a second. Hold on, but I just realized that a thing happened that I didn't think would happen. Okay, just whatever. This, well, actually, whatever. Override camera field, whatever. It's fine. Okay, and then go instance dot blah equals override that, and then down here just uncomment this line. Camera's field of view equals blah, and then this is gonna be this. Yes. Okay, so that might do that. Yes. It will need to be able to lerp like into this and then lerp out of it. So I think, why does it rotate? So this more matches kind of what the end screen used to look like. If I go over here, the player's in the wrong spot. The player should be like there, and actually they by coincidence are turned at the camera. The stuff like they could. Oh, actually, well, ignore it. That's because player input's trying to take over. They could be turned like 180 or whatever. This is a coincidence, but this is more what the like end level shot is kind of supposed to look like. And then in theory, you know, cooler stuff in the background or whatever. But I can also control based on where I place the level end thing. Actually, is this gonna work if I? No. If I had rotated this like before I touched it, it would go based on the front of it. But then once I pass it in, because this is why right now I just pass in a vector 3, but eventually passing in like a transform, something that's like parented to the level end or something could be beneficial if for some reason like the level end is on like a moving platform or something. Part of me is like, oh, don't worry about that till I actually do that. But, you know, if I do it now, it's not something I have to worry about later. And then it's something that I have more freedom to just do without it being a big pain later on, maybe. Anyways, let me catch up on, whoa, that's a lot of chat stuff. Okay, from my very limited understanding, I need dominance frontiers to place PHI nodes. Okay, I do not at all know what those are. It means that every variable, this is the stack stuff, every variable can only be assigned once. That means even if 2 instructions access the same memory in my binary, it still needs to be 2 separate variables, because then I need to be able to do analysis and be aware of how the data is used throughout the entire function so I can simplify expressions without risking wrong output. But my struggle is really just with placing the PHI nodes, which is a special node that is placed in a merge point where 2 versions of the same variable coming in from 2 distinct paths in the control graph. Oh boy, that sounds like massively insanely complicated, but like cool, but massively insanely complicated. So wow, like, you know, best of luck with figuring that out. I'm dealing with complicated camera code. So what I don't understand currently is I thought that the code that I wrote here, that it wouldn't swivel around. I thought it would just jump to the end position. So now I gotta figure out why it's swiveling is good. I want to understand why it's doing that, because I very much thought it wouldn't. Because, and even this should not say like when, whatever. Because when I start the override, I directly set thing A to thing B. And then, once I then start going through like update and this camera overridden thing is true, then I start lerping this thing to this thing, but don't I directly set it here? Is that not what how do you have any turning to do? I must be missing something, so let me go figure out what that is. This local, and then this forward, is it? Well, I'm assuming that, I was assuming just now that all 3 of these are, like, somehow doing that. It might just be just one of them. I guess I could try to quickly figure that out. So, override this, override forward rotation. We set to those same things. Oh, yeah, that's why. Because I don't use this. So that's just going off of quaternion.identity. Uh-huh. Wait, well, no, wait, hold on, but what? That's, okay, that explains the rotation part of it. I just did it wrong-ish of how I meant to. That's fine for now. Oh, wait, I didn't set up the thing, okay. Hold on, was it just the... Yeah, the camera is moving differently, and that's from this down here. This camera pivot it's snapped to where it needed to go, I guess. Getting it to not do that actually might be tricky. How are you there? What? No, because the rotation is not just the rotation of the camera. It's the rotation of the camera fit. Never mind. I know why that is exactly. Never mind. It was... Never mind. Yep, misunderstood my own code yet again, because I keep, like, mentally switching, like, the entire fundamental, like, how I'm doing this in the first place. And, like, this rotation, what it's affecting, whether it's the camera directly, or the camera pivot, or some hypothetical, like, objects. Yes. Okay. Let me, yeah, so, yeah, but now I need to sleep. Yeah, I mean, sounds like you've earned it going through all of that. Yeah, fun. Best of luck with that. Okay. Huh. So we have, like, it took too long to get here, but good thing I started stream early, so I have more time to figure this out. So, okay. Taking what we have now and turning it to what we want it to be. So I've realized an issue. No, never mind. No, that'd be fine, okay. Yeah, so until I smooth going from player camera to override camera, the pivot is always gonna be hard set where it needs to be, which means it's not really gonna alert to what it needs to be. But I'm okay with that. The smoothing thing will sort that out. That's fine. The tricky thing is gonna be, even the Oh, even the local position could be hard set. That's fine. The hard thing is gonna be oh. Yeah, so, okay, hold on. This won't need to be lerped. Based on how I am gonna be smoothing it with other stuff. So actually, I think that I can, don't be so hasty. We're gonna comment this out for now. The only thing that needs to be lerped here is just this rotation. Now the hard part with this is just determining what it needs to be in the first place. Also, I can get rid of this, which means I can get rid of these guys. That's good. Maybe I could comment them out, but I think it's fine. So now, wait, did I? Oh, at some point I accidentally duplicated this line. Control D does that. I must have just pressed that by mistake at some point. Okay. Nope. Yeah, get out of there. You okay? So the last bit thing that we need to do is, based on where the camera is in the world, I need to somehow convert that to what should this initial forward rotation be. So specifically the rotation of, I just go down here for a second. This dot rotation needs to equal something that's calculated based on the camera, where it currently is. So, do I just... we just quaternion dot look rotation between... forward direction being... the position that... the local position that where we want to be? No, sorry, the pivot's position, which is this. Actually, these are the same, so I'm just gonna throw in this because it's the shorter variable. Minus transform dot, no, not that. Transform dot, it's a static thing, so instance dot transform dot position. Is that, wait, no way that's enough. You usually, well, you pass in like a up through, no, I don't think we need to do that for right now, for right here, right now. Actually, maybe we should. No, I was like, no, I don't need to. I was like, maybe we should. Vector 3 dot, up should be that. For now, until I find a scenario, because we can be like upside down and stuff where that might not apply, but we're gonna hope that it's okay for now. I don't think I'm ever gonna have an end level thing on a wall. I have it on a magnet wall. I'm gonna assume that's not gonna be the case for like now or for a long time. That, whoa. The position went into the ground. Is that because of what I just did? What? What? If I just commented that line, will I go back to the behavior that was happening a second ago? No, what? Why? What? Wait, what changed that part? I didn't... What? So, to my understanding, I commented out code, deleted some code, added this one line that is now commented out, and the behavior is different from how it was a moment ago. Which is lovely. Why? Instance that equals this. Local position equals that. I don't need to lerp them. And bringing, like, that back shouldn't have different behavior. The revelation that I had... Ugh, what's this? But you're the same, like... It'd be the same as just putting this to this. It's the same. No, it should be fine without that. What? Okay, let me confirm what thing moved. Either the pivot moved or the local position moved. I think the local thing moved. And somehow it has a Y of 0. But let's confirm, because I could be very wrong. Okay. Position is like there. That's correct. This position is there. Yeah, that... Wait, isn't that what I put in before? And then it... wait, or did I... What? I'm just realizing that... How did this... Wait. How does 0.5 work here? Because I'm raising it up just a tiny bit. Unless... No, what? There's a local position there, and this is +5. Didn't I... Was this not 0.5? Did I misread the number? Didn't I, just a moment ago, like right as Famberg got here, I was positioning this to match what it should be, and then... Is it... Wait. Oh, that's a negative. Should it be... Oh, that should be that's a positive. No, yeah, where did you get negative? Yeah, no, okay, if you're positive, then you're... Yeah, then you're correct. Oh, okay, no, yeah, okay. So where did that happen? Where a random negative? Did I... What? Where did that happen? Over the dish. Okay. Just double check that, like, yeah. Wait, is it some, like, local position versus... local, yeah, that's it, Okay, found it. Found the issue with the local position versus... Actually, it wasn't that it was made negative. That was a big coincidence about where that level N thing is placed relative to the origin of the world. If that level N thing was way off over there, I would have noticed that a lot sooner. Oh well, okay, so now it's back to normal. Look at his smiling face. Okay, that's better. Now I go back to this code existing, and then it's either gonna be the right way or it's gonna be the exact wrong way. I always get like getting directional offsets. We're gonna get that backwards. Oh, ooh, that was there like a frame of weird green of the ride? No, I was probably going through it for a second. That's looking better. There's a tiny bit of like snapping, like the frame that I hit it, but like I know why that is because there's one part of the position smoothing that's not there yet. But like once it does that one snap that's not snapping like 180 to the other side, it's kind of just snapping to like close to the beginning of like snapping essentially like the zoom amount kind of to the pivot of the pivoting around here. And yeah, ignoring that's going through that ride, that's fine. Just ignore that for a second. And then and then it becomes what it needs to be. Yeah, there we go. And then, you know, I can mess with the smoothing amounts exactly later. That's probably better done like in context of like more polish of like some animations because cool end level victory music or whatever, right? Okay, so we got the start of what we wanted. Apologies that took so long. That took that long just to write. Well, I mean, like a couple variables up here, this if statement, and then stuff down here, all this commented out stuff. This function here that was a combination of all like ripping a bunch of stuff out of here and figuring out the best way of giving input to this function and like moving this stuff here, which I wanted to some degree have a lot of this be like in the function, but like it understood why. And that's not the case. Okay. I also like right now. Okay, I think this is something I don't worry about this till like this is more done. But like the idea that hypothetically, you know, this is here and stuff, and that's all cool and whatnot. But if I move this over, it doesn't move. I don't know. Part of me would like it to be moving with the hypothetical moving of the that moving platform. Oh god! But then what happens if I've just realized that like getting the camera to move with that is potentially fine. Getting the player to move with it might be a lot more complicated, but you know what? We'll worry about that not right this second. Okay, and also we got the field of view thing working. That's, I guess, cool. So, now to take this the extra step of, well, first, before I go any further, let me just, I have some, like, weirdly named variables. Let's fix that. So override position, override local position, override rotation, override field of view, which can equal 50. It's an optional thing to change. Instead of win forward rotation, so like override rotation. How do I want to word that? So this is like, how would I word this? This goes off of like where the camera like is and then moves to where it wants to be. This is like, sorry, how do I use, is this where it is or where it needs to be for the rotation? This starts with wait, do I not use this? Wait, what? Oh, because I put this, but like thinking like they'd be separate things, but now they're just the same thing. So this can just be in here, and then, okay, that fixes that problem. And then this field of view stuff can go up here. Only making it public so that I can... What? Making it public so I can see it. I think at this point that's not really necessary. Let's just kind of do this. These are references, so... Yeah, I'm just going to copy-paste them down. Okay. Put that stuff... Let's get it down here for now. Yeah, that's fine. And you know, I'm going to separate with this. These are all related. Usually I like to have like all public variables and then all private variables. For right now, for the moment, because these are all like related, I'm gonna put them together like that. Right after like this, the thing of camera stuff being over in the first place to be after that. I might eventually, I don't know, I don't know if I'll eventually have like, so I have camera player follow the like some of the calculations behind all that override stuff. Maybe I'll eventually have it in its own script at some point, but you know, we'll see. Anyway, so this, yeah, look at that, do that thing, cool. Yep. Okay. This is also, I think, it'd be very useful with cannons. Like, I think of a lot of situations where I want to like mimic the camera pivot thing again. So like, I do think this is more necessary than I initially thought it would be to make this functionality. Anyways, so next thing. I can delete this? I think so. Just kind of, yep. Ugh. Look at all the complicatedness. And actually, I'm going to do one more thing of all of this is on the camera, so I'm going to remove the word camera from these variables, make it a little bit less long. It's assumed. Wait, these are variable references. Whatever, it's fine, okay. Blah, there we go. Yeah, I guess that works. And then, not wrong button. Blah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So, before I forget, I would reassign the variables. Why did you wait? I didn't see recompile. You good? You're good? Okay. Back into here. Oh, say I'm back into here, and then player camera. Pivot. Local position. There we go. Okay, so now up here, this is directly setting this position in rotation. That ain't good enough. Actually, before I say any more words, let me just delete that. That's not necessary, and I can delete this stuff that's also unnecessary. Okay. So right now I basically go like, if the camera's not being overridden, then do this stuff. Otherwise, do this. That's not the behavior I actually want it to have, of snapping between one and the other. I want it to do the same thing that up here, going between mid-air player camera and like ground player camera to do, where I have this fancy slider that's well, before I can get to the slider, let me just make more vectors. A little bit something like, oh, I didn't realize that was yeah, we should put that back up there. More vectors for private vector 3. Actually, I might separate these more than we're gonna do this. No, we're gonna do this. No, just this, and because these are all related, kind of. Whatever, it's fine. Private vector 3, that's like player camera position. We're mimicking these, actually. I'm just gonna copy, paste, and then change variable names. Having player camera position, and then player camera rotation, and then override camera position, and oh, wait, how long has that been misspelled? What the heck? Wait, they're both misspelled? When? Since when? Oh, oops. I guess. No, not like that. No, not that. Okay, blam, and then, like, this thing I just put in that I'll just quickly, don't mind me. Bam, and bah. Override camera position and override camera rotation, which I don't love the parallels that's happening with it. This, like, well, Actually, I might be able to copy these to... Can I just reuse these together? I might actually... Well, sort of. This changes because of that. I'm gonna opt to actually keep these separate, only because eventually, if I have different types of overriding the camera for different ways, like right now this is in like a camera pivot kind of a way, but I also want a, like, you set a position for the camera, just one position, and then another position that's like, look at this. You know, these will be variables that will be associated with both of those, but then it'll be funneled into a, depending on whatever you did, this is what the final position and rotation of the camera want to be. So, like, override, and we'll put final in them, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, okay. And then how I want to use these is the same way that I used these, where instead of down here setting transform position, transform not position, we're going to go player camera position equals blah, and this is gonna be, if I just type in final, will you bring up my variable? Yay. Cool, cool, cool. And then same thing with rotation, final rotation, and this is gonna be player rotation, that there. Okay, so set these, and yeah, so actually, well, these are gonna get set regardless of which camera mode we're in. Sort of. Actually, wait, just thinking if they need to at all. No, sorry, I take that back. Yeah, because going out of it, no, yeah, this will be fine being in this, but, yeah, it's gonna be like this, yeah, okay. If it's using the thing, then blog, otherwise blog. And I could, usually you wouldn't have an if else with this being not, but, like, the not case, like, this is so much more common. Technically, this should almost be, like, the name of the variable should imply the positive case of it, so it could be inverted. Whatever, it's fine. Oh, this smoothing will also need to probably be adjusted at some point. Should this be an input thing? Like a thing that I, depending on the overriding that's happening, I could pass in how fast it should smooth? We'll come back to that. Okay, so decide where it should be, and then down here, in the same way that these do things. Wait, where's, oh no, wait. Oh, sorry, I was looking for this. I was like, oh no, I didn't just delete some code, did I? No, I was looking for this code. This is kind of going from a slider to another slider, which is gonna make it look complicated, more complicated. It's already immensely complicated, but don't worry about it, it's fine. So you can do this, and this guy is gonna, you know, take the thing from that or that thing from that. It's gonna calculate this, and then down here, then we're gonna go transform.position equals, actually this bit, but modified, equals some combination of the player camera position and the override camera position using the other slider that I just made at the beginning of this nonsense. And then copying this, that, don't remember the exact details as to why it just, this 1 minus 1 minus blah 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 times 1 minus blah 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 just worked better. And maybe this actually could be combined in like it's not 1 minus the same thing at the same time, but it's fine. It's fine. Put this here, put this here. Put this here, but the rotation version. And this here, but the rotation version. And this to rotation. Okay. Now we're like slowly figuring out what we should actually be doing. Yeah. Okay. So in theory, almost. This could hypothetically like do what I need it to do, but it doesn't. It's missing the step of actually changing this slider in the first place, which up here does through this line that we're gonna copy here and change it to the other slider, which is this one. Move towards, have this thing move towards if we're not being overridden, we're having 0 be the player half. Player camera, I guess, is that comment. And then I'm going to take this and we're going to put it here. I've also just noticed, wait, I've just noticed that there's some fixed delta times combined with normal delta times. I'm just going to kind of change that over, and that's fine. Don't worry about it. Because I do have the camera code running in fixed update because reasons. It's not traditionally what you're supposed to do, but in my game, just reasons why it's currently working better for me. Okay, so then this should slap a 1. This should really be an actual variable at some point. There's just so many. There's so many here. It's getting more and more complicated by the hour. Anyways, so if that worked, test this first try. Yeah. Would you... Okay, there's a slight bit of, like, a weird, like it hit something there, in the way that it was smoothing. But did you see that it moved? Oh, yeah. And it didn't... It's... Oh, now what were we doing that? Oh, that's because... That's the smoothing that's happening on... There's 2 bits of smoothing that aren't, like, finishing at the same time. But it did, to some degree, smoothly, continuously move from point A to point B in a way that didn't just go straight at it. It did swirl around, which is what I wanted it to do. Yeah. So, what I'm gonna just try something real quick is make this variable here a lot higher as a test of a thing. That might do something that I want it to do. The smoothing might work better if it, like, more quickly gets to... No, actually that... Well... No, okay, oh. I was hoping that at this stage it would be perfectly... continuous in the way that I want it to be, but it's the... Is it more the rotation that's being bad than the position part of it? This is a move towards, but with this slider thing, I thought that made sense. So with the player camera and the ground camera, they're kind of at, like, 2 kind of fixed spots that kind of whoops between, and that made sense. With this orbital override thing, it's trying to get towards a place that's kind of running away. I thought moving faster it would help. Let me just to see if this might not work exactly how I think. I'll just make that smaller and see what that does. Just curious. Oh, really? It was like, oh, it's rotating so slow that, like, I still kind of noticed like an obvious sudden, like, change in direction that, like, I get why, but also why? Unless, like, just deciding what should be done here. So maybe I could, okay, let me just first try this never being a lot higher. It might be more. Maybe I'll, like, just change something about how I handle the rotation, because maybe maybe the position is fine. Oh wait, sorry. If I was saying that looked like it was fine, I think it is still. Yeah, kind of instantly snapped at the beginning of that. Let me mess with the rotation in a way for a second. Let me just hard set to the rotation part of it to just do what this stuff was doing. Oh wow. Oh well, okay, I mean, I guess that is what I asked for, now that I think about it. Hold on. Yeah, of course it's still instantly setting like that. Yep. Put this back to, like, the 1.5 it started as. Well, I hope this smoothing isn't going to be a pain. as much of a pain. Okay, so... oh, wait a minute. Oh, discovery. It is just the position. Yeah, you see how it feels like it sort of it like goes and like hits a wall and sort of turns. It's like I get why, but also why. It's doing a move towards something that's lerping away, but it should like get there faster, I think. Unless I could almost, I wonder if I should be waiting almost on the start this override, set this thing. Don't do this slurp immediately. Get like a few frames or so of this moving up. And then start lerping this? As a quick, dirty test of this, let me just kind of go, if this slider is greater than, I don't know, 0.5. Get it like halfway there or something. I could test if it's all the way there. That just doesn't seem quite right. And if I'm gonna do that, let's put this up to like, I don't know, slightly higher, 2. And see what that's gonna do for me. It's gonna, in theory, I should be fine to set this back to like working normally. It's still doing like a weird like, oh, because I put it around the wrong thing. I meant to put it around this lerp of the rotation. That would help. Okay. I should uncomment that other. That's like so like a robot, too robotic. But I don't fully know why. If I put this back to having this for a minute. Because, wait, well, like... It's copying that... Oh, it's not updating at all, so that's just going to be rectitude at 0. Right. What did I set this beginning value as? This, yeah. So it should be starting at being what it... Okay, maybe... But the way that this position affects where this position goes is kind of more being the problem, I think. And it moves based on how this rotates. Yeah, setting the camera's rotation based on the pivot's rotation. Yeah. So just look towards the center for now. Okay. Yeah, and... I want it to be one big, smooth, continuous motion, like it, you know, used to be. It's being very obviously a bunch of distinct movements. It's like moving in, but like smoothing it all together is gonna be... I was hoping just with this kind of setup, it would just sort of would be smooth. And I don't quite see an easy way of it not being, of it actually being more smooth. So, okay, if we're doing the player camera stuff, it does this like normal. Yes. Check. Indeed. And let's go back down to 0. If we're doing the smoothing stuff, ignore the smoothing variable there for a moment. Actually, is that what I need to change? Oh, wait, is that what I want to change? Rather than how fast I'm moving up the slider? Because this affects how quickly the field of view is changing and how quickly the pivot stuff is spinning around. If I make it lower, test. Why is it doing that? I Does this need to not be this? Hold on, let me put this back to just, oops, purely using this. Maybe how I slurp that rotation. I mean, it should be going from something that it is to something very similar, but it's going to a rotation that's kind of running away from it, which I get is doing weird things. May I do just replace it with like a rotate towards? Let's see once it gets here, it like very slowly gets to the end of where it should be. It should be, I don't know, better. But how? I don't like that weird like hit that it's doing. Also worth mentioning in that like, so when we beat a level, it's like, you know, what I'm deciding is the forward direction of this. It's going to that consistent angle. If I enter it from here, even that had like a weird kind of hitting thing. What the? I thought it's more because of it's too far away kind of a thing. If it's from here, it's going like that, and then going the rest of the way. I don't understand why, though. Okay, so. Put this back to the 2 it started with for the moment. Is this having, like, me? I don't know, a slightly different, like, order of certain bits finishing than I think it is? Okay. Let me try some stuff. So I want to temporarily set this rotation to be like, I want to use a ternary operator because it's something I very rarely use, but just because I can in this instance. So I want to say if temporarily if the slider is 0, do this. Otherwise, if it's anything other than 0, then use this one. That's how that. Yeah. Just so when we're running around as a player, it's gonna use the player 1. As soon as we start the override camera stuff, it's gonna just have the rotation stuff snap to the using this. I just want to see what that's doing. Okay, so right, so yeah, it's definitely not the rotation. It's the position. It's entirely position. So I should be messing with, but like it was sort of, kind of, ish. I rotate an object that I'm then following. So this thing's rotation is mattering, but this thing's rotation is not. If I temporarily, let's say, if I temporarily just don't do the rotating part, but do the everything else, like I shouldn't see the big hit happen, right? What do you mean I still do? What? Okay, that throws all my previous theories out of the window, which is kind of good in that I didn't know what was going on, but now if it's something different. See how there's a... Like, I don't know if y'all understand what I'm talking about, but how the movement is kind of like... in a way. It's hard to... It's like subtle in this example, but it's definitely happening, but then we had the full rotation. It's being more noticeable, but like, it's like the camera is moving in 2 distinct, like, motions. It's like... moving to in this particular angle, it's like moving to the side, and then because it suddenly starts moving, like stops moving to the side and moves forward, it doesn't like smoothly go and then smoothly go. It kind of hits forward, which I want this to be like a smooth continuous motion in this particular example, which it used to be on the old camera stuff because it didn't have to do some of this stuff that's doing now. So if this actually isn't the issue, it's not what I thought it was. It wouldn't be the field of view that's doing that. This is just smoothly going the whole time. Is it really just that this needs to be, like a, wait, oops, lerp or something? I don't think that this is what I want this to do. Technically, this upper half, this like, going down is not something I'm experiencing. I'm only experiencing the first half right now, but going up. I mean, technically, but I think part of that was because it just took longer to get there, so, Mm-hmm. Well, like, okay, yeah, but... We're like, oh, why is it snapping? Because I turned the number up super high. That's why it would do that. So position is just being what it was. This position is what, and this is lerping in a certain rate. Make this low again for testing stuff. Okay, with that like that, I want to bring back in this, because this wasn't the issue, supposedly. It might be when I bring back this bit, but just, because there is a snap that's happening there because of that way I'm snapping that. So now it's, wow, look at that, it's smooth. But not when I actually do the turning. Obviously, it's super slow as well. But why? Okay, so I can hypothetically bring this back, and that's fine. But it might kind of mask the problem, so maybe we'll just hold off on that for right now. If I bring back this, that having a LARP worries me. That's not how that should be. It's gliding to where it should go. It's not orbiting the way. Because if I want it to LARP from super far away, I guess, do I need it to just like do a better kind of LARP to entering the orbit before it gets too far into it. Weird way. It's far away. I just wanted to go in and go around. And I'm so sure that this slider way of going around it would work in this way. It works fine with the ground to air stuff. If I just do this, so it's not going to update, but I can do this. See it. Oh, wow. Wait, what? I temporarily messed with not using it, but this part should still be using it, I thought. What? I temporarily commented out changing it so that I could set it in these spots. Is there something else happening here with the slider that I don't know about? What? If I did this, it should be like, you know, going over there. I don't actually know at the moment why it's not doing it. Am I? Oh, I'm in the prefab. I'm in the prefab. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I understand. Blah, blah, blah. Not messing with you. Go out of here. Find the one that's the instant in the scene. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, it's like rotating, like, yeah, but like, the thing is, it's not supposed to be moving there in a straight line. It's the whole thing what we're trying to do. And right now, because I've let it, like, smoothly moved all the way over where it needs to be, and then, yeah, I just kind of want it to, like, I almost want to, what if, okay, hypothetical, different way to go about this. What if I did something a little bit different? Hold on. Oh, let me interact with my code. Why are you frozen? Going out of this help? That might have just been a timing thing. Okay, bring this back as the move towards real quick. Same with up here. Set the number a lot higher temporarily. Actually, no. Leave it as is. Leave it at the 1.5 that it is for the other thing. If instead of hard setting this thing's local position to what it needs to be, What if I set the local position based on where the camera currently is, and then lerp the local position to go in? You know, that code that I deleted that I was so sure that I wouldn't need. No, it's not the same. It would have been like a base. It's actually not the exact same. If I go local, bring back not this. This thing, lerp your local position from vector3.lerp from where you are to where I want you to be. That is well, then I might need to save this as a separate thing. Where do you get set? I set that quaternion and then I just set the thing there. Okay, so I might need to make a separate variable for where it is versus where it wants to be. So let me just quickly whip up this and just override pivot local position as a thing. Oh, that's okay, well, wait, really quickly, just rename this thing to like local no, end position? That, yeah, something like that. And then, oh, not that at all. This, put you before the rotation stuff. Not that it matters, shouldn't matter that much. Okay, and then instead of setting this local position thing directly, set instance.local override end position equals this guy, and then move this down here, like how we calculate stuff here for, especially for the rotation. I'm gonna set this to take the camera's current position and transform it as if it was hypothetically underneath this pivot object that we got. So you can do that, I believe, with, isn't it like transform? No, transform dot like no, no, don't I take like the transform that is the pivot? It's like this dot transform point, maybe. Oh, you don't like, you should be spitting out a vector into this. Why don't you like this? Instance, that's fine, okay. I really should, like, instead of being a static function having all this instance stuff, it should be like a static function that calls in the non-static function in here that then sets all this, and I wouldn't need as many of the word instance in all these places, but for now, it's fine. Okay, so take the camera's position and transform it as if it was underneath. I should double check. It was transform. What are the other point, vector, vertex, direction? Yeah, I think point is what I want here. We're gonna find out. Hypothetically, okay. That was a million times better. That is a good sign. It's not perfect. It doesn't feel as much of like a slamming into a wall as it was before. And I think at this point I can fix this by upping this a lot, kind of. And then I want to see, double check that the local position is behaving how I think it is. I want to see it in the scene view. No, okay, that was almost makes me think that it's not. Okay. Uh-oh. How did a second ago it looked like it had such promise, and then it kind of didn't as much. Okay, where are you? How are you up there? Oh, okay, that's just the thing. The idea was that this would start here, and if it does, and then now it whips around as then the camera gets to it. But then that local thing should be moving inwards to be at its final thing. Ignoring that that ride's in the way. Okay, so that looked promising. Just the starting place was wrong. Sorry, does this need to go? Oh, is this gonna be like not inverse transfer point? No, what? No. Or it might just need to be the other way around. Let's find out. Unsure? Hold on. Okay. Yeah. And then, see, this is too far away. It should be exactly, like, on the camera to start, for this to be correct. So, I think this needs to be the... It might need to be that these are swapped for, to do the thing that I want to do. I just had this the wrong way around. Not dot position. This dot position. Does setting... Oh, wait. Does setting this as its local position actually... Oh, maybe this isn't. Oh, wait. I'm making this so much more... Actually, I want to see that this is going to work this way. Just to understand that I conceptually understand how that function works. No, not entirely. But I completely, like... I don't need to do, all of what I'm doing here. Just... Instead of local position, this thing dot global position be... the camera's position. That's what I was trying to do, but yeah, I didn't need to do that through the lens of setting the local position of the pivot. I don't know how I had that wrong. Well, unless this isn't also gonna not do what I want it to do. It was a lot smoother. There was still a little bit of like a little bit of hiccup there. Let me just yeah. Yeah, how are you so high up? Or is it just in one frame you're trying to move so much? Because I said the rotation there. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Do it after. Do it after, and then all will be fine. Okay, so actually the other ways I was trying to do this, the other function that were making me slightly off, might have also been working if it wasn't for that. So, kind of. Hold on. That's like, wait, why do you still seem like you're so far away? Oh, no, that's just like how fast it's trying to whip around. Okay, that might be more fine. And because it now behaves that way, I don't... So, okay, I wanted this to stay being a move towards because it might complicate other kinds of camera overriding later. But if I put this back to being alert, maybe I'll just be fine to, like, increase that more. Let me just see how this is gonna do. That's looking good. Look at it go! Okay, maybe I'll live with that for now, and if I need to change it later, then I will. And just test it from this side. Yeah! Okay, okay. It's... So, like, the one thing that I think was kind of an issue before... Actually, it's too slow now, is it? Oh, wait, I also turned off the field of view stuff. That's why it's so far away. I think I need to up the smoothing on... Or just this. Up it a little bit. How fast it'll whip around. The one thing that was also a bit of an issue on the old one is that I like the, hey, you just beat the thing, let's whip around and show be at the angle that I want it to be. I don't know, it looks cool. But if you enter it from, you know, the correct side by accident. Ha, he fell off, that's not supposed to happen. It still kind of zooms in, I guess, but I don't know if it could be more snappy. Like maybe in a more polished version of this, I have it like do a 360 and then go in or something. I don't know. I think like that's something I worry about more in a more polished state. I want this camera angle like to be as it is for even if it is, and it's not that placeholdery, but just to like look nice and polished, just even in its current state. As kind of a framework for what it might eventually be. Yeah, getting it more polished beyond this is something we can look at more in the context of a real level. Anyways, though, that took 3 hours. 2.5 more so. Okay, that was not meant to take that long, but, you know, it happens. It do as it do. We got there. And we have the groundwork in place for more camera overriding stuff. I didn't at all test going out of this menu. I can quickly do that. So first by restarting, just real quick. This should... Oh no. Well, I thought that was going to be my freebie, that the continue one was going to not work because it goes into the sort of canon mode. I very much just thought, shouldn't this be flipping? And then, oh, because I don't call this. That's fair. That's understandable. I know. Okay, so continue is that. Wait to leave windscreen, reset field of view. Oh, what are you doing in here? Oh, that's. Yeah. Okay. A thing that's gonna be part of the other thing. Why do I have? Okay, sure. Yeah, it's fine. Reset. Wait to start. Reset player. We'll get to that. Where's the bit that? That restart button. Where does that go? Wait to restart. It's right here. Okay, restart level found you. Found you. Stop all routines. Wait to restart. So you go. Does another stop level just to make sure. Does this clear level, setup level, reset player. I'm looking kind of for where I reset the camera. Where do I do that? What? Wait. Does reset play? Oh, reset player moves the camera. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, this we're not disabling anymore. So, but at this point, I'll go. Well, actually, hold on. The thing I just had a second ago. This dot stop override. Okay. Not good. Well, okay. So while I'm here, while I have this isn't a thing anymore. That line can just be gone, but this, hard... So, okay, normally stop override would do, the way we set it up, will do a smooth going back to player camera stuff. I guess I would want two versions of this. Like, in this instance, I want to do more of a instant hard, reset of the camera. Don't I have a camera? I do have a reset camera function, so I guess I would just add... yeah, you know, this seems like a scenario for that. Reset player is reset camera, but then this should do more of the resetting of this stuff. So this overridden, false. Field of view is gonna be the hard set to, or not that one. Hold on. No, hold on. Over here, where I actually set the field of view. Where do I set it? This. Bam equals... Bam. Yeah. Is that all that I actually need to I don't need to reset these other, like, in limbo positions and rotations and stuff. Okay. Blam. So there was a tiny... Oh, no, the slider. I was gonna say, there was a tiny bit of movement that I caught at the end there. That's because I didn't reset the slider. Okay. Wow. Okay. Do this, and then yeah, and then restart, and then yeah. There we go. Okay. Woo! Yeah, and you know what? I haven't been updating my things. I mean, we've been fixing like one massive thing. I've earned that, like, just getting camera to whip around to that, I'm counting as one other thing that we fixed. And then in this level end screen, pressing restart and having it do the proper camera things, I'm counting this as another thing. I've earned it. Cool. All right. Awesome. So that's there. We can now have the camera whip around properly for beating levels, and I can do this and restart the level. That is stuff. That is stuff that is done that was not done previously. I mean, it was working on the old player, is now working properly on the new player, and that is good progress. That is great. We are going to use, in a moment, I'm probably not doing this just this second, but we will be using that camera stuff on this end level, like this entering a level thing. Oh, right. Sorry, the stuff sticks to the camera, but you see the camera isn't in the right place. That's gonna, I think, use this camera pivot hijacking thing. Cannons, however, cannons are broken. Level and hold on, a separate thing. I should just take a break from this and deviate into something completely different. Our level interact thingy. Do I have you up here? No. What's it called? Like level. I don't remember the name of the script. I can go find it. Hold on. Level. Oh, it should be in hub area stuff, right? Yeah. Activate level, that was what it was called. Okay, this thing disables some player things. Disable player move input. Disable player move input is just the moving and camera stuff. Disable all like player input is also the interact stuff. Okay, that's yes. Okay, so that disabled it there, and I need to re-enable it somewhere else. Player, not where are you? Flip camera. Oh, that's the thing. Yeah. That's gonna be oh god. Oh no, well, no, that should be fine. Sort of. This is a thing where we actually kind of go from one sort of overridden camera thing to another overridden camera thing, sort of. We'll worry about that when we get there. Like the code should be able to handle some of it. Sort of. We'll worry about that when we get there. Reset camera position. No, or we should get to all of that. Confirm. Where do I enable move? This is important. Enable player inputs. I used to have it called like all player input, but it seemed too wordy. I don't know. Well, yeah, it's fine. Okay. So just to quickly, well, if I do this, camera's gonna be. Oh, camera's not gonna be fine. Wait, are you gonna like? Oh no, because the override thing. I don't turn it off there. Player's back in the hub world, way off, doing its own thing. Hold on, if I do this real quick. And be in this, even though it don't work, and then cancel, then I should be able to interact with this cannon. Yeah, okay. You know what? That's a separate thing that we fixed. We fixed broken, that going into that stuff, breaking camera stuff, okay. Or breaking, input stuff. That was a quick, easy bug. That's fine. Jeez. Okay, now, what do I want to do next of the many, many things that could be done? So, I could work on... Okay, so two main avenues I see. There's now trying to get the player to behave properly when we're on our end level thing, and that's going to be another sort of a fundamental system of... resetting up this, like, player move override thing that, I'd like to say, won't be as bad, because the camera needs to, like, smoothly go from one to the other. The player already kind of had some stuff before that, like, handled that, where I essentially just need to override input, and then the rest kind of, to be the input it needs to be to move towards the center, sort of. And then the rest might take care of itself. I don't, just deciding how, or I can, like, look at the camera stuff of the next step of when we're in the end level thing and you press continue, the player fires off, and then the camera breaks, all that. How about, okay, temporary thing I'll do, just so that's not, like, completely broken. Under level manager, okay, we have continue, go stop all coroutines, clear level, use spring, that goes to over here, spring stages. This is essentially canon code. Extend spring, which is level player, where's the bit that does stuff with the camera? Or I guess just down here. Actually, I'm gonna do it here. Going player. Camera player follow dot over stop override. Just for now, I think that will like do the bare minimum of just having the camera be wonky but not stuck. So I do this and then go yeah. So, like, this ain't good, but it should land and then be a fine camera. Yeah, so that's, like, progress. I don't count that as a fixed thing, because that's just having it be broken in a different way for now. So, I could work on the camera stuff involved in this. I almost want to hold off on this, because this is essentially... That level end spring is a glorified cannon, like the cannons that we have here. This is also a special cannon that does extra stuff to like set up that when we land, it like initiates the level. Over here though, we have like an in-level cannon that's comparatively a lot simpler. That's also broken. So I think I would rather, in theory, I fix a lot of the player and camera stuff with this cannon, and then I should have more of those functions set up as they need to be. That then the end level spring will just call those. They currently have a lot of repeated code between each other, so like that should lessen a lot. And then yeah, in theory that part will be easier if I focus on cannons first, and then this. I'm just saying. So then with that, the choices in reality are, do I want to do I want to do this first of getting the player to move to the center, or do I want to keep doing more camera stuff with the getting the cannons? And the cannons might be trickier because I thought like part of like with over there with this thing, I like knew what I wanted it to look like from how it was before, and just had to recreate this with the cannons because the player is so different now. Figuring out what this should look like in its most polished state will be kind of like what it was before, but it might be a bit different, so I gotta fine-tune what that's gonna mean. But I have, like, ideas. So while I think about it, now's a good time to, we've been going for 3 hours so far. Losing my words, hold on. I have food waiting for me. I haven't eaten dinner yet, so now's a great while to think about, like, to take a break from what we just did and what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick, like, 5-minute break and go eat, and then I will be back and we will do this and figure out. I have till then to figure out what it is that we're gonna be doing next specifically. So, which I am actually, I'm very 50-50 on it, because this is gonna be a big, long thing to figure out, and this is going to be a big long thing, but doing this the next stage is going to be doing more player things. So yeah, actually no, I think I'm leaning more towards that. Maybe it would be good to get out of the way now, because this will also be just useful for other things, is this hijacking player input stuff that I think on paper, based on how it was before, I think it won't be as bad as this camera stuff was, but I also thought the camera stuff wouldn't be as bad as it was. Mainly I forgot that I set up that the player camera stuff to go here was all based on a camera pivot thing, rather than just move to this spot, because it needed to swivel around. If it did need to do that, it was just move to a spot and look at another spot. It could move in a straight line. It would have been a lot easier. A lot easier, but you know, oh well, here we are. But I also still want that kind of way of having camera overriding at some point, but I'm gonna wait till I have an actual situation that's gonna use that, I think. But yeah, so anyways, I'll be right back in like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so, or something like that, and then we will make more progress in this. Yeah. Hello, I'm back. We've gone a bit longer than I anticipated, but that's okay. Let's do game things. So, as I had said last time. Oh wait, actually, you know what? Right. Yes. As I had said before I left, the thing that I wanted to. Oh. Okay, we're deviating a bit. I was gonna say the thing I wanted to do next was that when you go on the end level platform, the camera whips around, but the player used to like move to the center. I want to get that functionality in there again, and I don't just want to match how it was before and just how I would like it to be, rather than the player like snap moving. I want them to like kind of turn. Actually, the current player code is gonna be messing with that. Actually, if I do this, then maybe it won't. Yeah, like, you know, move to the center if I was, you know, doing it not through trying to mess with the values up here and then, like, face the camera or whatever, right? So move towards the player in a way that looks natural. It's not just, like, snap movement or whatever. Before we do that, though, as I guess a little bit of a detour, I just noticed that, I knew before that this was like this, but that pressing restart does whatever that is a separate thing that's not good. So let's fix both of those things. That should be hopefully quick individual problems. So okay, so during this we purposely don't have time freeze because it looks cool in this screen that you can still like see stuff moving a little bit, but we cut off player movement, but we don't instant freeze the player. So I just go to the fail code. Oops. Yeah, I don't know why that, auto fail. I guess auto fail will eventually call the fail stuff, but win, fail. Why in here did it not stop player movement? Did I? Oh, I must have, I guess I just didn't put this here. Okay. Sure. So that should be a quick thing. Because I guess before I just was disabling player script, but now it's better now because it's, you know, not done that way. Okay. Bah. Player doesn't move. Good. And just to, like, sort of confirm things, if the player was in movement, then they sort of stop, which I don't remember how I treat that if they fall off the level. Ah. Yeah, then they just fall and, like, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. Cool. If they fall beyond, like, the sort of, like, it's like, there's two fall code things. There's, like, if they hit this, like, universal kind of, well, if they hit, like, sort of a kill plane, then they respawn because of that. But in case something funky happens and they somehow go through the kill plane, I have, like, a universal, like, if the Y position is below, like, negative 10,000, then, like, something has gone wrong. So just, like, put them back. Like, have that also trigger the respawn. There's, like, as a just-in-case safety net. That, you know, in an ideal world would never happen because that, yeah, there'd be normal kill planes around. I don't know if that fail thing, if they go down, I don't know if that will set that off. In theory, that would be a case that wouldn't, but it's fine. Okay. So that was thing one, and you know what? I can add another thing to the list. That is a thing I fixed that was broken. Next is that the restart button. Restarting from the fail screen doesn't do what it's supposed to. So why is that? Okay, slide screen, you... This is activating a thing. Wait to allow restart. And then, like, we press the restart button. And then... actually, just to test something. Does these restart buttons should be identical after a certain point. So does this restart button also break stuff? No. Really? Okay. Oh, I have a theory. Is it just that when I restart, do I, like, disable the camera code? Like, do I just turn it off? Because that shouldn't happen. Where do I do anything here? Press stuff, press things, restart button. In here, yeah. And then wait to restart. That's going stop level, close curtains, clear, reset player. Oh, is this not? Oh, this is the same, right, because I just messed with this. Indeed. So the fail UI must disable Well, so it probably disables the camera code at some point, but then never turns it back on. But it shouldn't disable it in the first place now, based on how this now works. Where is it doing that? Where is it doing that? Unless it's not happening in here, was it doing on something that was on the way here? Really? Okay, so go back to the fail code. Is this turning off the... There you are, that's what I was looking for. Okay, so like, there's a partial problem with this. If I do this, it will unbreak the camera, I think, but it'll introduce a new problem, to my understanding. The camera is still following the player rather than doing that stopping thing that I wanted it to do. If I restart, in theory, it'll be fine. If you fall off, then it's doing normal stuff like this that I don't want it to do. I like the idea of you're moving, you're doing whatever. When you fail, the camera just stays still and the player moves on. Which does mean that I could, like, okay. I could achieve that by turning off the camera follow. I don't like the idea of doing that now. With now that the camera has all these states that it kind of switches between, and so does the player. I would rather camera code having a don't move state of some kind, and like, you know, that telling it to like not do stuff, rather than disabling the script as a whole. Like, I mean, I say that, but I'm like, is that just a waste? Should I just disable it? Would that be better? But then this is like the only thing that does that, or is it? When I want to have like full-on like cutscenes, well, But I eventually want to have like full-on like, you know, cutscenes that have the in-engine cutscenes that have the camera moving around and whatnot. In theory, it would be, you know, a purely like animated thing, probably. So then it'd be running on an animation thing. Well, okay, I guess I could see that being like, first, have the camera smoothly move towards like the start area of like the cutscene or something, and then that I could see that turning off player, you know, camera movement stuff. There's a part of me that just wants to put like a bool that's like in cutscene, and then if that's true, like if not in if in cutscene, then return immediately. But like, that's slightly less efficient than just disabling the script. But part of me is like, oh, like, let it always be on, but doing different calculations depending on what it should or shouldn't be doing, because maybe there's some stuff in here with like these, you know, ground sliders and stuff that should still be operating. I don't know. I can see like arguments both ways. Well, I'm quickly thinking about it. Let me move this variable back up here because it should be, and we're gonna put it, yeah. Okay, so... Well, okay, so well, if I disable the script, then I have to somewhere else handle enabling it. And how do I handle... Okay, our argument in the other direction is that right now it's one big camera script. Eventually it could be more if I eventually can have ways to like split up different bits of the camera. So what would be better, what actually would be the superior thing, I think, is to just go public static, void disable camera, and then an enable camera. That then for now this is just going to be like save some boolean, but eventually if I have other scripts that handle different things with the camera, like the zoom code, then this can be the one hub area to sort of you know, tell different components of the camera to shut themselves off, so that I don't have to change all the places that call this, or add a bunch of lines. Like before, you know, in a lot of this, you can still see the leftover bits around somewhere, where it's like, oh, you know, change stuff on the surface, change stuff with the interact, change stuff with the stun, but like, that's not ideal. Instead, just call like, disable player, or like, you move player to whatever, and then it handles that internally. Okay, so I've talked myself into that, well, this is the other way around. This can have some kind of... I guess it can just be a private variable. You know, it's gonna go here. It's on my to-do list to like clean up all these public variables and like partially like split this one script into different scripts to like, you know, move the public variables around and like reorder them in a way that makes more sense. Find ways that I can maybe get rid of ones that aren't so needed, stuff like that, but we'll get there. Okay, so, and even like there's some that's like, oh, I'll temporarily make this public as like a testing thing. It doesn't necessarily need to be public anymore. I'll reorganize that at some point. What was I just making? A bool that's like disable camera if I guess, you know, camera enabled equals true. That's the common thing. And that's different than the over. These are two separate things. The camera can be enabled or disabled and not be overridden in both cases. Although, I guess the camera being disabled would override the override. I guess. Sounds weird, but the best way of doing it, I think. If camera enabled, actually be easy to just do this and then just return for now, rather than sticking the whole thing in a giant if statement. So do that. And then, well, now having done that, I'm actually gonna change the name to disabled. Yeah, just to have the common case be, yeah, like that. Okay, blah. And then this will camera disabled equals true. No. And equals false, add the instance dat. Okay, so now, with this, I should have no need of anywhere in any script that's like camera player follow dot instance dot enabled equals whatever. All of those cases should be able to be swapped out with one of these in theory. So let me just, I definitely got something. I was hoping I could just quickly, I know it's specifically being done here. That's not what I typed. I probably have a typo somewhere. Well, this one needs to be replaced. So this should be this dot disable camera. But actually, well, hold on. I wanted to copy that for the, you're in there now. Okay, now you're, well, I didn't finish with that one bit. Okay. You, there. And with that there, am I good to get rid of these other bits? So, like, yeah, eventually I want this camera drone flies a thing I will get back to. But in theory, just disable camera should be, like, the thing that disables all the things that need to be disabled. And everything else is, like, don't worry about it. Maybe there could be, like, an optional, like, bool on, like, should zooming be included or that? Or should it still do zooming? If something's in the way. Maybe. Possibly. This enabling camera is enable camera in place of that, and then this should, in theory, drop out all these. This is reset camera position. That's what the activate level stuff. We'll get back to that as well. This is, wait, what is, wait, this is not what we were just looking at, but, or, I don't know. I commented this out, I guess. No, this is the thing I said ago. So I'm like, oh, I can comment this out, and this will only partially fix our problem. That was this, yeah, okay. So now I can turn off that. Let me just, I might as well. This should be something I can kind of fix a lot of little things, possibly, by just making all these swaps right here, right now. And even just cut out more of this comment out stuff that doesn't need to be there. So I was making sure what I'm actually, wait, so as we're leaving the windscreen, yeah, re-enable camera, sure. This isn't a camera drone fly. Oh, this. Okay, this. Okay, this is a special case I might come back to because, well, come back to this because this is something that's like on the camera. It's camera related. I'll come back to that. Fall respawn. Okay, apparently this is sure. And this one to enable. And then any more? Well, that one there. Wow, surprise. Oh, whoa, I didn't get rid of it. Okay, that's all of them. Other than the ones I left behind here, that this is a funkier case I will get back to. because this is stuff that's on the player camera that, like, if I'm gonna reroute disable the camera, it should also disable this. This shouldn't disable itself. Like, we'll come back to that. That code is actually almost a fancier camera override, but it's so completely different that, like, it's worthy of its own script. I also notice I go into play mode and immediately it's broken. Okay, so about that. Wow, where's the camera code? Where'd the camera code go? It's buried in here somewhere. There you are. Oh, I had these backwards because I camera. Wait, no, sorry, no. Enable camera should disable the thing that says camera disabled. Yes. If I didn't reverse these. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Cool. This also, like, that, I guess that technically has the behavior of, even if the camera is disabled on start for some reason, the all the start things would still run, which is technically important. So I guess that's something. Doesn't really matter, but hypothetically. Anyway, so this restart still functional. Good. The way that the camera is should maybe be something that resets. I think we stay the same. No, actually, I don't know what exactly is governing what way the camera is facing. It doesn't matter that much. I would like if it was consistent. Oh, that's still broken. What? Wait, uh-oh. That's a problem. That must hopefully, potentially be that when I press restart, I didn't put in... Did I not put in... restart, did I not put in the enable camera in here? Wait to restart, blur, enable player move. What? Wait, what? Oh, the separate. What? Wait, did I ever? Completely separate thing is that's just say player input. That's just a different thing entirely. And then I shouldn't need the word interacting there. As a separate thing. Where do I? Somewhere along this process should be doing the enable camera thing that we just did, but like, so I'm not necessarily putting like double code in the same place. I should see commented out camera disable thing that I don't currently see. Also, I can get rid of those, I think. Wait, reset player actually has reset player should do that as its own thing. Actually, where does reset player gets called there? Enable camera. I worry that I'm missing something, but maybe it was here and I replaced it for reset camera. That's possible. Okay. Possible enough that I'm gonna hope that that is the case. Anyway, let's see. If it works, then all's good. So that one still works, and that's fine. This. Fine. Woo! Cool. I don't exactly know why. The orientation I feel like should be fully reset, probably. We reset the player faces forward. To reset the camera, actually, I might just have to go instance dot, is it horizontal angle equals 0, and then oh wait, no, I already do that there. Never mind. I thought that was a thing I maybe didn't do yet. Never mind. That was my idea for how to quickly have that do what it needed to do. So that might be doing like the first frame that when the player goes from where they were back to where we were. Actually, this might be it. Hold on. It does calculations based on how much the player turned from this frame to last frame. So that might have changed. I've also just realized, wait, does that actually have, oh no, player.4. I was gonna say, technically I want the player to be able to hypothetically start from any direction. Right now the level spawn does happen to face vector 3 forward, but it's not a guarantee. I could have one level that starts facing to the side. Oh, whoops. Instance.player.forward, sure, whatever. Don't I have a thing for that? Wait, I've just realized that I think I actually have a separate, if I go capital player.forward, is that not a thing I set up? or something similar to it. RB velocity, surface normal. Not a forward. No, I mean go not body, not forward. Technically, that is what I should be doing. Well. Just, yeah, technically that's how I should be doing that particular thing, and I'm gonna do the same thing. Actually, am I? Yeah, never mind, I take that back. Just go, instance.player.forward. Whatever, it's fine, it doesn't matter. Two things that do the same thing. Okay, just trying to be cleanly with it. Restart. Does the, well, not exactly. The camera should be facing forward, hypothetically, if this was working. Actually, if I am facing forward, will it stay facing forward? Yes, if I don't move the player at all. If I don't move the player at all, then it's facing forward. If I do this, if I restart, I'm expecting the player to be facing, or the camera facing the other way. Yeah. So that makes me think that it, well, this didn't work. Do I... Oh, you know what this is? I think it might be anyway. Let me look at what calls restart camera. I might need to call reset player first. Where do I, wait, where do I set the, I want to change the player's position. I was gonna, move player to spawn, yeah. Well, reset player, move player to spawn. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna put that after. It might be fine. Just because, yeah, move the player and then do the camera stuff should behave more properly. Yeah. But then as a separate thing, I'm actually going to put the camera stuff after. Technically, this should say, like, reset camera, and technically, this should be, wait, doesn't reset camera also reset the field of view now, so that's redundant? It is. Good. Where was I 2 seconds ago? What was the code I was just in? Where did it go? Oh, no. That was here. So this field of view line don't need to be there. Does reset camera not enable camera? Reset camera should just enable the camera as its own thing that, like, that counts for a full reset. Does it? Yes. Reset camera is put it back to normal player following shenanigans. So, yeah, that's, I think, gonna be the case. Let me just look at other uses of restart camera and see if I want to make the same additions. No, not, well, I have other things that are similarly named, like this. Not needed. See, slowly, by adding more of, like, the helper functions that are handling more in them, we're slowly shrinking all this other code in all this other stuff going on. That's the plan, anyway. There's a lot of cases where I'm doing similar things that can just be, you know, done the same. There are some, you know, places where I don't want to be doing the exact same stuff to the player, like, you know, disabling some things but not others. Anyways, just, so I do this and then restart. It should be consistent. Cool. Good. That wasn't like that big of a deal, but just a little thing that it was technically a bug, a thing that shouldn't be happening, and now it is fixed. So with all that little stuff out of the way, now we get back to a bigger problem that is gonna be a pain, I think. It's gonna hopefully not be as bad as the camera was. We still have way more camera stuff, but we'll get there. So when we do this, the player happens to be almost in the right spot, but I want to actually, like, move the player where they should be. Forcefully move them in that center spot, and then in doing so, make a general function to be able to, anytime I want, be like, disable player input and move them to this spot. In an overrided input looking kind of, not just like shifting them more, but looking like player movement-ish, where, you know, fake, like, you know, input in this certain direction so that the player turns that way, they do the whatever player animations they'd be doing, like the wheels turning and all that. Basically, have the normal code running, but with, essentially with overrided input to move to a particular location and then face a particular direction. So that's gonna be fun. And there's we already have at least 2 things that use that. I don't know if the cannon will. I could see a more polished version of the cannon maybe needing to like have the player move around to the front of it to then start some animation, the player climbing inside and then getting shot out. Right now they just teleport into the cannon. So, you know, we'll see. I could do the cannons like Mario 64, like, where it's a hole in the ground that you fall into and then come up and up into the cannon. If I really wanted to fake it even more, but at the moment, that is not the plan. I mean, I've had the idea, we played around with the idea, well, we haven't, in terms of coming up with different hazards and obstacles, there's been the idea, someone in chat suggested it a couple days ago, but I believe we also toyed around with it like a long time ago, of having cannons that do the Mario 64 kind of first person, you aim and then shoot at something. And I think we could have that kind of cannon be a thing as well at some point, but I also, and it would maybe represent it with a different object, but the idea of getting in something that you aim and shoot at like a target, like you aim and shoot and fly through the air and then land and then you go, versus what I have now that's essentially like a mini cutscene kind of get the player from one point in the map to another point in the map by just launching them across. I would want both. Even if I make that other kind of type for something else, I want this type of just arc cannon to exist as well. So both for like how you go from the hub world into the into levels, and then having as an in-level thing, because whatever. And then also you could have things that aren't the player get shot out of cannons, and you know, allowing that to be a thing that where they go on a strict arc. Anyway, okay, so with that, yes, so I now need to find, not in fall respawn, in some other code that's like not the level man, end level trigger, and then the level manager will be probably in hands with this. Find the code that currently attempts to override player input stuff to move them to the end spot. So that's under win. Also, I see that. So camera file start or override. Yeah. Also, this can all just go away now, right? Yeah. I don't have a semicolon got there, but whatever. Okay. So in terms, so we went through this before, looking at just camera stuff for the most part. Going through this again, looking at player things. We disable player input, and then we override input, set this boolean to true that, yeah, now we are overriding input, so like player don't do stuff. And then we set this override turn that is a vector 3 that is that all I did here when I did this initially? This was enough to set them to, oh wait, what? This is the bit that like gets the player to be turned towards like the camera in this shot, but how that used to coincide with the actual moving. Okay. This is the bit that moves the player to the center. It used to, maybe copying some of this, they might not make that so bad. So counter velocity, so move player to the center platform. So basically we just point, oh, this is like a counter velocity that makes us like slow down. If we were moving really fast, it like, you know, first, like, it makes us slow down so we don't like massively overshoot the platform, which we didn't used to move that fast. So the fact that like now in the modern game, we can potentially be moving really, really fast, I'm more concerned about the idea of the game breaking if you somehow can overshoot the platform. So we'll see how I want to handle that. And like, I'm having ideas. I don't know, the first thing I thought of, if I'm cartoonifying this, you know, circusy, whatever, like, oh, if the player's really fast, like, first I thought like, oh, you know, just, oh, as soon as they enter the level end thing, put some invisible walls around the, like, the boundaries of the level end thing, so they shouldn't ever hit those invisible walls, but just in case they do, they don't leave the boundaries or whatever. But obviously that would be great. It's like, oh, how do you stop, like, if they're going really fast? The first thing I thought of was, like, giant, like, baseball club that sort of catches the player, or, like, giant gravity arms that, like, robot arms that sort of grab the player if they're going too fast. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessary. That's like, I'm not gonna worry about until a more polished version of whatever needs to happen here. But ideally, they just slow down a lot. And but I don't want it to look so unnatural that the player comes to a super hard stop. Necessarily, I want it to look like, hey, you reach the end, move towards the center, and grab the thing. Something like that. I mean, you're moving at this center thing. Like, you're gonna be really close to it in the direction you want to go. So it's just like some minor correcting and slowing down and whatever, in theory. Anyway, so here, oh, wait, why is this not used? Oh, because it was used here. Yeah. Because this calculated some stuff that was like, you know, away from the player's velocity, slow down, which way is like towards the center, and then, actually, before I do anything, I noticed that this bit's different now. It can be same thing for player.body.position. Same thing here, just like minor things that shrink it a little bit. Okay, so, yeah, using that distance, and then you have a distance percentage? For center direction equals, oh, yeah, I did do that, didn't I? Towards center direction equals, so, multiplier min, towards center, multiplier net max. This is like, what, the closer we were to, wait, is this like the closer we were to the center, the more it, the distance percentage. Yeah, oh, no, this is the opposite. The further we are from the center, I think it applies even more force. Be like, you are not escaping the circle. It's a circle inside of a square, but yeah. The further you are, be like, this is bad. Apply more force now, so bad things don't happen. And then down here was commented out the thing that actually moved the player. The old player stuff used this like lean direction that had to change, that did stuff. I don't exactly remember how lean direction worked with override turn. Unless, I think override turn is like, oh, you know, if we're moving fast, go in that direction. If we're under a certain velocity, then use override turn to then, so when we, like, it's, you know, the moon, as it stops, like, turns a direction. Was maybe how it was? I'm not 100% sure on that. So we gotta figure out how we want to, you know, use it now. So just to go through the rest of the stuff real quick. So, wait, do I still need this? This basically makes the player invincible. This, if we were in range of a ride and then the text appears above our head, that's like the big fixed text. This, like, make sure, hopefully it wasn't enabled, but in case it was, make sure it goes away. So these are just like safety net stuff that doesn't technically apply to where it is in their current level, but it's important. But in theory, it shouldn't be up to this level manager, this win thing, to do any of this. Well, maybe this of what way to face, but it should be like, there should be some generic, like, disable player stuff, and that should handle all this. And then this is the moving things that we just did. And then down here, then it goes to other stuff. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. There's this, that move player to win angle, and then that's this. So a combination of this stuff, and new stuff are gonna be involved here. So, wait, why do you think I've changed something? Oh, I did, because I did change stuff, you know? Crazy how that works. So I want to dig up, some combination of, not player surface check, player surface is like the main movement code. In theory, all this will be involved when we're just moving normally on the ground, but it's hypothetical. You could like fall into the level end thing from above or something, or by going up the little ramp onto the end thing, become airborne for like a little bit. So it's not out of the question that like some frames of the player midair stuff might need to run and do things. That being said, okay, player state, you know, see what we actually, where this code actually needs to live. Player state controller is like the main thing that controls, based on what state we're in, do different stuff. But I don't think this warrants, like, I have this cutscene state eventually, but this state of like override input to go a particular way, I think should still use all this, because you can like override input to go a certain way. Along that way, you're on the surface and you're going this way, and oh, now you're in midair. Some other crazy case, like, oh, you went underwater, but like move this way as a forced thing. So I think it should still use all this, go into these states, we'll just have extra flags inside all of this that has the whole override input stuff. So that I think the variables for this are already here, just so that code wasn't breaking. Yeah, okay. So I guess we just start with the player surface stuff and then go from there. However, I have this other generic script called player that is for other thing. This is meant to be the main hub of how, maybe with the exception of the camera, how things outside of the player are meant to interact with the player to do generic common things. Well, right now it's getting a lot of common, like, you know, it's common for stuff outside the player to need the player's velocity. So just go player.velocity, like capitalize player.velocity, just gets, a ridge body reference velocity is just shorter, more concise than going like player.instance.rd reference.velocity is just player.velocity, easy. And then like testing at the players on the surface normal, it's stuff that's commonly used-ish. That we're slowly adding more to. Also, there's only one player, so this is fine. So I want to add more to this of, oh, these are like getting variable things. I want to have in here, I think is going to be the thing that kickstarts all this is public void, override player or something. So like, okay, what do we call it? Just disable player. There's like, okay, so like there's two common things that are going to be disabling the player. There's the, like pausing the game or like the fail UI that just turns off the player including input. Sorry, there's three. There's, well, I'm actually pausing is different because it like, you know, time.timescale equals 0. That's like freeze the player to a complete halt in one frame. That's, I guess, a thing. There's disable the player but let physics still do physics things. So, like all the, basically like turn off, and that's essentially just turn off input. But that, like, that might need to include like, oh, turn off, yeah, turning off invincibility, but like, or sorry, turning off interacting and stuff. We've all to that. But also making sure that if we're in range of a thing to interact with, that like text doesn't come up. And then with the stun code making us invincible can potentially need to happen with disabling player stuff. There's disabling for cutscenes where we also need to kind of like cut off, like don't have physics stuff happen, have just play some animation or whatever, but like transition into it nicely. Maybe like force override move the player to a start location and then cutscene go from there or something like that. And then, so what we're doing here, it needs to be like, you know, disable the player, but also override input. That's different. Okay, so like, okay. Ha. I almost think that we write two, for now, just two variations of this. So like some kind of disable player that like, this just turns off input, turns off the interact text, turns off respawning, turns off, well, actually, would it turn off respawning? Depends on what you use it. The fail UI already handles not doing that. I'm trying to think of, okay, so to disable the player, just have them stop accepting input to like do stuff. Mini cutscenes might need to do that. So if, you know, like kind of freeze there and like, hey, look at that thing over there. Be invincible while you're doing that. Should you still be able to, like, if you fall off the level, I guess we could just have that be like a Boolean input thing. Yeah. Assume that you do allow respawning, because otherwise if you fell through a respawning thing, that'd be bad. But if you have like a mini cutscene thing going on, and then you died, how would that work? If I completely freeze movement, you wouldn't be able to die. In theory, anytime where I want to have some kind of mini cutscene thing happen, it would be in a place where you're very unlikely or should be impossible to die, but almost just having a failsafe would be nice. And a better failsafe is letting the respawn code happen naturally rather than falling through the floor and falling forever. And yeah, that fail infinite respawn code will happen eventually, but that's not meant to happen. That's the failsafe for if things go wrong, which that is going wrong, but like more wrong than that. Wrong as in during normal gameplay, you somehow got shot out way to the side through wonky physics and then went way past the kill floor. or going so fast that you went through it without it triggering or something like that. That's what that meant to be. It was meant to be. So, disable player versus like, I guess just override player. And just override player. Yeah, so these two variations that I think this would start with disable player and then do more stuff. Yes. And I'm gonna say this is gonna have a bool input of allow respawns equals true. But then, like, the fail UI would set this to false. Alright, this... Yeah. Working out the logic of. So, because this is gonna start with doing this, we're gonna start with disable player under the assumption that, the fail UI is calling this to disable everything it needs to disable on the player. So, what does that mean? Actually, let's start by looking at how the fail UI currently disables everything it needs to on the player, because I could probably just copy and paste a lot of that code rather than manually writing it. Okay, where does it do that? Where does the fail UI disable player stuff? Activate fail screen. Oh wait. Where do you do this? Is it? No, it's in level manager in the function that's called fail. Right. Yes. Down here. Okay. So, and just to preemptively do this, this should just have player dot dis. It has to be a static function. Okay. Disable player. Oh, I guess that I'll need a thing to enable the player as well. We'll get there. I'll write the function now, I guess. Enable player and then like stop override. Which, I don't know if this will immediately want to call this hypothetical enable player thing, but we'll see. We'll come back to that. See how much overlap that needs. Okay, so disable player, which I said allow respawns. Here is going to be false, but yeah. Most other cases outside of this specific one, it'll be true, I think. Okay, so disable player input, that's a fantastic start. That's, you know, so the player can't move. That makes sense. This should on its own, this also disables the camera. Well, it disables camera mouse input, but then hypothetically, we have other camera code. Yeah, like we have other camera code that's gonna do their own things. Yeah. This stops the camera from moving, but this also stops camera mouse input or right controller stick input. Okay, player interact. So I would like, ideally, to be not having to disable scripts like this. But I guess actually we can just copy all this, and that's all the disabling stuff that should really be happening there. Or move back over here and go blah. So what of this is necessary, and what can I like not be disabling functions if possible? Infinite fall respawn is false. Ooh. Well, actually, I guess I'll allow respawns. Yeah, I guess that should be. In this case, because the fail UI immediately does a player move right after, yeah, the player infinite fall respawn shouldn't trigger for that. We'll see if there ends up being any situations where I want one but not the other. Okay, so. These two things should be, the behavior of these should be combined. Like, player interact should have a disable of some kind that should, in one fell swoop, disable the player, like this text, make sure interacting doesn't happen. If we were in the middle of trying to, like, fixing a rider or something, like that should stop. It should, you know, do it all inside of itself as one function that just gets called. While also making sure that, ideally I don't disable the script and just, in this manually update, we figure it out. Which, okay, so doing that, when did that add that? No. Okay, manual update, interact pressed, like, if we turn off input, this will be false. And then there's this thing of, if we were in the middle of fixing the ride, and then we, like, repair it a bit, and then, sorry, oh, this returns, like, to do the repairing on the current ride, it returns, like, a true if it finished repairing. So then, oh, this is what happens when we finish repairing a ride, which, you know, shouldn't happen either. Otherwise, oh, this messes with the override turn. Yeah. Okay, right. So we actually already have some use out of this, which I forgot that we did, but cool. And eventually, when tightrope stuff is a thing again, we'll get back to that working too. Thing I don't know why I do this way is that we have this fixed text thing that has this look at camera. Actually, just to deviate for a minute for the sake of removing some code out of there that does not need to be there in the way that it currently is, I think. On the player over here, yes, fixed canvas, fixed text. Why do you not? It must have been just related to when I made these functions, probably. Unless I'm about to find out there's a reason I did what I did. This text that's made by this, like, is meant to always face the camera, so it's the case that, like, oh, you know, if we're fixing stuff, then like, has this turn text to camera. But, like, I made a helper script at some point, like, is it this? It's just like, look at camera, that does that on its own. So in theory, I assume we made this a long time ago. I'm assuming I made that helper script, like, after I made this and forgot to swap it out here. And yeah, there's this thing like, oh, if it's local scale, like, that's fine. So it's just a tiny thing is that in theory, I don't need that code because we have this code that does that. They don't even need to call each other. It's in theory fine. But I just now want to double check that actually is working and it's not causing some unforeseen consequences. That's kind of a reference. Okay, looks fine to me. Yeah. Oh, there was this separate, a thing that's been on my list to get to eventually is that, well, there, it just happened. So, oh, is that a problem? No. The fixed text is underneath the reticle, like the help bar thing, but I'm fine with that because this health rating is kind of meant to go on top of everything. Just so you can see it in the distance, like with those guys. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, in theory. So this fixed text, if when you're near a ride, it's there. When you go away, then it goes away. But if I'm in the proximity of one ride and then I go in the proximity of this other ride, it like goes away because of that one, but it doesn't come back from this one. I believe I can still interact. It just, the text is broken. But, you know, ideally I fix that. So that's a thing I'm not going to do right this second, but I have it in mind. Anyway, so that one quick little cleanup thing we did, this script is slightly smaller now. Wow. So, why does player interact as get level references? What is that? I forget what this does. Get level references. Oh. Why is this calling an empty function here? Is that also a symptom of some previous code that I wrote a while ago that like changed? Was gonna have stuff in it and then didn't? This is the level manager that yeah, has stuff going on with when we go from the hub world into a level that sets up certain things. Get level references. What do I do I do with it after here? Wait a second, get level references. Why does this do this here? Was I gonna have like, when there's other things to repair, was I gonna have like a built-in list of all the repairable things and then reference that? Maybe, maybe not. Just tags works fine. I don't know. I'll come back to that. I'm curious if anything else. Level references. Yeah, I don't know. If I get rid of this function, are there other things outside of this player interact that has this problem? I can just go 1.1 F. Combine those. I'm curious. Why is can pause? Why is this in player interact? What the heck? Why? Oh, weird. Oh, okay. No, so, okay, there's also a bit of, like, code that needs to be cleaned up and not in this script. The problem is, wait. Because this is the interact script, and you can interact with the canon that is the, hub world, the special hub world canon. that launches you into a level, and I put the code that sets that up here, when it really shouldn't be here. It should be managed somewhere else. Yes, okay. That's another thing to do. Oh, something else had to... What is this get level references? Okay. I'm just trying to remember what level references you meant. I assume that it's code that used to exist, that made the function used to do other things, and now it doesn't. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It's probably fine. Maybe. And if I decide that I eventually need that function, I'll remake it. Other tiny thing. But also, not right now, but eventually I need to move some of these functions. Maybe just that one, actually. Into something else. Power-ups are also just... technically, power-ups shouldn't be here either. I kind of... Interacting with stuff in the world is kind of in two categories. The stuff you just touch and it does something, and you go up to it and press the interact button and it does stuff. This script is meant to just manage the second one. This script is meant to just manage... You go up to something and press a button and it does a thing. If I'm gonna have, like, this also handles some stuff where you're touching power-ups and it does stuff. I would rather have that be managed in other functions. Actually, wasn't it already kind of? Oh, no, no, sorry, actually, no, sorry, that does already happen with the other power-ups. That this is specifically for the quick repair power-up that might not be a thing eventually. Okay, back to what I was actually wanting to do is just having a quick... easy, like, disable, player interact, even, like, disabling player interact, that's not just, like, I can set the input to false, but then if we're in range of a thing, it'll still be getting set off from, like, untrigger stay and stuff, which is, like, hit this, and then, disable player move, enable to interact, held, continue regular. Where's the bit that actually... text here. So, I'm just trying to think of the best way I want to do this. I mean, well, oh, actually, no, but I already did some of it. I just didn't finish up. The easy thing is I just go like, if interact controls are disabled, we shouldn't be having the text thing come in first. Oh, it's just that. It's just that. I never put it here. Okay, cool. If that's not good, that's the easy thing. I don't even gotta call any more functions. That's what I was. The best case scenario there. So in theory, I should not need this again. And just to save some time here, well, we're gonna just have that delete you. And I'm gonna go look for other instances of this to replace. Wait to exit level. Yeah. So that. I initially had like enable move input also include the interact, and then I split it after the fact. I thought I replaced a lot of the cases where these were used, but apparently not. So enable player input, turn you off. I'll come back for figuring out the stun. Enable player input, which then means that this can go away. Okay. Yes. Cool. And enable player input false, disable player input. Okay, so that's fine. This should also not need this start text shrink, right? Oh, it shouldn't. I'm gonna put in an extra thing to make sure that that's the case. Where is the start text shrink is like here. Do I have a, I guess, go like, on trigger exit, no, I guess I kind of could just quickly go. Menu update. If this thing is not enabled, then we're gonna return. But maybe before I do, I'd be like, is the start text still up? Then, you know, have it go down. But that can't be an update. That needs to be like a one-time thing. Oh no, dang it. Is there an easy way to... okay, I have a weird one, but input manager... I'm trying to like have the external things I need to call this, not have to call any extra functions, and trying to have the player do it. If where we have disable player input in here, I don't love the idea of doing this, but I can go player interact dot instance dot start text shrink. Like, technically that works. I don't love that being in player input manager, but it isn't. It kind of is input related. It's like showing the text to be like, hey, you can press this button. It's kind of input related. So it's just enough that that's what we're going to do, and that should fix that. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. That's not what I was searching for. Where was... I was in... Wait, what... Oh, here, now I can get rid of... just disable player input should also disable this. So nothing else should need to call this ever again. Oh. No. Well, I guess I just quickly look for all every place where they're used. Through this is easier to... Get rid of you. That was there a second ago. Over here, disable player input. This can go. Cool. This is just a lot of just shrinking things. This is the one place where it actually should be. Disable player doesn't need it either because of that. Awesome. Over here, a balloon card thing. That's an old relic. Well, weird thing. So this is like a special interact thing. Technically, this is like, yeah, old stuff. Deciding that it is an interact thing, but I kind of have it, yeah. That can stay as is. Yes. Over here. For this, oh, this is also on the thing. Okay, that's fine. Now here, this is on in player interact. Yep, that makes sense. And this is also in player interact. That's where it's allowed to be. Okay, so now it's. You might go have this kind of refreshed. The only places where it's used is where it's made. Disable player input. On the balloon card thing, or ignoring that. Balloon card thing, ignoring that. On the interact, where it's allowed to be. Interact. Okay, good. Okay, so I wasn't done. I don't think clearing all the other references to. I wanted to just copy this again. Copy, but then redo that stuff. And yeah, and then yeah. Search for more. I don't need to like start grow text. I just need to shrink the text when it goes away. So now this should be able to just go away, and that's fine. Where does this end level spring? The spring stages. Okay, we'll come back to this, but technically this should also be able to go away. But we're gonna hold off on that until we deal with more of the canon stuff. This is the canon stuff. I also will come back. Well, I can delete this. I'm fine with the interact stuff. It's fine. Okay. That's, yeah, an exception. And then same here with disable player input. Okay. Yeah. No more. Good. Okay. With that out of the way, that is technically another thing. It's kind of another thing fixed-ish. Well, nah. It's cleaned up and done better. So, next thing I want to do is, as far as just like, when we want to disable the players, having less things that are needed. Let's see if I can get away with, if I can have a way to not have to go, player stun dot instance dot enable equals false. So let's go find player stun. And I have a bool called invincible. I don't just want to set this to true because, well, sort of. We have like, there's a power up that makes you invincible, and I don't want that to like. That's a thing, but then disabling the player, I mean the player invincible because of that, I don't want those to like mangle with each other in weird ways. So I'd rather those be two separately tracked booleans. I guess invisible power up or whatever. Use it with the stun, start playing. This happens through, it starts through an on-trigger stay is what sets off new things of getting hit, I think. Unless other things can... Is there anything outside the player that can... This start blink is used by, like, the respawn code. There's that. This invincible thing. Yeah, wait for power up. Yep. Okay, so let's have like probably invincible. We'll also have I'll make a how do I want to do this? Like down here go public static void disable player stun, disable player, like I don't know. Do I have like a can be hit? I can't. So wait, well actually no, okay, let me double check. What is this used for? Can be stunned is we're in the middle of already being hit, so we can't like be hit again. Invincible is we're invincible is specifically because of a power-up thing down here. I'm renaming this to be more specific, power-up or whatever. We're invincible because of that, and then can be stunned. Can I be like in the middle of being hit? Being stunned or something, but then it should be all flipped, right? Wait, can be stunned is true, so being stunned is false. Being stunned false, and we're not already being stunned. Then this says it's true. Yes, says it's true. False. Okay, they both sounded like very similar things, and now they're more different. So then I want a third one that's like stun disabled, I guess, like specific, like the code is off kind of a thing, rather than just being invincible because of some gameplay reason. So disabled equals true, and then enable player stun. Okay, enable player stun, stun enabled equals, or sorry, stun disabled equals false. Yes. Okay. What's your problem with this? Just yeah. Blah blah. Okay. Blah blah. And then up here, stun disabled. Actually use it. I'm gonna. I don't have to, just to clarify that these starting variables, starting values. Okay. Visible power up. We start not having it. Being stunned. We start not being stunned. And we start not being stun disabled and false. So actually, I don't even need it there. It's the same thing. In theory. Okay, so okay. Now, it should just be on trigger stay before I even care about anything else. Go just if stun disabled, return. And yeah, that's the same right here. Oh, return. It looks the same as it could just be at the beginning of this if statement. I like this for the consistency of the other things. And if I continue at some point when this has more polish, if it has more stuff like after this one particular if statement, just be like, if it's disabled, cut it early, don't care about anything else. In theory, if we get disabled in the middle of being stunned, I mean, one, that's super unlikely. Two, like, I don't know. The spin out doesn't last that long. The few extra frames of that spin out going on, that's just in animation and it'll like figure itself out. I could skip the blink, but like that's also like that should be fine to be there visually. If we're in the middle of spinning out and be like, hey, look over there, being like, whoa, like, you know, looking towards whatever, while also still having a few frames of blink. I'm not against that happening, and it'd be super rare anyway, in theory, hypothetically. But then you shouldn't get stunned again. Yeah, hypothetically. Okay, so we made this, and now it needs to be called. Not by anything outside of the player. I think that this is still can be part of disable player is instead of player stun, go, all right, yeah, disable player stun. I mean, like, player stun, it doesn't need to say player twice, so just disable stun, and then, Well, down here, we're gonna go, like, enable. Write that just so I can then quickly, immediately, rename it. Okay. We'll get back to what's all in enabling in a minute. I mean, well, actually, I'm gonna start writing some of the obvious parts. Enable player input. Enable stun. Okay, now this bit is funkier. Player fall respawn. Okay, so what do you do that I might need to care or not care about? It's just if. Why do you test that? That's kind of, I think, like, I get the error checking, but like, how about no? You run get player. Why do you call player that? You call check player grounded? Why? Does this doesn't do the calculations? Oh, this is just player to on surface. This is old code, but it's unnecessary. We now have the handy dandy player on surface just on its own. Now, it's like that can all. That's not related to what we were looking for, but it's a thing I noticed that doesn't need to be there. Oh no! Oh well, this just right. This is if we're on the ground, then we're saving our kind of last safe area, like where we would respond to. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then this has a lot of things going on. Oh boy! Oh boy. Okay, so. Just looking. There, but all respawn. This also, yeah, disables that. Okay, on trigger enter, it's this bit. Okay, so if, well, like, yeah, so this is what I want to change. You always be enabled. Let me just, you know, have you exit early if need be. So if, I guess, yeah, same deal. Just doing the same thing in a lot of places because it just makes it so much easier for outside things to deal with the inside things. Disable respawning, blah, and then why are you? Because I didn't disable respawning. Is respawning? Yeah, the things we're gonna go like. Private bool can respawn or disable respawn equals false. And also, just for consistency, I'll put this in here. Whoops. Okay. Okay. That would do that. Oh, instance. No, not any of that you were trying to do. Instance. Okay. Enable respawning. Disable false. Wahaha. Okay. Easy peasy. And then here go if yeah, I still want to do the same thing. If disable respawn, return immediately before you worry about anything else. I just like the consistency of it being this way. Disable respawn, blah. Anything up here that needs to worry about that? This only gets called from outside things. Okay, well, if respawn is disabled, should it still be bothering to update the last safe area? Weirdly enough, I almost think it should. In a weird way. I'm gonna let that be there. That's fine, probably, maybe. Okay. Oh, also just everything. This does not need. This does not need that. Okay. I wasn't done calling the things. Okay. So now respawning over here. This should then go. Setting this to false should be disable respawning. How about that? Okay, so infinite isn't even respawn a different case because this is like a special, like, fail safe should never be run in a perfect world kind of thing. I mean, I guess I am disabling it when I'm doing normal respawning, and well, that's about it. But I almost don't know if I care for this to follow the same formula because it's like the special, like. safety net code. But you know what? We already done this a bunch of times. In fact, let me speed this up. I just kind of can copy this and then change it. Wait, infinite fall respawning or something? Okay, enable infinite fall respawning. So then, private, disable infinite fall respawn. And then, because it's different than regular respawning, and then is disabled true. Actually, hold on. I'd like to just reorder it, have the enable one first, just because. Same there. And then this should be like the same thing if blah. Okay. Cool. One thing I'm just realizing though is, should this be in fixed update? If this is gonna be moving player stuff, probably fine. Maybe, might be fine. Okay. So back to player, then lastly, just do this. Cool. Okay, that was a lot. So now I go through Morse code, go through more code, and now we put a bunch of this in everywhere. Wait. Oh, no, yeah. I guess this would also have, well, this wouldn't have, I guess this can just set this to true. It's probably fine. Okay. Enable respawning. Enable fall respawning, because it could have been disabled by other things. Okay. So now I go on the hunt for where I have more of these to replace. Like this, which is in activate level? Okay. This should be, well, enable respawning. Over here, this one should be enable infinite fall respawning. It should basically be the only place to, I shouldn't, well, yes, but also no, because this is gonna have probably just enable player, right? Yeah, that's gonna take care of this. It's gonna take care of this. It's gonna take care of this. Even the stun that I didn't deal with, it would have the stun equals true. So I can actually get rid of all that. Look at how it's condensing. That was the point of what we were doing. Yeah, making sure I'm doing all the right stuff in the right places. So fall respawn, it's true. It should be player dot enable player. I don't want player dot enable. Yeah, it's fine. This is something I'll come back to. Same with this, other than just enabling the script in the first place. I'm gonna say it's fine. This is that really all where I had that? Really? I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay. So then, references to this though, that's gonna be a bit different because over here, this in the respawn code, I call that. So disable it, bam, enable it, bam. Okay, and then you do that. Yep. Okay. Cool. Did I finish here putting everything that needed to be there? Enable. So it's input manager, like that deals with disabling player interact. It doesn't need its own extra thing on top of that. It almost did, but it like barely. I don't think it does. Disable stun, and then depending on what we want, whether we want to disable respawns, that does that. Let me double check. What am I all currently using? Disable player. Currently, just fail is using it. Like, okay, that makes sense, but in the replacing of random things that I've been doing just now, is there other cases where it should have been there? Uh-oh. I worry that might be the case. Well, I guess, okay, here's gonna be one of them. For win, disable player, but allow respawn. We should never win and fall off the stage in a way that makes us have to respawn. That would be very disastrous both ways. But, I mean, as soon as you hit restart, it would move the player back, and as soon as you hit continue, that does the cannon stuff that would forcibly move the player as well. So technically both of those cases it should be fine. So I should be able to turn off this. Well, right now this is a disabled player and doing this. I guess eventually that's going to be changed for like override player or whatever, but we'll get that. We'll get there. Okay, so I'm just skimming for other. Are there any other easy cases I can find where I need to disable player input stuff? I guess here, I think? What I'm on the lookout for is basically the places where I have enable or disable player input and then that followed by disabling scripts or enabling scripts. Does it matter the order of this? Oh, wait. Enable player has this included, right? That I did that? That was a thing I did? It does. Okay. There are some times where I might want to just enable disable input and do nothing else. This is not one of those times. Okay. What about up here? Wait, did I forget to swap out those things? Disable player should not touch camera stuff. I do want those to be two different things because sometimes you usually disable the player and then do different things with the camera, I think. Okay. So okay, this bit I enable player and then reset velocity. Yeah, but do I have a did I make like a reset player thing? No, not yet. That is something I'm not gonna worry about at the moment. Probably. I think this is just to make sure that they don't have any speed. I think I actually do that twice, maybe? I don't know. Reset player, move player spawn. Okay, this bit, get player control. So enable player. That does that. That deals with that. Okay. Cool. Let me just control F for like actually go to input manager. I should see you along the top. Where to go? Where to go? Fine, I'll find you myself. In here, input manager. There. Bleh. Okay. Let me look for everything that calls disable player input. And see if more of these need to get replaced. So disable player input. This is in activate level. Yeah. This would get swapped out for player.disable player. Enter level preview that you'll allow respawns hypothetically. It's specifically the fail thing that needs to like not do that. Everything else should be fine to just let it happen hypothetically, but it shouldn't usually happen. We'll see. Okay, so we'll come back to that for the overriding thing. Spam. Oh, I didn't save that code. Yeah. Then here, cannon stuff. I guess we're just. This allows us to clean up some of the cannon code now. For when we get back to it later, it'll be a little bit less to look at. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, disabling player is not. I wanted like a kind of a different thing for setting them to. If this is to freeze them completely by, is kinematic equals true. So that's different. Okay, so disable this, gone. Surface, gone. Stun, gone. Okay. I'm resetting this. Should this not call reset camera? No, because that moves the camera and that. This was camera stuff I was gonna come back to. Yeah. Okay, so we'll worry about that later. Okay. Disable player. That's one that should stick around. That's where it needs to be. This is for where are we? Fall respawn. Fall respawn shouldn't call disable player. Yeah, in here I think is an exception where that can be on its own. It's different. You would never be respawning and being able to like interact with stuff, hypothetically. Right. Oh, we're disabling player input, so no, that's fine. Yeah. And this is stun code, same deal. Yeah, it's on the player. I'm more fine with it. It's just the one thing. It's all good. Yes. Okay, that's all that. I don't think I didn't. Do I have any enable player inputs that are in places where that haven't been replaced? Hey, you're the one that's good. Player input. I stand corrected. This is in canon. Okay. This swap that out for player.enable player, and that gets rid of this, gets rid of this, gets rid of this. Yeah. Might eventually be replaced with some kind of like, you know, full disable player, like including physics stuff. That's the function where it should be. This is in a player thing, so it's fine. This is also in a player thing. Okay, cool. That took some time, but this is the kind of cleaning up that I intended to do before I took 2.5 hours to clean up, to like make a camera swivel around and not break all the other camera stuff in the process. Okay, so we have a disable player function that's functional and seems to be working. I guess I should test things, right? I haven't gone to play mode in a while. I've messed with a lot of little things. Too many to like. I'll add one to the counter, just in that we made a disable enable player thing. Whatever, it's fine. It doesn't need to be completely accurate. I guess I'm just going to interact with things that should be disabling and enabling the player and see if anything looks like it goes disastrously wrong. Interesting. We're fine. Restarting the level, how about? That seems fine. Wait, oh, wait, or no, never mind. Wait. Yeah, so for a second I thought, like, because I was holding a button right as the respawn happened, I thought I was, like, moving. I thought I respawned in the wrong spot or something, but I think it was fine. Back to hub. Is that fine? I noticed the camera, I think, moves like a frame there. That's the thing to look into eventually, but it's not, like, completely breaking, and I still have, yep, player input seems to be doing what it should be. Cannon ain't gonna look right, but as long as, like, after I land, I have full, like, player input. Yeah. After doing all that, I should make sure that, like, I can still interact with things, and I'm still capable of taking damage over here. I guess if I really wanted to really test that, I should, in theory, test that, like, oh, well, in a cannon, if I put a hazard in it, that doesn't set that off. Oh, that launched me over the kill plane. No, well, we get to test that, I guess. Yeah. The kill plane, or the infinite fall thing isn't fancy because it's not supposed to happen. So it's just like, just make the game, you know, the game broke, make it unbroken. So player isn't falling forever. Even though in theory you can fix it by like pausing like back to hub or whatever, but just, you know, just like making sure everything's fine. But like the game can't be like permanently broken or whatever. Okay. So actually, I mean, while it's on my mind, I'm just gonna kill floor. I have that, like, this one. The player move speed is a lot higher than it used to be, and oh, not that one. What, really? Oh, this. Oh, I've just realized that the kill plane doesn't go all the way over there. I mean, okay, just kind of don't mind if I move this. Why is the position this here? Oh, because I must have like moved it with that. Whatever. That's fine. Just. You know, actually, it could be slightly more this way, because technically that ramp launches this way. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I could make it, you know, way bigger than the level actually is, but, oh well, it's fine. I guess I test this real quick. Yep, player movement got stopped. If I restart, it's gonna be good. If I do this, I continue, good. Ignoring that for now, it's fine. Okay, that's good. Actually, is this a thing that's like I can quickly one line quick stuff? How are you getting here? I make the rigid body all kinematic, but then code gets here that tries to set this, that obviously it shouldn't be. I mean, I could put a quick test, like, and rigid body's not kinematic, but, if rigid body's kinematic, like, it shouldn't be getting to this function in the first place. I think it should be, like, that would be a case where it should be, like, tested, like, up here and then return early. You know what? We're going to do that exact thing. If rb.is kinematic, then return, I guess. And I'm going to quickly dump the same thing into player midair. Player midair. What do you mean? Oh, bleh. And then, bleh. And then, bleh. And then, I guess while I'm here, I guess I can do the underwater one, which is gonna be here. No, not there. Here. Blam. And blam. like, that's, yeah. Ideally, it, like, isn't like that. Like, ideally, it doesn't get there. Like, it shouldn't call that at all in theory, but that's something we'll worry about more later. If I'm making the player kinematic, it should probably be in a different state for that. Did I make a canon state? Player state manager, where are you? Player state controller. I don't like, I might be able to reuse like this cutscene one that's kind of like disable everything and do something else with the player. Like, I might be able to reuse that one, because kind of the launching in a cannon is a little bit like a mini cutscene sort of thing. I don't know. Well, like, I don't want to get too willy-nilly with making too many unnecessary states. Like, where I can combine multiple would be, you know, is ideal, I guess. Okay. Next on our agenda, we spent all that time just making. We improved a lot of little things that, like, later things are gonna be a little bit easier, so that's good. Hold on, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Also, I see you're the multiplexer. Woo. Yeah. Enjoy using those channel points. So, I don't know if you just got here, but we are continuing to work on my game, The Handyman with a Unicycle, where today has been more of a, like, a spring cleaning sort of stream, where we've just making lots of little improvements on a lot of things, rather than, well, I mean, like, technically there's some, like, minor, like, new things that we built, I guess, but for the most part, we've been taking a lot of code that we currently have and making a lot better, and, like, reducing a lot of code, like, one line to do the thing that used to do, like, 10 and all that kind of stuff. And, yeah. Oh, this is technically, ignore the player. The camera part of this used to be broken. It was working, and then it broke when we remade the new, we rebuilt our player from the ground up, and the camera, and that broke a lot of things that we're slowly working on unbreaking, and this is one of them. When the player is here, this is meant to be like our end of level kind of view. Ignore that. Here's another example of something that's broken. Wait, why is... Oh, was that because I was clicked out of it? Or, wait, why did it... It's weird. It broke. I knew it was broken. I think it's called refactoring. Yeah, refactoring and, like... And unbreaking things that are broken. So, yeah. All of that. I'm just curious of why... So this is broken. I expect it to be broken because we haven't refixed it yet. A second ago, the camera was still pointing up until I clicked back into the game, and I don't know why that happened, but whatever, that's fine. It's broken. We'll unbreak it later. It's on our to-do list. There are just things that are a bit higher on our to-do list because they are. So we just got finished. Where's my player over here? We've been making some, like, so there are different things across the game that need to, like, disable things on the player for one reason or another. So we finally went and, like, made an easy disable player function that other things can call, rather than basically all this stuff on the inside, all the scripts having to, you know, have like 5 lines to disable stuff in the player. We just made a handy dandy disable player function and enable player function. And, you know, of the many things we've been doing, this has been one of them. And even this, we had to, like, make these functions, like, oh, player stun, go in there, like, oh, what does that mean to disable it, to, you know, bunch of little things like that. So that's been good. What we're working on now, well, we kind of have been working towards for the last little bit, but, like, doing that, better disabling was kind of a stepping stone towards that, is that when we touch this end level thing, which will look a lot better eventually, it'll get there. When we touch this, our end of the level thing, the camera, like, whips around, and then the player is supposed to, like, actually, this is a coincidence that the player happens to be facing the right direction. This is not like a, if I go at it on, like, a different angle, you see what usually happens. Yeah, right. Well, okay, they all happen to also still turn around. But, like, yeah, the player just freezes and then goes wherever they were going. We used to, with the old player, the player would, like, move to the center and then be facing the camera perfectly. And, that's a little bit placeholdery that eventually might be, you know, full-on, like, animation, victory music, all that kind of stuff. But for now, it's just move to the center and face the camera. That broke with the new player, so we're getting that back and functional. In general, we're making a function that's like a override player input thing to, like, take the player and move them to a particular spot, but not just, like, slide them over, make it kind of look like normal player movement, almost like they're pressing input to, like, you know, turn the player, move them to a spot, including all the, the animations of moving the wheels and all that stuff. But move to a spot and then turn towards the camera, which I imagine I'll use in other parts of the game. This is just one of them. So I imagine I'm using that in like mini cutscene type situations in the game. Might also use it in, if I'll go back here ignore this broken camera, when we have these cans that we interact with, it might be involved with a more polished version of this at some point, but this is also broken. Even this camera from here, that angle technically works, but it's not what I want. Also, when we land, we're like sideways. Don't worry about that. I know exactly why that's happening. We've got fixed it. So now you have Alien riding Unicycle. Yeah, he's gonna look like a real boy eventually. Yep. We're getting there. It'll also be nice to combine like this stuff with our other player testing scene over here, where we actually have all the stuff we've been making the last little bit. The reason why I rebuilt the player of this whole like going upside down and on wall and upside down and all that stuff, and then flying through the air and having the camera swivel back around fine enough. It still needs like a bit of, it's not 100% there yet, but it definitely needs some amount of polish still, but it is significantly better than how it started. All the days and weeks of it being so massively broken and the camera just like jittering around and like snapping everywhere. This is such a significant improvement compared to how it was while it was in the middle of development. But yeah, this stuff being combined with the other stuff, productivity's level dropping. You are correct. I should get back to what I was actually doing. Yep. Just showing off cool things. It'll be nice when like this, and this is just like movement testing stuff. Over here is all our other actual game mechanics. Once everything is back to a state of more actual working, we will start construction on our first actual test level that we have planning stuff done on. I'll go into this and then I'll switch back. This is the groundwork of our first real level, and yeah, we'll get back to that. But this will have movement stuff and actual gameplay, and not just gameplay that's in not over there, over here. That's just in a line of individual things to interact with. It'll be actual game, which I'm very much looking forward to, because then we'll have an actual game that I can show off and whatnot, and also work towards it being more polished. Anyways, the thing we're doing is that when I touch this, so also I have an auto win button. That's what's happening there. That like opens it up. Oh, actually, the turning might be, specifically the turning part might actually already be there. Oh yeah, no, I guess we did do that, didn't we? But the movement part isn't there. And actually, the turning part might mess with the movement stuff with the new player. We're gonna find out. Okay, back to what we're doing. So, on the player, we had this enable player, disable player thing. We're now having an extension of that that's like override player, that in theory should be like, it disables input, it makes us invincible, and this boolean of whether or not to disable respawning or not, that for now is, specifically the fail UI turns this to false. Like everything else, it's fine being true, allowing respawning. So do that, and then what? So this is gonna need to take some input. Before I do that, player surface dot get input dot input dot no dot instance dot input override input equals true, which this should be, probably would be better being a static function on the inside, but I'll get to it. Technically, actually, hold on. So, thinking ahead, we have two major things to worry about in terms of moving the player. Let me move this code around here. Player midair and where's player surface? It used to be player ground. It's like the main player movement stuff, but you can go up walls or whatever, so I renamed it to player input, or player surface. I plan to make my game levels with Open SCAD because Blender is too clunky for now. Interesting. I am not familiar with that, Open SCAD. I'm gonna Google it real quick and see if there's a chance that I maybe recognize what it is, but don't know the name. Not immediately, no. Whoa. Oh, wait. Is this, I see code and models. Is this like, you write code that then makes models in very like perfect geographical kind of sense? That's pretty cool. That's very cool. Yeah, very neat. Yes, Cool, 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 cool. I am currently planning on making my levels in Blender, although I haven't, like, done that significant amount of Blender work in quite a while, so I'm gonna be rusty at it. I think there's gonna be some amount of, like, you know, prototyping in Unity and, like, attempting to use, like, Pro Builder and stuff like that, but we'll see. We'll see. I make my 3D models with 3D print models with it. Oh, that's cool. That's super, very, very cool. I've always wanted to experiment around with, like, 3D printing stuff. I don't have a 3D printer, but, like, there's websites like Shapeways that you can, like, make 3D models and upload them and pay and get them 3D printed in different materials and shipped. I've always wanted to mess around with that, but never gotten around to it. In school, we used Autodesk stuff. I've used Autodesk a very tiny amount in grade 10 or something, so like a long time ago, but technically, yeah, I've used AutoCAD. Or AutoCAD, not, or Autodesk, AutoCAD, are they like under the same umbrella? Maybe like different parts of the same company kind of thing, maybe? That was quite easy, but it has no Linux support. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. I don't use Linux, I am a Windows man through and through. Over there, I've been having to do like, Apple iPad programming stuff with my job, and that has been a huge pain in the neck. I very much prefer Windows to Mac stuff, mainly in the sense of like programming things and dealing with all the pain that comes with that. More so than just like regular like public use isn't like the worst. It's just different and different thing to get used to, I guess. But if you used it first and then were trying to learn Windows, then you'd be saying the same thing of like, why is everything different? Autodesk is the company. Or Autodesk like, makes a bunch of different programs. Like Adobe. Yeah. Like Maya and other stuff. Yeah. We use those in metalworking school also, and in university. Oh, very cool. Like, makes sense that stuff would be used there, but yeah, very cool. Very neato. Cool. Okay, so, okay, with what I was doing here, in my old player code where all the movement was in one giant script, and even this is actually it's not that giant. Giant-ish. And the stuff here that actually will eventually, I'm going to want to peel away into a different script, mainly this visual stuff. Where was it? So right here we have this, like, override turn, override input. This is for something else, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I can ignore that. I actually don't remember why your hit inspector thing. Something uses you. Oh, maybe something with the camera uses that? Anyway, come back to that. But setting this on player surface might not be enough now, because we have this player midair things that might need some of that if we're overriding input and hypothetically the player goes in midair, which might be a huge problem, but I'd still like it to try to work with it, maybe. So I think now that we have, where is it? Player state controller, where are you? There you are. Now that we have this player state controller that's kind of like the root thing that manages a lot of stuff with the player, except for this player script that's kind of like things outside of the player wanting to reference common things on the player that are just exposed in one nice easy place to just go player dot velocity and stuff like that. But this handles enabling, disabling player stuff as well, but I think player state controller should have the variables for this override turn, override input, and then yeah, the player surface midair should then reference those things. Well, it's either gonna be here or it's gonna be in player. It's gonna have the same functionality, just on a more higher level player thing. Anyway, so this override, and these might not need to be public after this. Well, it'll need to be the player surface stuff will need to reference this, but outside of that, or sorry, the player thing will need to reference this to change it. No, and then surface midair will need to reference it. Never mind. Well, yeah. Anyway, override turn is to get the player to look at a particular thing. Override wait, there's a missing thing here. Override input is the boolean of like yes or no. Don't get player input because we're doing something else. The old player code. Oh, did I miss a semicolon or did I put it back? Yeah. The old player code had other variables that were used with this that I don't think are here. If I find, what's it called? Like player, lean move was the very old code. Yeah. that like had override turn this lean direction, lean off. Oh, it forced. Oh, right. I had override input true. So when this old code, it gets input and then sets this lean direction off of that. With override input, override turn true, I then manually set this and then it just uses that. That's what that did. Yeah. So that would be similar to actually just setting this desired forward thing. Huh. Interesting. I'm also just realizing something else. I purposely kind of have it that you have very little midair control. And realize it, and like if you're in midair with this override player input thing should not be used if you're in like long free fall. It'll be like you're going along the ground and you hit a tiny bump kind of thing. Even a tiny bump won't like if you're like a few pixels off the ground, it still runs the normal ground code. There's like a little bit of you can be slightly off the ground before it like fully transitions to like this midair mode. Saying that, I might actually go back on what I've just done. Just telling you if that would be a bad idea. What about the tightrope? Oof. No, okay, so no, I'll go halfsies on. I will set these override variables in here and then have this reference it, but I think it might only be the player surface that references it for now, but I could see other stuff referencing it later. Anyway. Let me catch up on messages. Not all people know that. Just need a paper from... Wait, hold on. If you are enrolled in school, you can get free Autodesk license for end of school time. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I've gotten my fair share of like some free things from some of my schooling. It's been cool and whatnot. Not all people know that. Just need a paper from school that you are enrolled. I took full advantage of that when I did you ever school when you were enrolled? I took full advantage of that when I still had Windows machines. They also have browser version. There's slow on slow computer Fusion 360. Ah, neat. I'm cool to I guess have a cut down version of that kind of thing. But yeah, cool. Being able to get free things. I had Photoshop for a bit for free because of yeah, from some like school stuff, and like more usual the Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all that just from school stuff until it expired, and then I had to pay for that. But anyway, yeah, okay, so okay, what was I doing? So I need to figure out. For my new player things, what do I need to override to get the things that I want to happen? I'm also just actually being more indecisive about whether this should be here or on this player thing. I guess it's not... Technically, this is player state controller. These have nothing to do with what state the player is in. This is something else. So I actually am going to change my mind and put this on this parent player thing. Okay. You're gonna override turn, override input, and then other things are gonna reference that. Sure. Be that way. You know what? I'm gonna go an extra step and make this static because there's one player. It's fine. It makes it way easier to reference. I don't need the hidden inspector bits. Okay, so I'm also gonna have this on top. So a Boolean on whether or not we're overriding input. Technically, I could just be like, if this is not if this is 0, then don't override input. But having the extra Boolean is just like cleaner, I think. Okay, so you don't need to reference any of this. Just override input equals true. Look at how cleaner that is. And this is the only thing that's gonna be setting that true or false. So yeah, before I completely forget to, stop override is gonna set to false. So then this will need some input of vector 3 over, I don't know, new override turn or something. And then we're going to set it to that. This blah equals blah. Wait, when did, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Override turn equals new override turn. Okay, blarg, and then, this doesn't really need to be set to vector 3.0, but I guess it'd be cleaner to do so. Okay, then over to player surface. For Autodesk stuff, the school does not pay for it, just free because they want you be locked in after school for you only, I don't know how it works. Instead of free alternatives, oh no. Yeah, I can see that. Also, free stuff lacks stuff like calculations on how to bend metal plates. Oh no. Complicated. Fusion 360 is very nice for 3D modeling. For printing purposes, I used to make a bunch of hexagonal flower pot combos. Oh, that sounds very cool. And like, yeah, I know that Blender, yeah, is capable of doing some of that stuff, but I think Blender is a thing that like does a lot of things, so certain things might not do as well as like a program like that that on its own just does those things. It can do them really well because that's what it's designed to do, where Blender tries to do a lot of things. But I know that you can, I don't think I've done much of it, but you can like measure distances and angles in Blender. But it's like a lot bulkier and more complicated because of everything else that you don't want to mess with, that you'd have to sift through to you know, mess with what you actually want to mess with. Like if you're making models to 3D print them, I don't think you care about lighting or camera stuff in the slightest, I would imagine. Okay, so player surface. You don't use this. You're going to be erroring because you think you are still. So now this should just be player dot. And nice and easy like that. And then blam, and then blam. That's a start anyway. Let me just quickly see, are there any other errors currently happening? Yes, there is. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm replacing this for player dot override. Player to override player, whatever. I mean, the name could be like override input or whatever. It's fine. So you're gonna take as input. Why? Wait, what? Wait, whoa. Override what? Wait, why are you saying that to back to that 0? Excuse me. This is for the balloon cut thing. Why would I do that way? That shouldn't. This is old code on a game mechanic that might not be in the final game, so I can understand why I may have left this to rut and have things that perhaps shouldn't be the way that it is. We're just gonna, I guess, copy it in as is and hope that is fine. Yeah, okay, player surface, that. I guess, should I make that to face the balloon cart? It'd be, here, it's something I find I can do it a little bit more properly. Player interact. Oh, well, yeah, okay, there we go, there's that. Oh, well, here's other code that does this. The vector there at 0 is when it's like, wait, oh, it's beside enable player input. Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Okay, sorry. This, I don't know why I saw enable and think like, bro, we're starting the overriding. Sorry, this is, disable, what do I call it? Stop override? That's the one, and that doesn't take any input. That makes perfect sense. That has enable player move input. That's correct. And this has doing that off, and actually doing this will also fix. Will it? No, it won't do that bit. That will be done separately. Override turn here. Oh. Oh shoot. Wait. Oh. Just realized that So if I do have this thing to like start overriding the player, passing in this new override turn as if it would never change until we stop the override. It is the case that there are some things that initiate overriding stuff and then update where it should be overriding to. So I should have something that's like update override. That doesn't do the disable player bit, doesn't need to set that to true because it already is. Just updates override turn. And the, like, updating the other stuff that we haven't gotten to yet of setting where we want the player to go somewhere different. Yeah, in new overturn, I guess it still makes sense. But, yeah, that is a thing that needs to happen here. Hold on. Well, yeah, they're just gonna update, player.update override. Also ignore this that's commented out. That's a thing that'll be made functional eventually. It is the player used to be able to balance on tight ropes. That's broken and is on my list to get to eventually, but just currently it's lower on the list. Okay, this bit is to disable the stuff. So player dot stop override. Just gotta get used to also like what I'm calling these functions. Make sure I'm consistent with it. Stop override. So enable player movement. That's good. And override turn goes off. Yep. And then this is same thing. I should just be copying and pasting this. Yep. Just I have to make sure that like there's some cases where there's like a special scenario where we're doing stuff slightly differently. As, like making sure I'm not replacing something blindly and like bad, because that would be very not good. Okay. What else do I want to be searching for now? So, or that was the case. I saw that was needed to update override. Back to, well, we never actually finished setting up the override, so let's like do that in the context of. Actually, no. I take back the end of no. I wanted to like all these null errors. I want to fix that. So reset player. Why do you do that? I think eventually this is gonna be a thing. I also move on the player, but for right now, in the short term, just wait. When you okay? Hold on. In the short term, go player dot enable player, and that's override input false. Yes, that's gonna do that, and then override turn false. I already have that there. Never mind. Why were you there both times? Oh, sorry, because not enable player, it has stop override, which also inside of it does enable player, so all good. This is a separate thing that might happen on top of this. Not every time do I want to reset its velocity. This is a special case where I want to do that. Okay, I'm looking for other errors like here. Okay, this. Do I really know? I thought there were more cases where I. Oh no, move player to win angle. This is where I would be doing update override for this. Okay, that's yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Player dot just override player, and that's gonna pass in this guy. Yeah, that's gonna that's gonna do that, and this does disable move input, so that can stop as well. Oh, let me catch up on messages. Hey, someone has come to join the stream. Hello. I have a cat, and she's come walking by. This is Kitty. She's the best. Yeah. Wah. Say hello. Anyway, she can wander on my desk for a bit. Blender's made for animation stuff. Indeed. True. Hold on. Wait. Got a strip to make it useful for something else. Yeah, indeed. And animation software from Autodesk is or Maya, and yeah, they've different software for architect and mechanical engineers and other types of people. I've never used Maya, but like I'm pretty much aware of its existence, and it'd be cool to tinker around with at some point, but haven't gotten around to it. Same with the Unreal game engine, also on my list for eventually. Based on the same code, I plan to put my game eventually on itch.io. Oh, cool. And release it for RPI 5 Linux, Windows desktop Linux, and maybe on Android, depending on the controls will be feasible. Cool. Yeah, neat. Yeah, that the Android extra step of doing like mobile input. Yeah, good luck with well, yeah, setting that up. I haven't done that much. I've done a little bit of mobile stuff, but not like that much. With my work stuff, I've been having to do stuff on an iPad. That's kind of different for a lot of reasons. Anyway, but my my kitty is called Lucifer. Ah, cool. Yes, I have a cat named Kitty. That is her name, because that's what happens when you let kids name a cat. But anyway, yeah, she's doing good. Okay, I just wanted to go through and clear out all these errors which actually these errors are good, and they're tracking down the things that I now want to replace anyway that I'd have to like otherwise still seek out. So player dot this is a stop override, which would enable that. That's dealt with. This enable input, that's dealt with. Turn that to false. That's good. This is why I wanted to do all of what we're currently doing. Oh, this is oh no. I'm just deciding that, hold on, up here should have like player dot, just disable player up there, because I know that should replace this line. Same deal, but more, because it also stops some input stuff that, in this particular case, might already be being stopped somewhere else, but oh well, it's fine, okay. Stop override. Just make sure I'm replacing things with the correct things. All right, follow the red. Okay, this is on player interact. Strips that are on the player might have like some special things that make them do other stuff. So, oh wait, I just, wait, why do I see I'm just updating override turn. I'm not seeing me override, using override input. I'm looking for, wait, do I, what? I thought I, oh, this is special, right, this is like, yeah, it's, most of the time, I guess, it's, I disable player input and then use override turn to turn them towards a thing. This is a case where it's like, you're still in the game or whatever, but then it's like, if your velocity gets low, even though you still have input, then turn towards a thing. Well, I guess I do disable input because of the interacting, but not all of it. This is a different case. So this is a special case where I think I'm actually just gonna go yeah, this shouldn't do the whole override input thing. That would be bad. So I need this to actually be able to update just that on its own. This is like the one case that gets to do it on its own. Oh, that's not in a static thing. Okay. Because it's something that's on the player. Which might, unless I build a separate, like, special case for this, but I don't see, at the moment, me doing that as an additional thing. Oh, hey, I see, solve a Rubik's Cube. About time. Yeah. Let me catch up on message first. I plan on doing Windows, I plan on doing control support on Linux/Windows. Cool. And then I tried to write Unreal 5, but my PC is too potato. I've tried it for an afternoon, and that was Unreal 4, I think. Oh, my cat's on the move. If you can see her in the camera. No, she's too short. She's right here. All right, I think she wants down. So down she goes. Woo. And she's off. Oh wait, hold on. Editor is very heavy. Yeah, well, I went into it not like doing any tutorial stuff, just like very brief messing around, and I couldn't figure out how to like get input and get a thing to like move. And it's the kind of thing you'd be able to do in Unity that's like, you know, if input dot get key down key code dot space, then like transfer position equals something or whatever. But like, I'm sure it's something that's not that hard to do. I just, if I looked up any tutorials, then probably, but I just didn't happen to look up anything, and yeah, wasn't sure what I'm gonna do with it for that long anyway. Though I am going with Godot for his very easy to port to different platforms. That's cool. I also would like to try Godot at some point, but also have not gotten around to it. It sounds to me like Godot would be easier to learn than Unreal for a person familiar with Unity, because it also can use C# and whatnot as far as coding goes. And then RMS also do a web version of the game also. Oh, very cool. Yeah. That I've sometimes had some issues with. To launch a game on like WebGL, it has to be like what's the words I'm looking for? You know, you can have a lot of graphical issues of like too much graphics can be a big problem. It's like, you know, too much quality doesn't work in WebView things. Like, you know, how much, you know, shadows you have too many lights, like, oh, no, Unity says no. Anyway, so I'm, there's also export template for that. Yeah, it makes sense that Unity has lots of, template things, unless you're talking about Godot, and maybe that also has a lot of template stuff, but still, yeah, cool. And then, controller support, I mean, yeah, my game currently has, I won't be able to run it right now because of all the errors, but I only recently, like a week ago, finally went and made a proper input manager. It's over here. And tied with that, actually, experimented with Unity's built-in, like, new input manager system thingy, that I had not messed around with that much beforehand. Usually I just very meticulously, like, manually, you know, input dot get key down, you know, key code dot whatever, and then like the get access stuff for controller stuff, but that was more of a pain. Yeah, actually learned how to use Unity's input manager stuff. That can to some degree be like more complicated than it's worth, but I learned that there's like many kind of different ways of getting input, and I sort of found a way of doing it that kind of more so mimics the old way of getting input, and that works nicely for me rather than there's different ways of going about it that I didn't want to worry about. So like mainly a lot of this, you know, the whatever button you want, like, was performed this frame. That's, and like was pressed this frame, like is pressed as like a, you're holding it down thing. There's a was released this frame. I haven't happened to need to use such a thing in this project, I guess. Really? No? I thought I had like one. Maybe not. Anyway. But yeah, it is 5 a.m. over here. Oh, fun. I guess I gotta get to the cube before, yeah, we'll take too long. So we're gonna switch over to, haha. I have, yeah, so I have a scene for Rubik's Cube stuff. Oh, let me, press this button. And get my timer. I have a Rubik's Cube timer thing that I got fairly recently. And I just want to move the camera down a little bit and hopefully it won't be up. I don't want to put like too low because it's like, it's not. So you can still see me a little bit. Anyway, I guess I will scramble while I, actually, well, I was gonna finish catching up on messages, but can't do that at the same time, and I've already started to scramble, so if I look away, I will potentially lose the scramble. Not that it matters that much. Not solving that seriously. And then, yeah, also haven't done cube solving in a bit, so I might be a bit, rusty. That's my excuse for if this is a terrible solve. Took me, alright, I target raspberry by 5, so it was quite a potato. So it should work in WebGL. Alright, that's fair enough. That's fair. Hopefully so. Took me a half hour to compile Godot with 3 cores. Now it can run on current computer. Woo! Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. hold on. I get a couple seconds to like look at what I'm looking at, plan my first couple turns, and like hope I get in a situation that's like not terrible. And already it's not. Oh, it's not looking good. Yeah, I hate what I'm looking at. It's fine. Okay, we're gonna... But then... Okay, this is gonna be a rough beginning, and then probably rough the rest of it. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1... Yeah. Don't mind... Oh, how did I... What? Oh, okay, well, I said bad. I don't think it'd be that bad. I just, yeah, made... mistakes. It's fine. Alright, this, and messing up my heart. Oh, I see that. I don't have time to look at that. No. It's fine. Everything's fine. Bam, and yeah, I hear those. Almost done, cube. Oh, not if I do that. Oh no, I messed it up last second. How did ugh, it's fine. Okay, just wasting time. It's all good. And then, oh no. No, I haven't, no, that would have, okay, hold on. 3, 2, 1, bam, minute 7. That was at the end. Oh no, I'm rusty on this. I recently learned some new just things with this, that a thing came up that I had memorized and very much blanked on. What is, it's like this, no, this, and then, that was, yeah, if I just did that, then it would have been faster. Okay, well, yeah, there we go. Okay, that could have been a bit faster, but, oh, well, it's fine. Did it, despite being a bit rusty. It's all good. Okay, back to over here. Minute 7 isn't like the worst. My fastest time is about 32 seconds, but I got lucky in that solve. So I'd say more around like 35 or something. Anyway, yeah. Still trying to get better at that, but haven't been doing that as much in the last couple days. But anyway. Okay, back to the input managers things. What was I saying? Yeah, so I have stuff here that, yeah, controller input, da-da-da. Back to the thing I was coding. Oh, errors in places. Okay, follow the errors. Okay, so, this I need to replace for, where is this on player interact? So this might have some special stuff. This needs to not do the full, oh, yeah, this just needs to do kind of a partial override sort of thing. Yeah, so, or no, I just did this, right? Like wait, what? Oh, not player surface. It's gonna be just player dot blah and player dot blah. Yeah. Old player visuals. This doesn't matter, but just for the sake of making errors going away. Eventually, I'll be deleting that old code. Probably like when game is actually like playable. We have more of an actual like playable level. At that, then I will worry about actually getting rid of old code that from old player stuff, because right now there's still the occasional thing that I like extract from it. This is on activate level, so this is a case where we're overriding the player to do stuff. So this is actually going to use player.override player, and you're going to take as input dis. And then disable player. I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that, and I can get rid of that. This is a thing I'll have to come back to. This is more related stuff. We'll get to. Okay, 4 more apparently. This is I thought we dealt with this already. Nope, I guess not. Player interact is the special one that just gets to do this directly. And am I seeing that up here? There's things. No. Okay. Next, old player visual stuff, don't care as much, so just and technically that's what it would change to, but that's fine. I tore one cube apart and put it together. Unsolvable. My brother got stuck solving it. Oh no. I mean, well, with the to some degree with the corners, you can like, so I can do this, and ta-da, the cube is now unsolvable. Then I could twist more corners to get it to be solvable. Interesting thing, if I do this, turn like 2 corners kind of the opposite way, I put it back into the state of being solvable, which looks something like this. Oh no, yeah, there we go. And then getting rusty on things I previously learned. Oh, what are the odds it comes up again? The thing that I froze on, because I was just talking, I've done, let me undo. Hiya. There we go. That was how the solve I just did, it ended in the same way. Oh, this reset player. This is gonna be just player.stop override, and then over input false override that. Yeah. And then this enabled equals true. Yeah. Doesn't even need the enable player part anymore. Really? Wow. So reset player can just call stop override. What calls this? Reset player. Just do that, I guess. This is an activate level. Yeah, is there other things that call that specific function? No. Okay. I mean, we'll see if if that eventually decide that is what I just did isn't what I'd want to do, but okay. So I guess I just make sure that things are still working. Even this bit, that like where I turn towards the things as I fix them. I really at some point got to make an actual like, I have some like kind of placeholdery, some kind of like model-y things in places. This is meant to be a circus ride. I need to make like some kind of quick little low poly like Ferris wheel or something at some point. So it, even while it's still placeholdery, still better communicates the idea, but I'll get to it. I'm more in the mood to be coding and cleaning stuff up right now more than muddling. What more functional of a game? Okay, so we did that. Now what? Okay, so that was just the override turn stuff. So now the few places that actually try to, or like override the input and then like change it, you know, force the player to go somewhere. That happens in some places that I now got to deal with. Okay, so in win. So this is here is the main case that we want to actually care about. Okay, so here, move player to win angle. Now we're messing with this. This is gonna be more tricky. So instead of this happening here, the bulk of this, other than the bulk of this should instead be happening on the player, in the player code. Well, I closed the script. I don't know what it was. It was fine. Hopefully, it's fine. I mean, yeah. Okay. Anyway, so deciding where I want that to be. So this, well, okay. Thinking about it. Different things that need to rewrite or mess with the player's input might need to behave slightly differently. Because this thing specifically is like move to the center of the platform thing, and the way it does that, it does some parts, calculate some stuff with the velocity, based on how close we are to the center of the platform, and like, just slowing down in general. This is like towards the center of the platform, and like the further we are from it, massively like be moving towards it. It does stuff with that. So actually this needs to be something that's calculated every frame, but this is so specific to this that I don't think this would be generalized in the player itself. So I think I almost think this should run, and it's this part that should oh, actually, wow, like, huh. Well, okay, I mean, kind of. So this code used to, like, this player ground.instance.lean direction is stuff from the old player. The equivalent of that now might be player but I don't want this thing outside the player to call player surface specifically. I would rather it call, like, player, you know, a public function that's like update override. Well, this override is updating the right turn. Okay. Well, wait, I just want to double check. Where's all the places this is called? I feel like this should have used more. Oh, you're only called twice. Oh, that makes sense, I think. Right? Because this is on the activate level stuff. And they use, but to say, like, all the places where this is called, it should potentially be passing in the, like, move direction stuff. Which, yeah, okay. So this should be taking in a vector 3 that's like, move direction or something. And make this optional. And then, what's your problem already? What? Right, I forgot that this is dumb. New vector. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't want that. Isn't this, no, what's your problem? What? Oh, because I got rid of a bracket. Yeah. Oh, right, you're also weird. Why are you weird? Why are you like that? Okay, whatever, it's fine. Whatever. Okay, move direction, and then, like, I guess if you don't declare, would it just be null? I don't know. Anyway. Well, actually, I guess can I doesn't just go to, like, not pass it in. Why are you weird? Vector 3. Okay, so, I'm just deciding, like, okay, function-wise, how I want to do this, whether I want to separate this override, like, updating the turn part versus updating the, direction part of it. I mean, in theory, this, I usually don't, no, yeah, I see justification for having them be separate, because usually when I update one versus the other, currently it's very different. So, update, override, turn, update, override, move, or something like that. New override, new move direction, or something like that. And then, where do I have these guys here. So I have another one that was like desired move, direction is how it's named in the other script. So this, and as a default thing, we'll go like forward or something. Which I don't know why this allows that, but it's not allowed down here. I don't know why, but okay. Like I can't do this since not happy with it. Whatever. Okay. Move direction blah equals blah, or desired direction. That one. Okay. Move direction. No. That's the same thing here, and you know what? This will get the same name. It's fine. Okay. I just don't like that I have to pass this in. Ugh. Because a bunch of cases. Well, I guess there's some cases that like don't. I mean, I can't like. I'm aware that I can do this. You can have a different of the same function, and then it's just copied code when I'm trying hard to not do that. And then yeah, I could funnel the common parts under some other common function. But that's just necessary. I guess. I mean, I could just not have this, because I don't need this bit. With how it's usually called in a lot of places, I could just have override player, set the turn, and then follow it up by update override move. Yeah, I just don't like it being a two-step process necessarily. But I guess whenever update override move is used, it's like always a multiple times a frame kind of a thing, I think. I mean, right now we're using it in 2 different places, and that's the case, so sure. Okay. It does this, and then down here says this coroutine, move player to wind angle. That goes down here. We're starting to type out this. So it's gonna calculate this, and then it's gonna go player dot update override move with this number. Actually, I guess looking at how I do that down there, specifically it's adding those together, I guess. And that should replace all this, because the dealing with this is going to happen inside player surface move or whatever. Okay, player surface. Actually, we just do this. Okay, player surface should now do what exactly? So we read input. If it's 0, we do a bunch of stuff and then do that. If override input is true, I think I just want to set desired direction to that thing. So before I do anything, if whoa, don't get ahead of yourself. Player dot do I have it? Wait, do I actually have a easy thing in here to like player instance dot, or no, just like player dot like override input. If that thing is true, then desired direction equals player dot desired direction. Well, with that, the way that is, I might rename it, get back to it, and this bit should just return. So that basically is putting in fake input in a way. Sort of. Actually, it should do that. I don't know if I... Ooh, this bit's weird. How this bit's handled is odd. Do I want to upgrade that? I don't think so. For now, I think it works better that I do make sure... not this other direction. Same direction bonus. But I do clear that stuff. Actually, wait, no. Input direction might... do I use that in other places? I do. Okay, not that. Okay, specifically same direction bonuses, I guess, what I want to make sure gets reset properly. Otherwise... Actually, wait, where are you used? You're used there. Okay, yep. There's a thing that, like, if you're moving in the same direction for a long time, then it, like, you move significantly faster. Just as, like, a gradual speed up kind of thing, being on a unicycle. But that shouldn't apply here. I think usually when we're overriding input, we want to move them slow. We don't need that extra speed up there. So this update override... Oh, turn. This is what that was. And compile. Why is it taking a while? Okay, that's fine. Is this going to work then? This is done, surely. I don't trust it. Level manager. I calculate this and everything. I'm gonna use this. I can get rid of this potentially. These numbers might need to be like updated because how it worked with this lean direction versus how it now needs to work with this desired direction thing. This might need to be like lessened. But if it like moves in the right direction, then that should be fine. Okay, override player is gonna go disable the player. It's gonna do all that stuff. It's gonna turn override input to true. It's gonna override turn equals that. And we have the possibility of updating the override turn, and we have the possibility of overriding the move. Sets it to that. I guess I'm gonna rename this though to like override direction. Is what I'd prefer. Yep. Cool. Actually, sorry, one last thing is that over in Surface, what uses or references this desired forward thing? Because then it might also want to reference... Well, I guess it's going to get updated. Like, that's what's going to get, yeah, updated and replaced. But I just want to double check what actually references this. Outside of the script, preferably. Does anything outside of the script actually reference this now? I guess... Is that just a relic from old input things? Or was this a relic from... I don't know, anything else? We're gonna make this private if I'm capable of doing so without errors. And we're just gonna stick this, like, here, I guess. I'm trying to remember what used to reference that. Something. Oh, the old override stuff. That would have done it. Oh, that, haha, that's not supposed to happen. Okay. As soon as we go into play mode, it's acting like that is set to stuff. I mean, we move forward at a rate that wasn't like launching, so that's interesting. Okay, so what player? Where did it? Oh, override. Wait, why are you such a true? Override input is false. What? I don't know where that came from, but okay. Yeah, all right. You're false. You're 0. You're forward. Yes. Okay. Let's try that again. Oh, camera's still off. I realized I didn't put it all the way back up. It's fine. Okay. We can move. Great. Fantastic. And now, moment of truth. Oh, hey, wait. These aren't... Wait, is this supposed... I forget if, those were supposed to auto-fix that, like, auto-go to the full complete state. It doesn't matter. This is like one of my temporary test buttons. Oh, you're still... Oh, no. Like, that's not a... like, a big deal, but it is technically my cheat button isn't working right, technically speaking. Wait, this is gonna get... Right, this is gonna... In a couple seconds... Huh, okay, I did not think I'd actually time the boîte. Like, there's a random timer between, like, something and something. I didn't expect the boîte this exact right time. That's great. Either way, that's something to look into at some point, but not right now. Hey, oh wait, that's good, right? He moved to the right spot, and, like, well, I gotta, like, where this code really shines, supposedly, is when we come at it at a fast speed, and that it... Okay, see, that's almost too... let me go entering it from this way. Ah, see, that's not exactly how that should be. Wait, how? Wait, what? It was so fast the one time, and now that time it's super slow. What gives? What is... This is me testing my auto win button? Yeah, I mean, oh god. Oh no, we're trapped in purgatory. Okay, so that obviously shouldn't happen. I almost want to, this does not matter. I mean, like, technically, well, it'd be nice to have my test buttons not be broken. This auto thing, like, actually, where do I test for this? Oops. I think if there's a quick way I can be like, if we're not, you know, in, wait, no, find references is what I want. This is in, yeah. Level manager does this? Okay. I thought I had a test. You know, if levels started is true and and we're not in the hub world. I thought that levels started... If we're in the windscreen, I thought... It's such a false, unless that's not the case. I guess an easy thing, actually, which is... This is used in a couple places. Quickly going, and if we're capable of pausing, that's gonna, yeah, be a nice quick thing that's gonna just... Some of those cases, like when we're in the win screen, the fail screen, that covers them all, I think. Anyway. Even when we're mid-respawning, I think. So, anyways, blam, and yeah. Okay, and just a test. Yeah, I can't press that. That was a minor issue, but still just another nice thing. You know what? Bam, haven't updated in a while. Things fixed. That's another one. Okay, so this, though, is, like, working, kind of, but not enough. Like, that right there is not enough. I don't know actually why that's happening that way. How sometimes the player's moving fast at the spot they need to be at, and sometimes they're moving super slow. I don't know, like, why there's that thing. Let me double check something. Override turn is only set to be used if we're at, like, a low velocity, or does it happen no matter what? Where is final references? Whoosh, and then okay, yeah, this, if override turn is not equal to if override turn is equal to it doesn't use all that stuff, then sure, okay, yeah, override turn has a value, then they'll use it. Oh, well, okay. Right, I do that. If, ooh, how do I do that? Hold on, wait, is it, let me double check. Is there anything else that's being used? So, I think the behavior that I want to have is, this override turn is meant to be for if we're kind of stopped, I think. Otherwise, you should be using the direction of our velocity. Well, no, the repair thing doesn't work that way. If we don't override direction, then use override turn. If we override direction, prioritize that. Yeah, because over here, then this desired forward. Actually, huh. Desired forward is, yeah, this override turn. Wait, isn't this overriding the input thing? Oh, that might be why that's behaving that way to some degree. On best is when something works but you don't know why. Yeah, well, yeah, that's it's more concerning because then it means it might break when I don't expect it. But here I now understand kind of why, I think. So this, if that is not, has a value, and player dot override input is false. If override input is true, yeah. If override input is true, don't do this. Do this, where this will probably have been set based on. Actually, wait. No, hold on. Wait. When you sound less anyway, then otherwise, desired. Hold on here. If the velocity is super low, then do the, oh wait, no, how do I get the if statements to be how I need them to be? Something like, if we, this will work for some of what I want. Actually, let me just test it as is, just to see what it's gonna do. But I think it's gonna need to change a little more. Okay, go in, alright. Go ahead, angle, yeah. Right, my cat is over there in the background. So he moved, but he didn't face the right direction, which I understand why that happened. Okay, oh, not that, hold on. He just kind of, yeah, goes where he ends up, but he's getting to the center. Yeah, I suppose. I wanted a little bit more like, I don't know, gets there and has to kind of recorrect a little bit, but that might be, I turned down some of the numbers that have to do with the moving. Okay, so what I want here for this, align to ground is to turn in general. This direction to use, wait, oh, what? Oh, wait, oh, whoops, I didn't, desired forward is different from direction to use, whoops. Yes, and that's for turning. Oh, okay, hold on. The direction is used to put there. Huh. Else, don't return. If, oh, hey, yep, I will drink away as I figure this out. Staying hydrated and all that. Yeah. Okay, sorry. So, it's hard to explain all that. There's like a lot of complicated things going on here, but also this thing I need to now rearrange because I want to have things behave a little bit differently. I'm trying to make sure that what I'm doing is going to cover all of my different weird use cases for how I want to use this stuff. Quantize, yes. That helps. Okay, so this direction to use thing, if our input direction is like we got input has a value, we use that. Otherwise, if we're this means if we're not pressing buttons, and then if we're not pressing buttons but we're moving fast, then we turn to face our velocity, and that makes sense. And then otherwise, if we're moving slow, then if override turn, it should be if override turn has a value, then direction to use equals that. Right? And then else return. I guess I could have done that. Equals, whatever. I like, yeah, I've heard this way is more the likely things to happen, I guess. And I guess you don't need a default value there, right? Yeah, okay, so equals. Oh, let me double check. Vector 3, yeah, okay. And then do that, and then this doesn't need this stuff down here, maybe? It's not exactly... We're not pressing buttons, we are mashing buttons, indeed. So then, well, why do I... Oh, the override has this extra thing of changing the velocity. Yes, but that needs to happen, like, after I set this. So, that might be a bit different. Luzka, hello! Hi! It's time to learn about Unity. Yeah, indeed, I guess. Yeah, welcome. We are working out my game, The Handyman with a Unicycle. Today has been a lot of... Oh, God, that's not how that's... Oh, no, it's all broken. It's bad. Oh, okay, I think I kind of know why that's happening. Not really. I have an inkling of an idea why that's happening. Yeah, we're fixing things. That might not look like it, but trust me, we are attempting to fix things. Let me just... If this is not equal to that, then use that. I don't actually know why that is happening that way. Hold on, let me just back up to... Yeah, this bit that we're currently dealing with, hard to explain, kind of, but, it's coming along. Let me double check that I back up with those things that I didn't think would do that, that's gonna work. I'm not gonna find still doing the weird same issues. Okay. Yay, we're moving normally again. Okay. For now. Remember, it's not a bug, it's a game mechanic. Indeed. I had a nice issue with player jittering on place. I had wrong compiler flags. Oh no, oh boy. I haven't made any recent like builds of this game, so it's possible I could run into like weird, this is only happening in a build errors. Look forward to all that fun, funky stuff. But yeah, this is the game, and this is how this is coming along. This is one of two big test scenes we have. This is just like a row of a bunch of individual miscellaneous game mechanics. We have another big test level that's like a big skate park thing that you might have seen before, Luzka. Yeah, and currently we are a big skate park of like movement stuff and going up walls and doing loop-to-loops, and it's awesome. What we're currently doing is fixing up a lot of like the new player, freshly rewritten, and camera stuff too. We're hooking up a lot of this new player with a lot of the old game mechanics that are all very broken. We're slowly getting all this back up and running. What we're currently working on, that I didn't think would be taking the whole stream, but somehow it has gone that way, is this level complete screen. It was like technically functional in that like you could press the buttons, but like the camera was wildly the wrong way, the player wasn't in the right position, and like a bunch of stuff with that. So the last technically 6 hours. Oh gosh, we've been, well, no, we haven't just been doing this. We've been fixing up a lot of miscellaneous things, but like, building some degree of like new functionality for the new player to work with this, that when that's done, I'd be able to reuse a lot of that new stuff in other places, in other stuff that's broken. So a lot of the work we've been doing hasn't been just for this, but has been to get that thing to behave properly. It might look like it's, like how that looked is actually kind of, sort of how it's supposed to look. But there's some other small issues with it that we are still cleaning up. To do with this, or currently right now to do with this override turn thing that I'm trying to figure out how to best handle. And this is a matter of just like reordering these if statements that I just did and thought it was the way it should be. And then you saw a second ago the player was just like moving along weirdly like that. And like, that's not supposed to happen. So trying to sort this out to be how it should be happening. Yeah, so basically, okay, so go through that. This is the part of the player movement code that it turns the player, and also when we're on slopes aligns them to the ground. So it aligns them to the ground and turns them all in one fell swoop. So, or it can be aligned to surface, because when you're going up walls, whatever. Actually, you know what? I will rename this to surface. Whoa, that's not at all what I wanted. Rename player aligned to surface. Because it can be aligning to a ceiling, it can be aligning to a wall. And we do the generic thing, I guess. Okay, so we take so we have this direction to use that can be one of a couple things. Input direction is like we did controller or keyboard input, we want to go that way. So if it has a value, use that. Otherwise, we're currently not pressing buttons. Use our velocity, as long as it's above a certain threshold, turn towards that. Otherwise, and also, if this override turn thing is set to nothing, then return early. No turning needs to be done. We're not moving, and this override turn thing isn't set on. So if we get to here, it could be that we have a direction to use, or we want to do this override turn thing. Okay. Then this is that, yeah, this is kind of a little bit necessary. If override turn has a value, then set desired forward to that. Set this velocity. And yeah, then otherwise we picked one of these, do that. And then if after doing this calculation it has a value that's not nothing for some reason, which it should, but that just can prevent errors that can occasionally happen. Then have us, the player, you know what, this is surface aligned, whatever. Turn in that direction and then smoothly move in that direction. Yeah, okay. Just making sure, so like, but that's not exactly correct. I'm just like going through specifically what that's doing because now I need to change this. So when we do this fun stuff, and you know what? Actually, I'm gonna whoops. I'll actually move that down here because technically these are kind of a package deal, and this is a more of a miscellaneous thing in a way. Sort of. Anyway, so when we override input and also pass in an override direction, then I want to ignore override turn unless we have a low velocity, meaning we're basically stopped. And if both of those things are not happening, then do the normal input stuff. Like, do the normal stuff. Okay, let me write this, like, isolated, and then try to work it into here. Okay, so if player dot override input is true, then, let me just kind of comment it in my brain, use, then, use, where is it? Use desired direction has been changed to override direction. That happens higher up in the code. So if this is true, then we're doing the normal stuff because the normal stuff will do what we want here. It will, no, wait. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Wait. Oh, wait, what? Wait, whoa. Wait, what? I thought it... Wait, even that's not how I thought it was. What? Wait, what? Excuse me? I thought I set it up here. What? Hold on. Confused by code not working how I thought it did. Where do I... Oh, desired... Okay. I have desired direction is a thing. Desired forward is a completely separate thing. Oh, I'm a fool. Okay, right. Oh. Whoops. Well, I mean... Okay, so direction to use either being our input. Input is different than desired direction. Okay, sure. That changes things. Yes. Sorry, this is confusing. Just, yeah, things are different than I thought they were. And then, desired forward. Okay, so, never mind. It's not, we'll use, well, actually, hold on. Is this right? Is this right? Might be. Hold on. At a uni test, we had to comment code, so I just wrote that line did not open up. Why it did it? Like rewriting the C# line in Finnish language. Oh no. Yeah, you'd be like, oh, if the player is set to override the input, if input direction is not equal to vector 3.0, you write that as a comment. I don't traditionally do that. I mean, you see there's a lack of comments here, but when I do write comments, usually it's more explaining the general idea of what the thing is doing. Use desired direction is... Wait, I just want to double check. How does desired direction compare to input direction? Oh, it's that, but protected on play. Wow, shouldn't I just use that directly then? I don't want to break my player, but I just think that... Oh, I use that because we might not be present. No, I know why we do that. Okay, never mind, it's fine. Use desired, so if this, use desired direction, else, okay, hold on. If we are overriding input, then we use the desired direction. If we are not overriding input, no, that's not true. If we are overriding input and we are going fast, use desired direction. Like, and going fast. If we are using override input and we are not going fast, then use override turn, which maybe should be renamed to like low velocity turn or something. If we are not using override input and override turn has a value, then it uses that always, because that's just stuff with how that's meant to work. Technically correct comment lines. I did not lose any points. Oh no. I mean, that's good, I suppose. Got away with it. All right, if override input, actually then a second if statement on top. If we're going, let's say above this. Blang, and then this, then else, and blah. Okay, so one of these needs to change. If going fast, use this. If not going fast, use override turn. Just that. And then else do below stuff, right? Is that, yeah. Okay, just getting that straight in my head. And doing this below stuff already takes care of that this can be set and then using that. Okay, so now that I've made sense in my brain, there's some copy code here, but it's fine. So, well, I guess I can use now to see how I can like combine a lot of this together. Okay, this direction to use thing, then direction to use equals desired direction. Otherwise, direction to use equals override turn. Where about this? That actually, to be frank, might actually need this stuff that's here. Actually, it totally does. Never mind. So should this. What Mr. Blah, no, blah. Except this should say desired direction. This is projecting it into the ground, so that's, we're not gonna turn the player in a weird way. Yes. Okay, direction to use equals blarg. Is overtime return blarg. I mean, else do normal stuff means, actually, well, not all of this. This, right? So then this could go straight into an else if on this. Like this. Is that correct? I think so. Okay. I guess I'll keep those comments there. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. This is wrong. Hold on that. Okay. Wait. Oh. Wait. Sorry. Wait. No, this isn't. Hold on. This isn't enough. Sorry. This doesn't combine probably with the stuff down there. And actually, no. This should be direction to use. Doesn't. It gets projected down here, down there. So, whoops. I had this right the first time. This can be let's code because it gets handled down below. My bad. Sort of. Okay, so if override input blah, 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 else blah, 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 this line's unchanged. Like this line happens no matter what, as long as we're moving. Oh, also some homework was like, think about these things, and there was some math, but it had no words that told me to actually write any calculations or answers down. So I just wrote. I thought about other homework did tell me to write down the math. Oh no. Yeah, that's funky. Yeah. Okay, so so if player override input is true, it's not gonna test for this stuff. It's not gonna get there. It's gonna do this. Decide to use is that, and then it's gonna get down here. But then it's gonna see that override turn has a value, and it's gonna do this, and that's incorrect. Well, I don't want a second one of these, but like I guess okay, just for now, I can just go blah. If override it has to be false and we have a turn value, then do this. Otherwise, do this, but this might be set to that because of the way that works. Okay, that's more ugly than I'd like it to be. I feel like there's a way better to like clean this up, but separating this big chunk that sets this direction to use thing and then down here. Because this can't, like, this has this extra step here. If this extra step wasn't here, which, I mean, I guess, well, no, it's also based on both of these. And it needs to be, well, actually, no, it doesn't. Hold on. I might be able to clean this up a little bit and just, like, something like, hold on, if I did this outside of here and then had an if statement that was like, if we are not yet an override turn and it had a value, this had a value, then like curve it. But then for that use case, okay, then wait, else if override turn is equal to 0, return. I mean, then wait, hold on, just in this scenario and only this scenario, I would then also need the step of doing this. No, direction to use equals player override turn, which is the case where if this is false. And wait, well, should be tested here then? Else if this has a value. Hold on, almost there, I think. Then this should use it's gonna be slightly copied, but whatever, it's fine for right now. Is that right though? If we're overriding input. Otherwise, we're not overriding input, and override turn has a value, use that by force with the extra step of then down here after this. Wait. No, yeah, then after this, then it has this extra step. Then whatever it got, and do this stuff. Well, actually, wait, should, just deciding that technically this be in here. For now, I won't. I want to see if this works, but I might put this inside of this if statement as a thing up here. We'll get back to that in a second. Okay, so this I think might work and do what I need it to do, but just differently. I see more messages. I'll catch up in a second. Well, before my brain is oozing out my ears with trying to do this. I'm just trying to see, like, there's one copied thing, and that's from here and here. I'm trying to see if there's like an easy way that I can. So okay, if this and this do this, else if that do that. Like, is that gonna be good enough? If blarg and blarg do this, and then just take out this bit. Is that right? Because then if this is false, then it's or this, both cases, it'll get either way is not true. That like if we're slow, it's gonna get to here, and then we're gonna use this. Yeah, okay, that actually I think does work maybe. All right, that was a lot of little things. Let's go back into play mode and see if the player is completely and utterly broken. Woohoo! When it decides to. Okay. Blah. I can move. That's a good sign. So, as a test, if I interact with this, I should turn to face the thing. Oh, wait, whoa. Oh, if I leave and go back in, that's a thing that breaks the fixed text. That's a thing to fix. Good. I should move, and the other thing, we've had an issue before where as soon as I let go, I would like weirdly turn back. That shouldn't be the case. And this slightly moving into the thing, yeah, that is behavior that we want at this stage. The spelling is a bit more polished, but it is the behavior that the code should be having. There's no like wonky turn business when I slow down. If I'm on a slope not pressing inputs, then I am turning down the slope. That is the thing we wanted. Activate this. Let's see if this does the thing I want it to do. Good enough. That is, yeah, kind of. So like, if we're facing whatever way, I think I want to up the velocity threshold on that by a lot. Oh, what the? I currently can't move. Wait, what? What? Oh, I know why. Oh, no. I know why. Because of a weird thing. So, static variables are funky in that... okay, so hold on. Let me... Actually, I want to prove... yeah, let me prove a thing and then fix it. If I just make literally any code change that does nothing, it forces the code to recompile. And I'll read your messages in a second. Un momento, por favor. So I want to double check this is gonna do what I expect it to do. So I can move again. Yeah. Normally, so, Unity can, like, every time you go in and out of play mode, it recompiles all the code, and that can be slow. So the fancy thing, actually, I don't know where the setting is. I forget where it is exactly. Oh, found it. Yep. There's a thing you can kind of turn off at your own risk. Basically, be like, don't reload every time I go in and out of play mode, or every time I go into play mode, or whenever it does it. I don't need you to do that all the time because the code's not changing. That has one weird quirk in that static variables don't reset unless there's a compile change. This is technically something that's only would happen in editor. You wouldn't see this happen in a build. In a build, you close the game and relaunch it. That refreshes everything. So technically these things aren't resetting. That might be why, or technically the thing that should happen here, these are these default values. I should be down here going like, this fixes itself if I want to still have this behavior as it is. If I just properly set these static variable defaults in start, or in awake, that works too. Yeah, just a thing I think is neat. Well, it's not good, but yeah, it is neat. Actually, I forget if private static variables do the same thing. These things with complicated getters and setters, like, that's different, I believe. I think so anyway, but like static variables like this. Let me just, while it's on my mind, 'cause those were the ones I just made today. I don't know if I'm going to see any other super big bad ones. That's fine. The stuff that is getting set in awake, that's all good. Well, I was hoping I could looking for like just public static variables that do not fall into categories of what I'm currently looking at. So there might not be any others, but there could be, and it could throw me off at the worst time and cost like, oh, I just passed one. What did I just pass? Oh no, what I found one. I didn't know. Well, okay, we're gonna hope that's fine. Okay. Oh, the hub spawn, that's fine. Yeah, that's what it was. I can hope so. Okay, actually, so I quickly go through them more. It's probably fine. Okay. Anyways, let me go back to play mode and just see that. Whoa. Okay, it's all good. And if I do this, and then while I'm in here, I go out of the game and then back in, then it should be fine. Yeah, okay. That was that. Cool. So this thing, the player does move to the center. The player moves to the center slowly, though, I think. Let me just gain some speed and whoa. Oh! Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Player moves to the center a bit slow and then takes too long to, like, turn. So the velocity threshold of them turning, I think, should be raised up. Okay, I will catch up on your messages. Oh, hold on. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Indeed. I did some work for Ivan, the teacher was in Teams. Teams call the whole time, or the whole, blah, 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 blah. Let me try that again. And the teacher was in Teams call the whole class. There was one trap in there. No one got it right. A few seconds later, she's like, wait, what? Got it right? Oh, that's great. That's great. I was in person all the years before anyone managed to get it right. Wait, we got all the credits. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I once in grade 10, my first programming class ever, after like I guess half a year or so of me learning programming at that point. The class wasn't like great. I just was able to do well because of my prior knowledge in programming and stuff at that point. So we had like unit 1, the programming language was Turing when we were learning that class, very old, outdated programming language that's no one really uses for actual things. It's more of a like a teaching programming language that does stuff. But we had like a unit 1 test, and everyone did so badly that they had to like, they reduced what the test was out of, and after that, like that reduction, I got, it was like 113% on said test because I got everything right except one thing, and then the test, because everyone else did bad, it was reduced, so I got over 100%. And it would have been 115%, but there was one true or false question that I got wrong that I kind of argued like, oh, technically under these cases it would be correct. Actually, I still remember it, and I can reapply it in a Unity context. So you're familiar with while loops and for loops. You know, while, actually, I don't know, bool, not done yet, whatever, like, blah, blah. And then, like, you know, while not done yet, then you'd, like, repeat stuff, right? Hold on, I don't know, whatever, there's stuff in here, right? And then you also have a for loop, which there are many styles that a for loop can take. You can have int, like I equals 0, I is less than 10, and like whatever. And then, then a way more commonly used, I think, in Unity kind of case is like I equal, or, you have some array, right? So like string, words equals, just pretend that has some stuff, right? Do you want to go through all the words? You're like, I is less than words dot length, I plus plus, and then maybe like every time, wait, what's your problem? Because okay, equals new string, whoa. Have like 5 stuff in you, whatever, it's fine. And then every time you go through, it'd be like words, I, and then you do stuff, not trim, sure, why not? You do stuff with it, right? Okay, so build my example. The true or false question was something along the lines of, that, I don't remember the exact wording, but like, it was something along the lines of that you use a for loop when you know exactly how long the loop is gonna be. Like, how, you use a for loop when you know, exactly, or like, for loops are always used when you know exactly how many times that it's gonna repeat, compared to like a while loop, how it repeats infinitely or whatever. I argue that in a case like this, you don't, I mean, okay, this I argue, I put it as like 5, but if you're looping through like a list, array of some amount, you don't know how many times that it's gonna repeat. So I think I put true or I forgot which side was true, which side was false. But like, so it's like, hold on, jumping back and forth between things. The question was, I don't remember the exact wording. And I'm probably gonna say it in a way that's biasing it in my favor. But it was something along the lines of that, like true or false, you use a for loop, when you know how many times that it's gonna repeat. And I said like false, I think, if I have that right, because you don't always know. I believe the question was worded like you always do it if you know. It's like you don't always know. Or like you use a for loop when you always know, or something like that. Like I think it was something along the lines of that. I argued against it because you don't always know in a case like this. You're using an array that's like, can be any amount from other parts in the code. But then, yeah, there are cases in for loops, the, I say, less commonly used thing, where you can define it to an exact number, with like, sure, but I argue that this exists, so I didn't think that count, like that it wasn't all encompassing. So that was the one thing I got wrong, and but still got 113% on a test, so yeah, but I still remember that. But like, I get it, like, conceptually, like, the question was meant to be more like for loop versus while loop, and like, sure. And also, it was like a beginner programming thing, so I don't even remember if we got to like this stuff yet. We might have only at that point done this stuff and this stuff as far as loops go, but like, still. A lot of like programming related multiple choice questions of very weird edge cases of code, not a fan of, because like, weird. Actually, okay, let me make sure I just delete code that I, like, of actual player stuff. Okay, on... just okay, making sure. Cool. Now back to over here, and yes. Okay, messages. Oh, that's a lot. Let me catch up. My bad of not reading. I had to make modified browser for my web development. For by default, browser caches the CSS, so I would not see changes if a change like not see it change unless I clear cache. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, actually, I think I had issues with that with a work thing that hard to explain the details of, but a thing partly related to, like, not cleaning caches with, like, getting some website stuff. Yeah, funky. We did, C and Arduino language in school. Very cool. I don't think... I didn't do, I never did Arduino stuff, although it's something I'd be interested in doing at some point. I do have a Raspberry Pi over there that I haven't done a whole lot with, but mean to eventually. It done some messing around with it. Actually, one thing I did that was kind of cool, just to like, as a for fun thing, I got, I'll catch up with the rest of the messages, but as I find fun tangents to ramble about of previous programming things that I've done, I set up the... which way was it? I set up my computer as a server, and the Raspberry Pi as a client, so server was doing most of the work. The client was running a Python project, I believe, and the server was running a Unity project. I had a Unity project running on my computer. Actually, I think it was long ago. It was on my old computer, whatever. And basically, I could have the Raspberry Pi sending data to the server that was running in Unity, have Unity intercept that data. I think it was just like TCP packets or something, or UDP packets, whichever one it was. And then just didn't do much with it, then just changed the data in some random way, like took a bunch of numbers and multiplied them by 2 or whatever, and then sent them back, and then had the client then be able to read that stuff in, and then like, you know, print it out or whatever. So like functionally it didn't do a whole lot, but just the idea conceptually of Python thing on a Raspberry Pi sending stuff to a Unity project on a computer, and then sending that back, and then the client being able to take in that and then do stuff with it. Yeah, that was a thing I messed around with setting up, because that's, I don't know, it was cool to do that, I guess. Yeah. Also, Unity! Anyway, we did, I remember, chem class when there was, a pop quiz about oxygen, and it was list things about, oh, no, sorry, no, I have an extra thing, so I will read that. I forgot that I went a step forward with that. That's how the thing started. Then what I did, which was more insane, was, in Unity, there's a thing, render textures. I don't need to explain what render textures, just, you can, like, take the whole screen and spit that out in image, right? So, like, take a screenshot, kind of, sort of, but in code. I did a thing where, oh, how did it work again? That part was just one way, where in this Unity server, it took a screenshot, then for the sake of performance, it made it, like, you know, 32 by 32, like super small. And then sent that to the Raspberry Pi, and then the Raspberry Pi then took in the like array of RGB values, and then you know, printed that out to the screen. So to some, and then on the screen I just had like a cube moving around or whatever. So I essentially had a super low quality, like poly whatever Unity scene, like what you see in Unity, but like super small. Seeing that on the Raspberry Pi, and like that was super cool to do that. Be like, oh, it's a Unity thing that barely runs, but like it kind of is. Yeah, I don't know. That was a separate cool thing. Yeah. Anyway, let me catch up on the actual messages and see if I can stop interrupting myself with my own stories, as I actually be able to catch up one of these days. I remember when chem class, when there was a pop quiz about oxygen, and it was list things about oxygen. I listed so many that second best was 6.5, and I was at a 10 on scale of 4 to 10. Oh boy, cool. Things about oxygen. It exists. It's element. What else on the periodic table? Is it element? Is it 6 or is that carbon? It might be 7. Or maybe 8, actually. Hold on. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, oxygen? Is it 7? Or did I may have missed one. Anyway. Or is nitrogen in the middle there? I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. This whole class got a little mad at me for getting low scores on it. The max points was set by me. Oh, no. Yikes. Oh, no. I had just read about oxygen day before without knowing what the quiz. That's the best when that happens. I've had some time tangentially related in, like some university stuff where, like, oh, you know, here's a practice test, or like practice things with like practice problems on it. You should do those. And then, you know, some people, you know, don't do those or whatever. I happened to do those for once on, like, for a particular quiz. And then the quiz comes up, and a lot of the questions were just taken directly from it. But, like, being math, some, like, changed numbers or whatever. But it didn't affect that much. So, like, that was great. To be like, oh, I recognize this. Go! Doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it's like, yes! It feels like cheating, but it's not. I'm using my brain. I'm freshly having done problems. I also had a case in a class where I was able to, a question that was heavily implied that like you probably the way you're meant to do this by doing a bunch of math and then getting an answer and then picking the answer in the multiple choice questions. I was able to like just deduce based on what the question was and what the answers were. Like, it cannot be this, it literally cannot be this, it cannot be this, it must be this, and I don't have to do the math to find out. It has to be this. Circle next question, ahead of time kind of thing. And like that was, and that was what I did get right. I didn't just guess and like was wrong, or it wasn't like a 50-50. It was like and I kind of used like blender reasoning, sort of, where like hold on. Yeah, and then it was a question having to do with in like 3D. It wasn't about Blender specifically, but like more like 3D stuff in general. It was something with like you have like casting a ray that this position and like this vector, and then it hits a unit sphere, and then blah blah blah, like calculate like where it hit kind of thing. I think is what it was, or calculate like it might have been the length of the ray or something. I mean, I was gonna say like calculate where it hit. But then because it specified it was a unit sphere, or let's say it was a circle, or just to I think the question was about a sphere, but I'm gonna pretend circle just to easier like demonstrate my point. If you have a unit circle, that means that it has a radius of 1, then that means that like its outmost points are like over here is like the -1 on the x and like +1 on the x and -1 on the y and +1 on the y, and it's like, ooh, it hit here. Like, where did it hit? All of the answers was like 3, like 2 point whatever, 0.7 or whatever, and then like, so I was able to be like, it's a unit sphere, it has to be less than 1, or has to be between like 0 and 1, so like the only answer there that's between those numbers, it has to be that one. And then yeah, it was, and that was correct. Or I might have some of those details wrong, but it was basically something along those lines. Anyway, so yeah. And then, and like part of that, being able to, deduce that was like just my knowledge of, doing Blender stuff, being able to visualize stuff in a 3D space or whatever, I guess. That was a more like, not beginner, but it was like learning some calculation-y stuff with 3D spaces stuff, like as a very beginner, like first time delving into that kind of stuff, sort of thing. I forget what class it was. It wasn't a comp sci class directly. It kind of was, but it was more not just programming stuff. Well, I mean, it was, but it wasn't. Hard to explain. I forget what the class name was. Anyway, it wasn't a game dev class, and it wasn't like a pure like learn Python for the sake of learning Python, or algorithms. There's a whole class about like writing very complicated algorithms for stuff. Anyway, I had like 20 things, and the next best was 5. And you had to get your parents' name on the pop quizzes? What? One of the one math class, I got all answers right, but did not write any of how I got the math of failed test, and no one told you right step by step. Ooh, yeah, that is not good, not good. I've had some multiple choice tests where it's like, if you get it wrong, you get it right, you get a point or whatever. If you don't answer, then that's nothing. But if you guess and it's wrong, then you lose a point and stuff. Or no, well, I've had that like very, very, very rarely. The more mean one, I more want to say, is I've had actually the same the same class that had the thing with the sphere thing I just talked about had a multiple choice test that was like, it essentially asked 2 questions at once, and then the multiple choice thing was like, an answer for one and an answer for the other, an answer for one and an answer for the other, and one answer for the other. Like, they were both, so you essentially like had to do 2 questions and like get both right to get the point. If you got one of them wrong, you didn't, and it was weird. Like, why would you do that way? I did this question right, I should get the point for it. Or hold on. Okay, it was that concept. I might have the specifics slightly wrong. This is a while ago, but it was that kind of thing of like, you gotta get them both right or you're out of luck. It might have been like, or was it it might have been asking two things at once, and then it's like, you know, A and B for thing 1, and C and D for thing 2. Circle both. It might have been, no, or might have been one or the other. I forget. I think some questions did it differently, but something along those lines. It's like, why would you do that? It just feels mean. And in, hold on, all answers right. Yeah, and in uni test, you got 1 point for right, but lost 2 for wrong one. Yeah, you didn't deal with losing 2. That extra sucks. And had to get at least half of max points. Yeah, parents had to sign the pop quizzes for the next class of same teacher. So they know how well you did in school. Oh yeah, makes sense. I mean, I had to do that in university, but that makes sense. That's well, you're more on your own at that point. But yeah, sure, like, yeah, elementary school, maybe in high school, sure. Yeah. Anyways, okay, back to game things. Oh, it is. Okay, it's 12:42. This has been a nice, awesome, long stream, but we've been making lots of progress. Except somehow we're still doing this level complete thing. I will, unfortunately, be having to end things off soon-ish. Not just yet. I can finish a few more things. But, yeah, so let's try to wrap up this player end thing. Nonsense. So, what was I doing and where? So this was in the code that, where's align to ground? Align to server, there. So we just changed this a bunch. Ugh. So, if override put input and so this direction I think needs to be higher for it to do what I want it to do. Wait. No, it needs to be, wait, if it's that and it's greater than blah, then use that. So if it's low, then it goes to the other one. Yeah, so I want to raise this up to try something. Actually, I'm going to raise it up a lot just to see if it'll do what I want it to do. So if we're moving slow, then just turn towards the oh, so we're not like doing that last little bit of sliding. You know, go in the direction we want to go. I also might need to like mess with the numbers that govern how he moves. Yeah, you kind of like whizzled. That's a word. I can pretend it's a word. Here, let me. Yeah. No, why does it look bad? Why is he jittering? That shouldn't be happening. What's causing jitter? What? So that sounds like, huh? What? Excuse me? That sounds like, I mean, okay, so this input stuff should, when he's in that position, should be only going between this guy and this guy. It shouldn't be touching these, to my understanding. Wait, why do I still, if, oh yeah, if all of this is wrong, wait. Should this be here still? If this has a value, use that. If that has a value, use that. If we have some velocity, use that. If we're basically not moving, unless this is set, if this thing's set, then do it. If we're not moving and this doesn't have a value, then return. So this also shouldn't be running at that point. Yeah. In here you get to vocational school or gymnasium at age of what, like 15 or 16 or 16, 17. So if you are under 18, you gotta report to parents how you do. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't remember off the top of my head how much I necessarily had to do that. I don't remember. High school was a long time ago. Yeah, okay, this, see, coming at it there, look fine. I feel like is it the velocity thing that's not right? Hold on here. This override direction, I want to see how it's changing. Fail UIs or wins over here, blah, 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 blah. Do this. How long do you go? Do you keep going until I do a stop coroutines thing somewhere else? So you negative velocity times this velocity multiplier might need to change. Take that position minus that position, blah percentage, blah this, blah that. Okay, so Let me mess with some numbers that have to do with that first. So, angle? Angle? Oh, that's the angle of, like, the cannon part of it. Speed, initial speed from launch. That's not... This isn't what I'm looking for. You... And level base? Wait, what's the part that has... Where did what the Level manager has that? There? Why do you have that? I mean, like, I kind of get why, but I feel like the level end thing should have that, but, like, it's kind of related to both. Oh, well. Towards the end of that, pull this out so I can read these. Multiplier max. I want to temporarily... max distance is when this gets to maximum. Okay. Velocity multiplier towards center minimum. Multiplier minimum. Let me set this to 0 for a minute. Actually, just to test, is gonna do what I think it's gonna do. If this is 0, it should like ignore all influence of that, right? Yeah. Indeed. If I set this to 1, maybe you don't work after the fact. Oh god. He's gone. Why? Okay, that might be the source of the jitter, or like, I don't know, me changing that mid thing is what kind of caused that. I'll just put it back to like the point what it started with. Oh, counter velocity multiplier. Right, this is meant to be the slow down type thing. Right, so putting it too high is like countering it and going in the opposite direction. So take the velocity, yet times... Okay, yeah, so I understand, I guess, that. So this thing needs to be low, sure. This is the slowing down thing. So that shouldn't be causing the jitter if it's not too high. This towards center multiplier thing. Now, why did that look totally fine? That was good. Do more of that, please. Wait, are you still on 1? So, like, in a situation like this, hypothetically, he should still be, you know, moving towards the thing. You turn so snappy. Well, no, yeah, why do you turn so snappy? Because, well, might be a thing I just don't remember the jitter that much. I can live with the snap a little bit. Oh, that's not what I wanted to move. Oh, no. This. What are you doing? What specifically is causing that? Is it the No, the multiplier is 0. Why? I get, like, okay, it's him applying velocity towards the center. It's kind of go whoop, 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 whoop. I get that. But why is it that? Do I need to, like... Oh, okay, I kind of know why the old player... That kind of jitter wouldn't be noticeable with stuff with how the old player sort of leaned to move. The new player is different with that, so... Oh, I'm missing messages. Hold on. Luska, hello. Okay, let me go up to where I stopped and catch up with messages in order. We need, hold on, But one might need more math courses to get past uni math tests. I took, yeah, quite a few math and computer science related courses. Most of my courses in year 4 were computer sciencey stuff, so... Yeah, but that was fun, though. It was good doing. Wow, and some things were harder than others. Also, my cat has come by to say hi again. But two types of uni. We got regular uni and uni of applied sciences. That is more profession specific. Interesting. And you get the engineer from those. Neato. Yeah. How much do you know about SQL or MariaDB databases? So I'm aware of the concept of SQL, and I've learned like cool things about it. Unfortunately, I do not know much about SQL, and MariaDB I've never heard of, but I'm gonna guess based on the question that it's like somehow tangentially related to SQL, or if it's like a SQL alternative or kind of something like that. Only that MariaDB is bad for commercial purposes. Oh no, but it's free. Yeah, fair enough. But it's new license. Don't start me on licenses. Oh no, GPL is hazardous. You guys are using words that I don't happen to know. I've taken a bunch of computer science classes. I specifically never took any classes on database stuff. I was able to get out of that and take different other classes. Taking stuff on statistics and writing algorithms and game design and all that stuff. Why are you, oh. Wait, why do you do that? Okay, anyway. But yeah, unfortunately, I know the sequel and no sequel is another tangentially related thing, but yeah, unfortunately, don't have familiarity with that. My sequel, that's the one, yeah. Was a mandatory part of the vocational school I went to. Ah, interesting. Yeah, cool. I mean, if you like it, then cool. I don't know. I was able to, like, I just didn't happen to take classes where I had to use it, and I'm totally fine with that. I personally like more programming to do with, like, seeing visual stuff happen rather than just, hey, I changed a number. Woo! I know that not all programming is like that, but I'm very, very heavily generalizing, but, yeah. I mean, a lot of certain programming I do in Unity is just getting the numbers to be what I want them to be. Right now, it's with velocities. Okay, before I run out of time here, move later, win angle. This. You calculate this stuff, you calculate this. Do I just gotta put in, like, a low threshold thing? Yeah, maybe, possibly. I mean, I probably should just also even be adding them beforehand. Vector, or should that be the job of the min move thing? I mean, I don't think I'm gonna have, yeah, you know what? That would be the, like, that might be the, well, less code here and better for this. Is it though? Move, override direction, flarg, and you over here. And then, like, I wouldn't normalize. And normalizing would be bad because it would always be a high number. If does well, like hold on. Hold on, deciding. If this dot unsure. Hold on. Dot square magnitude is greater than 0. Blah, whatever, and then come back to that. Else we'll do other stuff. Blah. Okay, so if we're overriding input, and then if this has numbers. Actually, wait. What if this is gonna happen? This is gonna happen regardless, and then use the thing, or have it equal vector 3.0. And I'm gonna actually put that 0.1, and with that, like, magnitudes, I actually, like, number I can properly deduce. Hello, hi, I see you there. Okay, as the code compiles, pet the key. Oh, hi. Hello. What was I have a project that I bet you could create in 5 minutes, but if you're curious, I'll send it to you, the idea. ChatGPT couldn't do it, oh no! Productive level dropping? Yes, because of the cat. Yeah, interesting project. I mean, I went into the beginning of the stream being like, oh, I think we're gonna do this one thing that's gonna, like, not take a long time. But it took 2.5 hours, so I don't know if 5 minutes is true as you think it might be. Anyway, all right, do it to the thing. Well, okay, I move these values, which I might have to still adjust them, but for now, we just, yeah. Why are you being nuts? As you should be. Do I gotta turn down the... You gotta quantize the cat. Yeah, very quantizable. Okay. Blah. Why? Why are you doing that? Why? This maybe 0. Oh, that being 1 is probably too much, actually, now that I think about it. I'm also gonna make that magnitude, like... Oh, it's better performance to be square magnitude, but when I can't Just, when the numbers aren't right, then nah. I have a present for you, be on boy. Okay. Alright, into play mode is the things that I want to work going to work. Wah. No, well, like I get why that happened, but I don't. No. Wait, actually, I don't know, because why are you turning that fast? Why are you turning that fast for that? Hold on. If that is greater than 0.1, do stuff. That cuts out like the super small inputs that aren't going to actually be important for moving us. I think. We'll see if I regret that. And then this bit. Hold on. The direction to use here is here, and then you do that. That's fine. And you do this. This. Wait. Since when is this not using a time, not delta time? It should be, I think. Fixed delta time, because so then I mean roughly point what, like 0 to get roughly to what it was a second ago. It's gonna be like what 11. Let's go 10. We'll go 11 actually. To be more, I think that's closer to what it was. We're gonna hope that's not gonna like massively horrendously break my stuff. That wasn't that didn't change anything of what we're doing, like of what I expect to see here, but wasn't that just? Oh, actually, I think I just realized that this is the thing I'm trying to fix is something I kind of had an issue with before, where if I make actually let me just to confirm that this is the thing that I think that it is. If I make this number super low, then I'll turn slower, but then I won't turn fast enough for slopes. The thing that turns us to face a direction is the same thing that turns us for slopes, and it's hard to separate the two. So yeah, now we're not going to turn, even for slopes. But, now hypothetically, yeah. Like, sure. So, like, this has to be, you know, I'll go 10. It has to be snappy or stuff with the movement breaks. But yeah, separate it. We tried before, and it didn't go so well, of separating the, yeah, trying to turn on ground to turning on slopes. Although for override input, in theory, that could do some extra stuff. Unsure. I don't know. Let me see how it is at 10 again. Man, internet's so full of copycats, I can't find it. Oh no, oh no. Ooh. Yeah. Like, it's not perfect. It might be... Oh, that's definitely not perfect. Hold on. It might be just good enough for now. That's something that's gonna be, like, harder to improve. I just don't like that it's like a snap. But, like, I get why it is. Here, let me try. What might help is if I up the how soon it does that. Let's just wildly set this to a 10 for a second, even though it's gonna be bad and not do what I want it to do. I think as a temporary thing. Let me just when the code decides to compile. I believe this is gonna, like, we're not gonna turn. Like, okay, it's like it turns early, so he turned and is still kind of moving in the other direction. I don't like that, but it's less noticeable of a kind of a thing. I just need to also test going at it in, like, different directions. And, like, yeah, like, for the most part, this is a tiny thing that doesn't matter that much. And it's like a temp thing kind of anyway. Eventually, ideally, have a more polished animation thing. I didn't mean to do that. No. I need to, like, eventually clean up, like, the respawn code where it deems a safe spot is. Hold on. I want to go with this thing at speed. Yeah. That's also not ideal because it feels like we're just slamming to a stop. When before it was a bit more. I mean, one thing that we're missing on this current player is that, in terms of polish, is the player used to, like, lean in the direction that you moved. That's a thing I'm hoping to have be a thing again, and when that's a thing, then this might look better with that. There's like a leaning backwards to like screech to a halt, maybe kind of a thing. So I think maybe it looks good enough, and we're at least moving to the center. Like, that was the more important thing. If we didn't move to the center, that could cause problems. And the additional problem, it doesn't... I was worried that, like... this might still be a thing. If we go at the thing too fast... Whoop. Let's actually test that there. If we go at the thing too fast... I see messages out of the corner of my eye. We'll get to in just a moment. If I go this thing too fast, which in this test level, it's kind of harder to do that, but it is possible. We'll just need to kind of... Oh, I missed. Well, I mean, okay, but like... Oh, no, so that's fine. I understand why that happened. It's just... I think what just happened there is I launched off the ramp that is the end thing, which I don't know how that... I don't know how we went over the entry. Oh, it's low. That might be why. And then we respawned, and we respawned on top of it. Like, that's an unlikely scenario to happen, but, like, it makes sense. We spawned on top of it after flying over it, and it, like, went into the ground. Let me double check. The end thing, yeah, this is... Now, the issue, if I'm in midair going at high speed, I go fast enough to launch off this thing. It can cause problems. So having it be lower in the ground means if you're flying super high and fast, you go over this, that's your fault. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, that may be something I readdress later, but just as a temporary thing, I want to see what happens if I raise this up more and then do what I just did. In fact, to make it a million times easier, be bigger. So I can build up speed from a distance. Hold on. Oh, there's so many messages. I will catch up. It's around times like 2,000. Oh, times that you do CD. CD. Oh no. Oh boy. I bet if I get the files of the full game and I make a small trick, the game would not start. Oh no. Or I hope it will not. Man, sell it. Man, never mind about DLCs, never mind about Steam markets. Yeah, just this though, the like random flying away. Yeah. Yep. Just sell it as is. You don't need levels when you got speed. Totally gameplay. Woo! Wait, really? That didn't set it off? Can I not set it off if I'm not if I'm in midair? Surely that's not a thing that I would have done. I must be literally flying over it, but like, how? I thought I like made it obscenely taller. I like so that if you go, like, I don't want you to necessarily have to slow down to hit the end thing necessarily. I mean, I did put it on a ramp. That is potentially my bad. Maybe with the faster, well, the issue, the reason it's on a ramp is because of the spring stuff underneath. That'd be harder to like modify all levels to make sure that it's like inset into the ground. I could do that hypothetically. It being on a ramp right now is easier. Although instead of being on it being on more of a, it bends more up slope rather than a straight line and straight. That actually might benefit this. So that alone, a more polished version of this might fix it. I still gotta figure out like you know, what this is gonna look like eventually, other than just being like metal. I know that the spring thing, I want to have like the logo of the carnival on it, which is gonna be like, current idea is that it's gonna be the CEO is gonna be so full of itself that it's just gonna be his face and then like the name. So that'll be a thing eventually, but and actually maybe this thing might also have the logo, and then it opens up, and then the spring also has the logo, but maybe like a flashier logo or something. I want the end to be like a flashy end thing, you know? You have Sonic games with the gold rings, and Mario games with the stars, and all that. I have a platform, but like I want it to be, I mean, it's gonna be a giant spring that launches you back to the hub world. So like that's interesting, hopefully. And it's gonna be personalized, having the logo of the carnival on it, but it's gonna need more to be a lot more flashy that it's obviously missing, but it's gonna get there. Now, where is the collide? It's this. Okay. Hold on. You and what? Oh wait, did I? Or wait on. Yeah, did I actually turn? I just realized that in that testing I've just been doing, I don't know if I actually turned on, the finished objectives thing. I might not have actually done that. There we go. Ha. Oh. Interesting. We actually did come to a stop. So, like, on one hand, coming to a complete stop like that isn't amazing. But on the other hand, it doesn't break the game. If you go too fast it goes to the end level thing, but you like still overshoot the platform because you can't stop fast enough, that would be its own thing. Like that, right there, So like, okay, he did move back, yes. The problem is I want something that works with any level that you could be in. If I have a level end that's like, happens to be at the edge of a cliff, and you could fall off, that's a problem. I don't want to have to be restricted to that the end level thing has to be surrounded by a lot of land, ideally. So, like, that's a case where that's a potential issue. But you might not be able to, like, launch off it as much if just the platform is more curve sloped. And maybe it's not as tall or something. I don't know. We'll see. So I think it's, he got back there, though. That at least tested that. So I'm gonna move this back into the ground. If you do launch over it, then for now, that's gonna let that be a thing. And, we'll fix it. We'll make it better, I think, in the context of a real level, 1, and 2, in, when we add more polish, we'll figure out, like, more polished version of what we want it to look like. Maybe it'll very vastly change. It needs to be, like, I've said this before, I'll say it again, of, like, in the game, you're completing objectives of different kinds that the most common thing is going tries and fixing them. I don't just have the level end when you, fix the last ride, because, not laziness, but, like, it would be so much harder to make that work. If you that end screen that can happen anywhere, up against any wall, being in midair, being like on a wall or a ceiling, or up against anything, in the middle of hazards, in the middle of falling to your death, how to make that end screen like work and all that, if I want the player to be like stopped and like looking at the camera or whatever, becomes a lot harder. It's the easier way out to just have a thing that you go to. Also, you can like see this early in the level and know, hey, that's the end thing. It's a consistent thing. Thing number 3, however many, is that if you're like, I want that when you touch the end thing and you press continue, it launches you away back to the hub world. Ignore that the camera's still broken here. That's harder to do if like you're underground or there's a ceiling above you. By specifically choosing where the end of the level has to be, I can control a lot more variables. I'm already making a complicated enough game with all the janky physics and like all this stuff. I got a cool curtain thing of how it responds. I can choose to do the one thing that's slightly easier and save myself a huge headache of having a fixed end thing. And then it's a little bit more, like a Sonic game, having a goal ring. It's more like that a little bit. So yeah, anyway. It makes my life easier, and I can still have like the cool screen, and it can still be a giant spring that launches you away. And just you can strategize the level around that if you're really trying to speedrun, of like knowing, hey, I know the end of the level's there, so do all this you finish the last thing, you purposely do it near the end level thing, I guess. Some levels are going to be more linear, get from point A to point B, so this also works as an end thing of that. So, yeah. Anyways, so yeah. It also allows me to like, just control more stuff with how levels end if I want like you go to a final area and stuff happens, Anyway, I get more control over my levels that way. Blah, blah, blah. Let me catch up on messages now. 2024, people sell games that are less than yours far, anyway, I know. Yeah, I guess. So technically, I do have a game on Steam from many, many years ago. The thing is, it's not good. It's been on my dream list to at some point, like, remake that game or something. Make it better, but not now, not anytime soon. My list is full, very full. Just remember one thing: weird mechanics can get turned for new players into a. Remember one thing: weird mechanics can get turned for new players into a mechanic. So who does care? I'm not a Valorant player. I don't know, nor am I. Or you gotta stay on platform for X time. That could also be a thing if I want the player to come to a complete stop. I don't want to discourage speed too much though, I guess. So I don't know. Having to slow down for it is like, oh, go, and got the thing. Although the idea of, if you overshoot the platform and die, that's kind of funny, but I don't know. I think this is a situation I revisit in a real level kind of situation, and when we worry more about the polish of it. Because I pitched other ideas that could be funny, of like a giant like baseball glove comes out and like catches you if you're going too fast, or like a big robot arm grabs you, and like I could do stuff like that, and that could both look cool and solve my problem in a way that like whatever. Like I don't know if I actually want to do something like that. There's just like very hypotheticals. But yeah, hold on. Where is where did I leave off? I hate map parts outside of the map, like seeing like out of boundary areas, and hope that my game isn't that breakable, but given that you can go up walls with enough speed, then who knows, we'll see. I'm hoping not to have to like invisible wall a bunch of places. That'll be the sign of defeat, when I have to put up invisible walls. Hopefully I, can find clever solutions around those kinds of issues or whatever. In Godot, one can make all the stuff in different scenes, so I mean, I do have, like, different scenes that have different stuff in it. And in Unity, you can have, I have, like, traditionally, more a beginner kind of thing, you have different scenes for different entire levels. But in a more, I don't know, if you want to be crazy enough, you can have, and my game has a bit of multiple scenes loaded at once. So, like, that hub world up there is one scene, and the level that I'm in is a different scene. So I do have that. And when you're in the hub world and you go between levels, while the hub world's loaded, it deloads one level and then loads in another. So that happens. And you can, in theory, break up different parts of the level into different scenes if you also wanted to, like, manage that to a higher degree. Different chunks of a level, like, different, like, rooms could be different scenes, or, like, I don't know. Or if you could have, like, I don't know. I don't think you'd ever want, like, all enemies in one scene or something like that. I don't think that would work so well, necessarily, but, like, hypothetically it could. In Godot, give me that, Sakurama, could you please, could I please ask you for 1 minute after the stream? No compromise for you? Yeah, sure, no worries, all good, yeah, I can try to assist if you're having, programming issues and all that, yeah. One Java game I got in the middle of, one Java game I got in the middle of porting to Godot. Oh, funky, interesting. Porting a Java game to Godot, fascinating, cool. For Dev, said Java debugging to be a pain. Yeah, I can imagine that. And keeping the saves compatible between versions. Ooh, no. I have a save manager in this that, like, the way my game is designed, it currently, like, I don't have to save that much to, like, calculate stuff with the game. I mean, it's a level-by-level game, so to some degree I just need to save what levels are beaten. But in each level, there's this, like, strikes thing. You can beat a level, like, you got 3 strikes. If you get 3 strikes, you fail, but you can get, like, oh, you got 1 strike and you're fine. Or you can perfect clear the level and, like, get no strikes, and that does some stuff. So I just, for each level, need to store, like, a 1, 2, 3... or, well, 0, 1, 2, 3, or, well, actually, if it's 3, you haven't beat the level. 0, 1, 2, 3 for if you've, beaten the levels and all that. And then, yeah, kind of just can calculate the rest on what should or shouldn't be open in the hub world. Anyways, yeah. And, hold on. Dead Frontier 2, hee. I am unfamiliar with Dead Frontier 2. I'm unfamiliar with what that is, but sounds interesting. And, the video I want your help. Yeah. No issues. In Godot, you can also have, you can also have scenes inside of scenes. Oh, no. I mean, in Unity, you have prefabs that, like, if they get big and complicated enough, that's, like, in the same ballpark, kind of. I spawn the player at runtime. The player is a prefab. The player is a big ol' mess of stuff with the camera, everything that is the player itself, this canvas that has all this different stuff with the call screen, level info, different UI things, this transition curtain that is the curtains that close and whatnot, input manager, all these camera override positions that we're only using 2 of these 4 right now, but we'll eventually be using the rest, hopefully. And I have reasons for my game why all this is all bundled together and spawned at runtime that doesn't apply to most games, I think, but my game, I'm doing special complicated things, mostly with how you transition between levels and into the hub world and then hub world back into levels, that the player always exists. Yeah, anyway, complicated. And player to be a scene of itself. Yeah, that's kind of what prefabs are. I guess you can't go into play mode prefab, but like, yeah, fair enough. And asteroids be scenes, and all my asteroids are scenes of their own. Interesting. That sounds like similar to like Unity's equivalent of prefabs, I think. And enemies are scenes. Oh boy, yeah. Did you use any kind of random generator for the terrain? Currently, no. I pondered the idea of yeah, games that have randomly generated levels can be very cool and whatnot. With the type of game that I'm hoping to design, I'm hoping to make a more traditional, like, handcrafted levels kind of a game, which is more what I want to do to, have the levels that I want and story and cutscenes and specific level encounters that I want. I think the game that I'm making more fits, traditional handmade levels with care and love. No, but random level generation is very cool, and I've experimented with such things a little bit, and it is cool. And in another type of project, or I mean, like, hypothetically, I could have some, like, separate mode that has some kind of randomly generated level stuff, but that seems very, like, a lot more beyond the as far like massive as the scope of my game currently is. That seems to be beyond the scope of the game that I'm making. I don't want to be making this game for the next 20 years, ideally. I want to finish it someday, hopefully. But yeah. Anyway, but could make extra feature that is one wheel racetrack that is random after the game is done. Having a race level, oh, that'd be cool. Having it like there's one thing to be like, oh, on a unicycle going through like a platformer level and thing. It's another thing to be like, here's like a NASCAR looking racetrack kind of thing. Do that. Or like, NASCAR like, turning left simulator. I mean, more like Mario Kart racetrack looking thing, but you're going through it on a unicycle, racing actual cars. That'd be great. Coding that would be sounds very complicated, but that would be totally like a level that I would make in this game. But like, instead of doing pit stops, that's where some of the rides are, and you gotta, oh no, I'm racing, oh, gotta cut off to the side, repair this ride, and then okay, back to the race. Oh, that'd be great. Somehow, you're way faster than the cars, but you have to worry about repairing rides along the way. That's a good idea. That's somehow fine-tune that, and yeah, somehow, some way. Yeah. Anyway, we got so far to go before that. As much as I have like stuff written down of lots of level ideas and just ideas I have, we have so far to go before we get to that point. We don't have a fully functional player yet. And I have like my ideas for the full game, and I have a very cut down, like 3-level demo that I want to make. That I want to focus more on that first to just not be such a massive scope thing. But in theory, once we're at the point where we have one fully built level, then like making the next will be considerably faster. Assuming that I like the level that we make, and I don't like, oh, everything sucks, it's terrible, back to the drawing board, make a new game, in theory, I am very much liking, how it's all shaping out so far. So hopefully it all come together well, and I'm sure as we make the first level, we'll keep tweaking things as we get more of these gameplay mechanics combined with like all the movement stuff from the other scene with all the going up slopes and loops and whatnot, and we'll fine-tune things with like the player speed and all of that stuff. But yeah, the thing we're hoping to do with making the first level is, truly hammering down what all the game should be and look like, and, being the most fun that it can be, and, yeah. Then, or you were somewhat slower than the raised cars, but you set traps in the cars so they stay longer at pit stop. Yeah, that could also be a thing. It's like in this game, you press A to interact with repair stuff. I do want there to be like optional things in some context to repair that do other things beyond your objective. So yeah, doing, the same repair mechanics of like, this with the health wheel thing to set traps, that would also be very cool and would totally be up the alley of reusing, in kind of a way, reusing mechanics that are going to exist, but like in different contexts. And yeah, it would be very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that we're going to be, I'll be doing a lot of cool planning on when we get there. For now, like even of my 3-level demo, I'm even like, for now, focus even smaller than that on just the first level that I have in my head that's gonna be level 2 of 3 of this demo. I want to make the middle one first because reasons. Well, mostly that, like, it's the one I have the most planned out, and that we even have in Unity more stuff planned out for. Making level 1 will mean, like, making a lot of, like, tutorial stuff. So I want to make it more, like, traditional, like, in the middle level, and then retroactively make tutorial stuff after we, like, fine-tune more mechanics and stuff, and then figure out best way to introduce them in a first level kind of a context, while also making it fun and not you know, you can have tutorials and have them be fun. Tutorials don't have to be boring just because they're tutorials, especially when you do a good tutorial that's not all in your face about it being a tutorial teaching every last little thing. So we're hoping that the first level will be cool as well, despite having to be like, here's how you move, here's how you repair stuff. And then the third level will also hopefully be, you know, cool finale to the demo, and it's gonna have some not unique unique. All the levels will have unique stuff, but like there's some extra thing that I want to make for that last level. That's gonna be a thing that we'll get to eventually. It's hard to explain, but we'll get there. Anyways, what it is a level it is 122. So unfortunately, I am running out of time. Oh, what the whoa. Oh, what the... What? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, that's weird. That's a weird thing I've never seen before. Going into play mode, everything's fine. Having this thing pause and then going into play mode, it's like supposed to just pause the first frame. That shouldn't change the behavior of everything. I see that the hub world is sandwiched, you know, between all in the normal level stuff, which it normally is, and then it, like, you know, first frame it goes up and away. Weird. It tried to change stuff with the camera. That's funky. And then what happened to you? Where are you? Wait, what line did you go to? I literally don't see where it put my cursor of 219. Oh, in here. You tried to set the camera and then, like, something was null. Player camera position is a vector that, wait, how would this be the issue? Oh, wait, are you saying that transform dot position failed? Are you serious? And I couldn't breakpoint it? What? Weird. I think there's just Unity being weird. Unity stuff. That's not a thing that's normally would normally happen. Why can't I breakpoint it? Interesting. Weird. But why? I mean, it could be. Hold on. Let me just. I was hoping this could be like, oh, put a quick like null check somewhere and then fix the problem in 2 seconds. Non? What do you mean non? None. Excuse-moi? You were 10. It's like this isn't like a thing I should actually have to worry about at the moment, I think. It's just weird. Oh, and the player singleton's over there before it, like, oh, weird. Just weird, all I have to say. Weird. Okay. Funky Unity thing. Anyway, that's not a real thing we have to worry about. Anyways, okay, what was I doing in actuality? We did this. Nope, I don't need you to run anymore. Yay! I missed it because Visual Studios took me away. In theory, like, the most common cases, at least, like, it definitely seemed to be working, of just, you know, approaching it at a normal speed from different angles. Even the camera itself, I should test if I'm on it and then I clear the last objective. That's working. Cool. Which it should be, but, you know, good to know that it is. Yeah, and that's fine. There's a little bit of, like, sliding to the center. I can live with it at its current stage. It's not too janky. It's fine. Cool. In Godot, you can put 2D scene on 3D scenes. You can quite easily do like a fake OS inside computer in a game. Oh, that's very, very cool. I don't think Unity really does like 2D scenes and 3D scenes. You kind of have a scene that has stuff in it, like we flatten sprites or 3D objects and whatnot. But like, yeah, they're cool. And like doing that like that way, it's for that specific purpose. That only splitting that up, I can see that making sense to do. But very, very cool. UI stuff in Godot is quite extensive since the entire Godot editor is made in Godot. Wow, wow, woo, wow. For the infinite recursion. Anyways, also things fixed. I'm gonna put that up to 9. I think there's a lot of little things that we fixed along the way, but whatever. It's a random counter. It doesn't need to be completely accurate. And what's defined as things can be up to whatever I decide. Anyways, though, cool that this is working. I did not expect that just this would take the entire stream. I was planning like, oh, we'll do this, and then we'll clean up the cannons. We'll clean up cleaning up this camera thing. It kind of goes hand in hand with the cannons. As soon as we launch out of the spring, it's the cannon code that's running like this. So when we fix one, well, they're running separately. They are copy and pasted code that do slightly different things, and you know that's not good. They're gonna be combined under one roof. But I want to do that on like just the normal cannons first. So fixing the cannons and then using that code should be easy to then fix this the rest of the way, hypothetically. The cannons themselves is mostly camera stuff, kind of. The player is kind of positioned right, and it's the camera that's weird before, after, except for right here when the player lands. That I kind of know why that's broken. I don't have an easy fix off the top of my head, but we'll get to that. And then what else? What's like... What else is... the next big thing. Actually, I'm curious. Some of the code we've been fixing, we've been applying to other... just other little things. I'm curious the state of these level activate thingies. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, no, it's still kind of the same as before, frankly. The camera weirdly goes up. Is this still... And I don't know why after doing one interaction, it, like, leans weirdly, but, you know, whatever, it's fine, we'll fix it. I was kind of hoping that would just... This would just be working, but nope. Oh well. This is still one of my favorite UI things that we've done. I don't know. It just looks cool, like how the text flips around. It'll be cooler once it's actually like, you know, built with functionality and polish and whatnot. But just mainly the text doing like the flip as just different parts of that just flipping around is cool. So that's, I kind of thought that would be a slightly more fix, but the things that we've just now done on the player, fixing the player and camera stuff, it'll be significantly easier applying it to this stuff. So, in fact, I thought we already did. It might just be a matter of replacing a couple lines of code, and then it might just work. That'd be cool. Actually, no, okay. I can't go overtime too much. I do need to sleep. Got work and all that. But, yeah, could add Godot editor as seen inside game computer. Oh, that would be insane. You make a game where in the game you have to make mini Godot games to do stuff. That would be insane. Someone added some game emulator in Godot through GD native. Oh, no. Imagine you have, like, a puzzle game where, like, you go through between rooms, and, like, when you're in a room, you interact with a terminal that has, like, a mostly complete Godot game on it, and you have to, like, finish it the rest of the way, and then it, like, opens the door or whatever. That would be insane. Or game, or something along the idea of interacting with a thing on a screen that looks kind of like a Godot game thing. You move stuff around, and then just moving things around in the real world, like in the 3D scene. That would be super cool. That'd be insane. Very neat. Yeah, I had an idea that, like, I expect to some degree that between making the demo and then making the real game of this, that the game would change decently enough, and that I'm not expecting any levels in the demo to be in the final game, but that doesn't mean none of it will be. I expect, like, you know, I'm making a submarine level for the demo with the context of the level before and the level after it for the sake of the demo and the demo's mechanics and da-da-da-da-da. When we make the real game, I might also have a submarine level, but it doesn't need to be this exact same submarine level in the exact same way. I could take the fundamentals of it and change it and da-da-da-da-da. And by not forcing myself that a demo level has to be in the full game in its exact same state, it just makes the levels easier to think about, easier to design, and it's like, oh, it might be used, but I'm not counting on it. I had the idea that, like, if they're radically different than what ends up being in the final game, then, like, somewhere is like a bonus thing in the hub world. There's like an arcade machine that allows you to just play the demo of the game, and that'd be kind of cool. No, whether that is just like then loading into the scenes like full thing, I don't think it would be like, oh, you're interacting with it like joystick, arcade style or whatever, although that'd be kind of cool. I think it would kind of, it would like hypothetically like zoom in on the arcade thing, and then it would just load load the scenes that are the demo. Hopefully, if it's capable of, depending on how that is or whatever. I don't think it would like launch a new Unity game to just like launch the demo. I don't think it would be like that. I think it would just be like just load those scenes or whatever. But I don't know. There's a hypothetical idea that I had that I don't know if it's practical for the actual thing, because maybe those levels will be repurposed for the most part or something. I think the level that's most likely to be able to be repurposed would be the submarine level, the second one. The first one, I expect that like for the demo, I need to like teach a lot of mechanics really fast because the demo's not that long. In the real full game, I can spread that out over the course of a couple levels, so it doesn't need to be as much of a slog of teaching mechanics. It can be more spread out and all that kind of stuff. And then the third level, I don't know. We'll see. I imagine some stuff, like assets in it, I imagine will be used, but not the exact full level as is untouched, I imagine. But I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, though, I do think, I'm a bit out of time, so I think now is probably a good time to close things off. We did, by not stream, I do think we made a lot of progress today with building, some of these mechanics that I wanted to make. Mainly this, on the player, setting up this whole disabling, and, where's the enabling half? Oh, wait, when did that happen, that they got separated? Hold on. And, well, not that it matters that much, but I'm going to put enable first. Enable and disabling the player, and that stuff is bundled with overriding the player to like move towards specific places, and then that has extra like updating that overriding stuff after the fact, and then stopping the override, and that does things. Oh yeah, stop override enables player. That's fine. That's how that is. Yeah, and then on the camera we did a lot as well. This was all player stuff. We also spent a while. That took like so much longer. That was like half the stream, kind of. Player camera follow, get back over here. We, where was it? Over like, just, making all, essentially mostly just this. It took a lot to write these couple lines. Just conceptually to do everything I needed to do, and kept changing my mind about how I was gonna do it, because I, went into it with one idea and realized that was not gonna work at all, and then I had to change it, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I gotta still clean things up, like this not just being that. But we'll get there in due time. I still have so much to clean up. Oh, what? Hold on, stop doing that. Things to clean up before I'm ready to move on to making real level. I don't know exactly when that point's gonna be, but at the very least, everything in this test level needs to just work. Both like in terms of how the player moves around and the camera. That's like thing number one. And in the hub world, all that. Be able to, be in this level, go back to the hub world, then from the hub world, go pick a new level, go to that level, and then from there, go back in the hub, into that new level, and have it just work. Mostly with the camera and stuff. Going from level to level, that's going to be a big task involved in that is moving platforms. The hub world physically moves like a moving platform. The old player had moving platform code set up. The current player does not, and is going to need that for that to work. So that's going to be its own thing. That's going to be more messing with the player in ways that like might not be that bad, or might be quite bad. And, we'll see which of the two that ends up being, or maybe be somewhere in the middle. Another big mechanic that used to be functional but isn't yet is the tightrobes. That'll be a big thing. It'd be cool when that's functional, but like, because there's just this one over here, I'm not as concerned about it. Like, I'm more concerned about the level to hub world to back, sort of transition-y stuff with that. That's more higher on my list. Yeah, so yeah, so that is that. But then tightropes will happen at some point, and we'll see how much I can rip out of the old player code to use here, and then, or how much I'm gonna have to remake from scratch. We'll see. There's one thing I wanted to change that's different from how the old tightrope thing was. Just in that, so you're on a tightrope, you like balance left to right, and then you fall off. I want to make some UI for it that looks like roughly like in skateboarding games when you're grinding on a rail, like that kind of needle going like back and forth. I want to make one of those. So that'll be interesting and will hopefully function exactly as intended first try, but we'll see. Then, well, there's a lot of just minor bugs with like, you know, when you go between two rides, like so, whoa, hold on, these ones. You go away from a ride, the fixed text goes away. When you go from one to the other, the fixed text goes away. It should still be there for this ride. So like a lot of little things like that. The player itself needs more polish with, I want to bring back the leaning of when you're moving in a direction, you actually lean in that direction for visual coolness, and other little things like that. And then like at that point, that might be a decent point where I start to then move on to the actual, like, the test level that we, like, our first, real level, and then start making mechanics specific for that and continuing to polish the player as we do that. I don't know how much, like, graphical polish I want to do in this scene, per se. Like, I could go all the way to, like, making 3D model with the human character here and, like, fully animating him and all that sort of stuff. I don't know, at what point, like, I almost kind of want to, like, focus more on, you know, the gameplay part of it. Have an actual, like, bit of real gameplay working before I get to that level of polish, because, especially for the player, gameplay stuff can affect what I need to do for how the player looks and how it's animated and all that sort of stuff. And I want to, like, do it, and then for an actual level, I need some extra stuff that requires me to, like, remake a lot of it or whatever, so... I think some of that polish might wait. I might at the very least make like that's mostly with the player. With the player that has more of that issue. With like these rides, I might make at least just a better placeholder of a generic ride of some kind. We'll see. Ideally, you know, there's multiple, but just making one for now. Maybe I'll do that before I start making the first real level or whatever. And when we're doing that, that's gonna involve a lot of blendering to just make the level and like go from conceptual ideas to specifically what we actually want. But you know, we'll get there. Yeah, it's come along very well, and looking forward to it being more of an actual game. Getting wait, hold on, missing getting the live game through the Godot editor. Oh no, that kind of gameception of you're seeing the oh no, that'd be crazy. Not sure what the game was, but there was some 3D game that added like 2D old version of itself in the new 3D remake. Oh, it was like some Doom-like game. Oh no, crazy. I mean, Sonic Generations in it, there's a side thing where you can play the original Sonic the Hedgehog game. That's not the same thing, but it's the first thing I thought of. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. But, cool. So I think, 7 hours, 42 minutes in. Long stream. I could do a long stream doing this. Again, yeah. A lot of the progress we made today was, like, building towards future progress, kind of. Like, we made systems that took a while, but then, like, well, as we apply them to the other things, like the cannon and the going into the hub world level activate thing, like, that will take significantly less time now that this is there. I'm also going to be continuing to work on this game on my own between streams, so hopefully between now and next time I get to come back and be like, wow, look at this extra progress that I made. You know, we'll see. I love to come back and be like, ta-da, I finished the whole level. But no, that's not happening. Next stream on this should be 2 days from now, hypothetically. Tomorrow, we're gonna be, doing more game stuff. We're gonna be continuing, Final Doom, actually. Yes, that's on my schedule, yes. We should be finishing Final Doom tomorrow, I think. We're close enough to doing that. I'm hoping to do that so I can, you know, get to the next one. We've been going through all of the Doom games, so Doom 1, Doom 2, Final Doom, then Doom 64, Doom 3, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal. Slowly going through all of them. I'm very much looking forward to getting the more actual modern ones. Very much looking forward to that. So I'm trying to get through the older ones, and hopefully that won't take too much longer, but we'll see. And then also, so today was this. Tomorrow, Final Doom. Hopefully finish that. Next day, Unicycle. This. Day after that is going to be hopefully finishing Little Nightmares. Game we've been trying to 100% for a bit. We have one achievement left to go, but it is a very hard achievement that could take the entirety of the stream, or it could be the entirety of the stream when I don't get it at all. So then hopefully I do it. It's up to my skill level. I have to speed run the game and do it deathless. So yeah, we're getting close-ish with that one. And then games after that will be replaced with Doom 64 will be the next thing in the Doom game that I'm going through, and we're also going to be starting Heavy Rain, which is a game I'm kind of familiar with. It's made by the same people who made Detroit Become Human, and that's a game I played that I very much liked. But although I know that Heavy Rain is older, but yeah, a similar type of like story-based game. There's some things I know about it, but anyway. Anyways, enough rambling for me. I can ramble all day, all night. It's been, yes, hours and 45 minutes. Cool to have a, nice long stream for once in a while. Anyways, though, we're gonna end things off here for now. And, Luska, if you're still there, I can, you have a Discord and I can help you out with the, programming issue that you are having. And, yeah. Alright, well, that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Alright, buttons over here, and I think I'll say all I need to say. And yeah, see you guys next time. Bye. See ya.